The young man spent his weekdays glued to the screen of his old monitor. A spark of electricity suddenly struck him right in the bare foot. The electric shock instantly gripped the hero's body in a painful spasm. The boy screamed in pain, losing consciousness in a bright flash. The poor fellow's familiar world was completely turned upside down. The hero saw endless snow-capped mountain ranges in front of him. The young man woke up in a cart on a road in the middle of a dense forest. The traveler, stunned, clarified the details of the crazy sale of an entire city. The noble gentleman mockingly confirmed the reality of their proposal. The guy indignantly stated that it was impossible to pay for such a purchase. The old man cried, dreaming of selling the land and retiring soon. The merchant compared the radiance of the cup to the crystal from the ducal palace. The traveler was amazed that for 5 glasses he received an entire city. The dreamer wanted to marry a rich beauty for the sake of success. The ruler was drowning in gold, not noticing the shadow of a possible conspiracy. The stranger smiled predatorily, anticipating the incredibly easy achievement of his goal. The warrior, in a rage, promised to kill his enemy for the daring attack. The hero was reincarnated in another world, planning to become a great lord. Icy blizzards raged constantly over the peaks of the Forbidden Mountain range. The cruel aristocracy sacrificed people to their bloody games. The cruel laws of the world dictated that only the strongest survived. The eagle soared above the bustling city, full of life and traders. Liu Feng appreciated his success in profitable interworld trade. The traveler was looking for temporary housing, leading his horse along a city street. The hero entered an empty tavern and met the young owner. Liu Feng suddenly offered the girl to sell him this establishment. The young man smiled confidently, waiting for an answer from the stunned bar owner. The woman indignantly called the idea of buying her empty store madness. The hero planned to open a profitable hotel in the very center of the city. The owner vehemently refused to sell the tavern to the persistent young customer. The hero offered the tavern owner a huge amount of money to buy her establishment. The guest unexpectedly offered the young man to buy out the entire city instead of just one tavern. Liu Feng asked in shock whether the Baron had really decided to sell the city. Baron Carter officially introduced his son Fresca to the young man. The young man recognized Lord Xiyang and was surprised by his desire to sell the city. Baron Carter remained silent, pondering his extremely difficult decision. The elderly man sighed heavily, unable to hide his sadness. The Lord admitted with obvious sadness that he was rapidly aging with the years. The Baron complained that the younger generation had not lived up to his expectations. The old man sincerely wished to sell his property in order to retire sooner. Liu Feng suspected a trick, calling the Baron a cunning old fox. The young man inquired decisively about the price for purchasing an entire city. Baron Carter laughed wickedly, anticipating a very profitable deal. The old man smiled slyly and began to voice his demands. The Lord triumphantly demanded 100 glittering gold coins. The hero was taken aback, considering the named price to be complete madness. The price turned out to be equivalent to 4 million heads of ordinary sheep. The enormous sum also amounted to 500,000 domestic cows. The hero imagined an idle life and the expectation of death in luxury. The young man was indignant, reminding himself of his rich experience. The Baron promised the young man a noble title in addition to the purchase. Liu Feng firmly rejected this highly dubious proposal. The enraged Fresca instantly put his sword to the hero's throat. The Baron's son grinned predatorily, revealing his true nature. Fresco angrily demanded gratitude for his father's incredible generosity. The Baron hastened to intervene, offering to peacefully negotiate the price. The old man asked how many coins the young man was willing to pay. Liu Feng admitted that he didn't even have 30 coins. Baron Carter enthusiastically agreed to 30 gold coins. The cunning lord officially confirmed the completion of this strange deal. The hero froze in shock, trying to comprehend the sudden change in the terms of the deal. The young man suspected a deception, thinking about the strangely low price of the city. Baron Carter made a special offer, noticing the interest in his guest's eyes. The lord offered to use the jewels to compensate for the missing amount of gold. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes warily at the sudden mention of treasure. The Baron's predatory smile confirmed his secret interest in the property. The old man enthusiastically admitted that he was eager to receive the rare crystal glasses. The hero realized that the Lord had long noticed his valuable goods. These things have traveled a huge distance, tens of thousands of miles. Mysterious goods arrived from lands in the Far East. These products come from the most popular modern stores. The shop had a special offer for buying 5 glasses. The seller urged people to pick up the goods as quickly as possible at an extremely low price. The Baron looked at the chest in fascination, wanting nothing else. The Lord remembered the crystal goblet he had seen in the ducal palace. The hero secretly laughed at the astonishing gullibility of the inhabitants of this world. The aristocrats were indescribably delighted by the sparkle of ordinary glass. The traveler made regular trips between worlds for profit. The greedy Baron eagerly inquired about the presence of other rare treasures. The young man quickly saw through the Lord's insidious desire to lure out everything valuable. The hero seriously suspected that they wanted to kill him for profit. The young man decided to open the chest to show off his best goods. The traveler used magic, materializing things out of thin air. Modern objects instantly filled all the free space in the drawer. The young man confidently slammed the chest lid in front of the Lord's face. Baron Carter was wildly delighted by the glitter of the treasures. The hero politely asked if the old man had his eye on anything else. Only the simplest household utensils remained inside the chest. The old man coldly refused to buy these cheap trinkets. The horseman rode quickly past the golden wheat fields of the city. The young man noted with satisfaction that the wheat in the fields was growing very well. Baron Carter politely confirmed his words, keeping a smile on his face. The group feared horse thieves who were looting grain during the autumn harvest. The old man addressed the hero in a friendly manner, calling him his new friend. The traveler enthusiastically pointed to the majestic castle, mistaking it for a city. The young man rejoiced, considering such a luxurious purchase to be fully justified by its price. The Baron coughed in confusion and said that the city was not there at all. The Lord pointed in the other direction, causing the hero genuine bewilderment. The young man was stunned, completely unable to understand the essence of what was happening at that moment. The Baron officially introduced the tiny settlement as their only city, Xi'an. The cracked sign of the city of Xi'an swayed sadly on its old pillars. The hero realized in despair that he had made the stupidest deal. Instead of a great castle, a dilapidated poor village appeared before the travelers. The young man froze, completely crushed by the sight of his new, impoverished possessions. The riders rode slowly past the dilapidated huts, choking on the dust. Liu Feng shuddered as he noticed the hungry children at the threshold of the hut. The angry residents called the passing gentlemen damned parasites. The exhausted old woman held out an empty cup, begging for a drop of pity. The hero's carriage went deeper into the very heart of this dying settlement. The bell rang over the rooftops, announcing the arrival of unexpected guests. The Baron solemnly declared Liu Feng the new ruler of the city. The old man raised his hand high in front of the disgruntled crowd. Residents fiercely discussed the greed of the aristocrats and the new taxes. The former lord hastily handed over power and left Xi'an forever. The huge crowd of poor people looked at their lord with hostility. Liu Feng greeted his subjects warmly from the high tower. The people below angrily called the hero a damned bloodsucker. The peasants accused the authorities of stealing their last money. A large stone suddenly flew straight into the young man's face. The residents rebelled and began furiously throwing stones at the hero. Liu Feng realized with horror the true reason for the suspiciously low price. Carter was furiously indignant at the weakness of the enemy, exhausted by a long hunger strike. The Baron was puzzled as to how the crowd had failed to cope with a lone enemy. The beaten warriors justified themselves to their master by citing the incredible strength of the mysterious fighter. The angry aristocrat called his subordinates absolutely useless trash. A sudden insight made the cunning Baron grin contentedly at his idea. As he left, Carter pompously proclaimed Liu Feng the rightful lord of the city. Finally, the old man sarcastically mentioned a secret gift in the dungeons. The young man stood there, puzzled, trying to figure out the true meaning of the unexpected gift. The Baron quickly disappeared, ordering the hero to immediately inspect the castle. Liu Feng was horrified by the news of the castle's imminent demolition. The young man rushed to look for the gift in the dark dungeon. The majestic fortress towered over the pitiful huts of the village. The hero pushed open the heavy gates of the old building with effort. The boy cautiously examined the horrific torture instruments in the hall. Liu Feng looked fearfully through the bars of the dark cage. Someone's hand suddenly grabbed the old iron grate. The ceiling began to collapse, leaving the hero in complete shock. The traveler skillfully dodged the heavy debris falling from above. The sly one mockingly assessed the unsuccessful attempt to crush him. The sly one mocked the vile dungeon's unsuccessful attempt to pin him down with a grate. The hero confidently declared that the primitive trap had no chance. The young man carefully stepped over the rubble, continuing to explore this gloomy place. The traveler moved forward slowly, the deep, dark corridor echoing with his footsteps. Liu Feng grumbled discontentedly at the pain as he lit the way with his small lantern. The hero suddenly froze, noticing something completely out of the ordinary ahead. The outlines of fluffy ears and a tail appeared through the links of heavy, rusty chains. An exhausted girl with blue cat ears lay on the dirty floor. The guy was amazed by the reality of the existence of amazing beastmen in this world. Liu Feng called out to the captive excitedly, trying to quickly awaken her from her oblivion. Liu Feng looked at the dying cat girl in chains in deep shock. The prisoner croaked a request for water, causing the hero to look at her with determination. The young man bitterly realized that the beast woman was that insidious gift. The hero firmly swore not to leave the unfortunate girl to certain death. The boy masterfully activated magic, causing a blinding glow right in the air. A portal filled with boxes of modern food appeared from the bright sparks. Liu Feng frantically rummaged through the earthly goods in search of a life-saving drink. The traveler smiled in anticipation, remembering the incredible energy of ordinary drinks. The cunning man's gaze instantly snatched the necessary bottles of water from the mountain of things. The young man deftly snatched up a plastic container, preparing to give the exhausted captive something to drink. The hero carefully poured life-giving moisture into the captive's dry lips. The girl greedily swallowed the water without opening her tired eyes. Suddenly, the cat girl opened a bright purple eye with a predatory pupil. The captive suddenly spat water straight into the face of her stunned rescuer. The young man burst into coughing, rubbing his eyes from the unexpected blow. The beast woman swiftly kicked, sending Liu Feng flying into the wall. The traveler flew back, choking on blood from the crushing kick. The powerful blow almost caused the hero's spirit to leave his body. A swift shadow gracefully swept across the gloomy hall of the dungeon. The cat girl made a dexterous leap, instantly disappearing from sight. The beast woman fiercely pinned the stunned hero to the dungeon floor. The frightened Liu Feng screamed loudly, begging for immediate help. A flash of vivid memories from a past life flashed through the boy's mind. The hero began to cry desperately, not wanting to die completely alone. The young man suddenly froze, sensing a sharp change in the captive's behavior. The exhausted girl lost consciousness, falling right on top of her savior. Liu Feng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that the deadly fight was over. The majestic castle stood silently against the clear, pure sky. The guy carefully carried the unconscious beauty to a soft, spacious bed. Liu Feng was mesmerized by the amazing beauty of his mysterious ward. The hero learned the name of the sleeping beast woman. The mysterious beauty was called Mina. Liu Feng seriously thought about the cruel reasons for the girl's imprisonment. The guy assumed that the poor thing had fallen into a deep, hungry swoon. The lord decided to immediately prepare some life-saving rice porridge for the captive. A powerful gust of wind suddenly blew an important document off the table. The paper flew out of the castle window towards the city streets. The leaf fell smoothly straight into the hands of the astonished elderly city dweller. The old man studied the strange object that had fallen straight from the sky with bewilderment. The shocked eyewitness could hardly believe his eyes when he read the contents of the message. The man urged the crowd to immediately look at the lord's incredible news. Liu Feng carefully fed the weakened Mina hot rice porridge. The girl, through her oblivion, sensed the incredibly appetizing aroma of the food being served. The captive suddenly opened her eyes, amazed by the taste of a completely unfamiliar dish. Mina, who had come to, stared in bewilderment at the guy with the empty bowl. The enraged beast woman furiously accused her savior of attempting to poison her. The beauty grabbed the lord's throat with a death grip, demanding an explanation. The girl fiercely pressed Liu Feng to the chair, suspecting treachery. The gasping young man hoarsely confirmed the complete safety of the dinner he had prepared. The guy blushed deeply from the frightening proximity of the enraged and beautiful warrior. A shining bowl of porridge marked the beginning of their first fragile trust. Mina studied the porridge in surprise, finally convinced of her suspicions. The beast woman sniffed the unusually pleasant and enticing aroma of the dish, enchanted. The girl furiously ordered herself to remain vigilant and not to trust the lord. The gloomy captive ordered the hero to eat the bowl himself in a commanding tone. Liu Feng obediently agreed to the test, not hiding his bewilderment. The boy began to eat demonstratively, while the warrior watched him warily. The satisfied hero sincerely praised the taste of the food, confirming its complete safety. Mina angrily demanded that he eat another portion immediately. The young man humbly continued his meal, promising to empty all his supplies. The girl finally calmed down, realizing that there was no malicious intent in her savior's actions. Liu Feng offered the captive a bowl of rice porridge with a smile. The well-fed beast woman stood contentedly by the mountain of empty plates. The hero was horrified, because the guest had destroyed a month's supply of rice in one go. Mina coughed in embarrassment and mentally expressed outrage at the terrible behavior of the people. The cat girl furiously demanded freedom, threatening the lord with immediate reprisals. The lord was outraged by the insolence of the well-fed captive, who demonstratively turned away. The owner calmly pointed to the door and told the guest to leave. The girl headed towards the exit under the thoughtful gaze of the young lord. Finally, the hero sincerely asked the former captive to be extremely careful. The young man smiled and warned the girl against the baron's insidious machinations. Mina noted the noble distinction of the young man from other noblemen. Liu Feng winked slyly at the guest, waving his hand in a friendly manner. The girl blushed deeply, suddenly plunged into deep thought. The beast woman froze, noticing something suspicious with her sharp gaze. The warrior pushed off sharply from the wall, making a swift leap. The fugitive suddenly returned and warned the lord about the ambush. Mina, in a rage, grabbed the hero, accusing him of vile betrayal. The young man frightenedly made excuses, denying the presence of enemies in the castle. Powerful blows rained down on the locked gates of the old fortress. An angry crowd of peasants surrounded the estate, demanding immediate reprisals. The beast woman, in a rage, again accused the young man of vile betrayal. The shocked hero desperately denied his involvement in the assault that had begun. Peasants with pitchforks and scythes furiously attacked the locked citadel. Demands to immediately kill all parasites echoed throughout the castle. The rebels dug their feet in with all their might, trying to break down the heavy gates. Shinke ordered the crowd to force their way into the lord's chambers. The heroes watched in stupefaction as the door shook from the blows. Liu Feng convinced the warrior that these people were strangers to him. The lord reminded that he would have finished off the guest long ago if he had wanted to. Mina fell silent, suddenly realizing the truth and logic of the young man's words. The enraged peasants rushed into the dining hall. Shinke pointed at the lord, declaring him to be the main target. The crowd, obsessed with revenge, rushed into a decisive attack. The leader ordered that the hated aristocrat not be allowed to escape. Dozens of sharp pitchforks instantly surrounded the defenseless youth. Liu Feng stood bravely in the face of imminent death. The hero's gaze was filled with genuine bewilderment at what was happening. Old man Ba Fu complained about the unbearable tax levies. The shocked lord denied the order to collect new taxes. The elder presented an official scroll as evidence. Liu Feng remembered selling straw paper to Baron Carter. The young man tried to justify himself by pointing to the castle as the source of the scroll. The peasants accused the lord of wanting to drive them out of this world. The man cried out in despair about his brother's death from starvation. The shocked hero realized the scale of the baron's cunning trick. The enraged people vowed not to leave the hated oppressor alive. Shinke rushed to attack, wanting to finish off the lord personally. The deadly weapon was repelled by the defender at the very last moment. Mina blocked the crowd's path, ordering everyone to stop immediately. The girl recalled the death penalty for the murder of a noble person. Mina threatened the rebels with execution for attempting to assassinate an aristocrat. The crowd of peasants fell into a stupor, fearing for their children. The wounded Liu Feng was puzzled as to why the cat girl had returned to the castle. The girl inquired about the young gentleman's well-being with sincere compassion. The hero steadfastly withstood the treacherous blow of the sickle to his head. The beast woman snorted in amazement, shocked by the ridiculous behavior of her new ally. Elder Ba Fu resolutely demanded a truthful explanation from the lord. The baron's counterfeit scroll ordered a 50% tax increase. Those present froze in anticipation of an answer, surrounding the puzzled young lord. Liu Feng studied the paper with Carter's fake order in horror. The lord was horrified by Carter's absurd excuse for collecting new taxes. Liu Feng declared that the shameful decree had been issued by his predecessor. The astonished peasants began to whisper among themselves, doubting the guilt of their master. Shinka angrily reminded him of the meanness of all the powerful nobles. The young man introduced himself solemnly, wanting to put an end to the rebellion once and for all. The ruler of Xi'an demonstratively tore the hated tax scroll to shreds. The remnants of the false order were spectacularly scattered in the wind over the square. The stunned rebels and Mina froze in amazement at the hero's audacity. The hungry people timidly discussed the possibility of trusting the aristocrat's word of honor. The peasants cried out with enthusiasm, realizing the chance to escape hunger. The rebels were noisily discussing the young lord's unexpectedly generous promise. Liu Feng solemnly swore to protect the happiness and peace of the townspeople. The hero enthusiastically promised to lead Xi'an to an era of prosperity. The young man resolutely stated the need for joint hard work. The ruler demonstratively rolled up his sleeves, preparing to work in the mud. The elder and the people were amazed at the amazing nobility of their master. Ba Fu sincerely thanked Liu Feng for his great kindness. The lord firmly confirmed that he would never go back on his word. The peasants dispersed, discussing the possibility of trusting the promises of the new nobleman. The treacherous Baron Carter was gleefully discussing the city's chaos in the castle. The Baron gleefully anticipated the imminent fall of the inexperienced and naive city lord. Fresco enthusiastically praised the cunning and insidious plan of his brilliant father. An alarming cry of bad news suddenly broke the silence of the night estate. Liu Feng conspiratorially put his finger to his lips, keeping his important secrets. The frightened messenger rushed into the hall, interrupting the noble's peaceful meal. The aristocrat's son froze in surprise upon hearing the servant's extremely alarming report. The guard reported the release of the captive and the complete pacification of the urban riot. The enraged Fresca jumped up, vowing to immediately deal personally with the insolent lord. The elderly Carter dryly ordered his hot-tempered heir to remain completely calm. The son was outraged by the loss of gold spent on the purchase of this obstinate beast woman. The old man ate calmly, discussing the new status of his enemy. The aristocrat promised to soon put the impudent upstart in his place. Fresco stared into the distance, harboring fierce anger in his soul. The son obsequiously acknowledged the great wisdom of his cunning father. An exhausted Liu Feng collapsed onto his bed after a hard day. The young man sighed heavily, realizing the urgent need to quickly regain his strength. Mina silently watched the gentleman resting in his chambers. The cat girl decisively announced to the lord her final departure. The astonished hero suddenly realized the seriousness of his faithful protector's intentions. The beast woman headed for the door, completely ignoring all requests to stay. Liu Feng warned Ming of the danger of being captured again by enemies. The enraged warrior vowed to personally kill all those who had offended her. The exhausted lord sighed heavily from endless arguments and fatigue. The young man allowed the girl to stay in the castle until she fully recovered. The beast woman was amazed by the selfless kindness and gentleness of this strange man. The hero invited the guest to chat to relieve some of the boredom. Mina studied the aristocrat with her piercing gaze in bewilderment. The lord openly acknowledged the allies' enormous fighting power and superiority. Clear water gushed from the mouth of an ancient stone fountain. The girl enjoyed washing herself in thick clouds of warm steam. Mina carefully dipped her wounded feet into the water strewn with delicate rose petals. The beast woman sighed blissfully, enjoying the rare moment of absolute purity and calm warmth. The girl winced in pain as the hot water touched her numerous open wounds. The captive suddenly froze, sensing someone's frightening and heavy presence in the thick shadow. The completely exhausted cat girl huddled helplessly on a pile of dirty and cold straw. A bald merchant with a sinister grin offered the hungry girl a piece of fresh bread. Mina stared greedily at the food, instantly forgetting all caution in front of the stranger. The heroine desperately reached for the bread, driven only by the animal instinct of survival. A huge black shadow with a sinister predatory grin appeared above the defenseless sleeping captive. Baron Carter, with a satisfied smile, bought the live goods for 1 silver coin. Baron Carter was darkly plotting another insidious scheme in the shadows. The aristocrat thought with contempt of the cunning and baseness of people. Mina struck the water in anger, cursing the lying traitors. Liu Feng peaked in embarrassment, realizing the immorality of his impudent act. The hero justified the surveillance by the desire to study important differences between races. The young man hid by the door, enchanted by the beautiful view that opened up to him. The fragile silhouette of the captive was clearly reflected in the lord's dilated pupil. The beast woman washed herself serenely, completely unaware of the secret observer. Liu Feng fell backwards comically from the sudden and intense excitement. The girl's sensitive ears suddenly twitched, catching a suspicious rustling sound outside. A frightened Mina turned around sharply at the suspicious noise outside. Liu Feng quickly admitted that he had brought some cleaning products for the guest. The young man threw the treasured bar of soap through the half-open door. The girl deftly caught a strange object with a pleasant floral aroma. The captive examined the strange and very fragrant product with surprise. The beast woman instantly recognized the familiar scent of her new master. Liu Feng lay on the sofa, thinking about the strange habits of cats. The office door suddenly opened under someone's cautious hand. The lord jumped up from the sofa in fright at the unexpected visit of the guest. The guy quickly hid behind the documents, pretending to be doing very important work. The beast woman walked timidly across the room in her new fluffy slippers. The lord cautiously peered out from behind the papers, secretly watching the guest. Mina stared at the young man with her piercing lilac gaze. The girl sheepishly admitted that the man's shirt was too big for her. Liu Feng was mesmerized by the pure and transformed cat girl. The hero comically lost consciousness at the sight of the beautiful half-naked captive. The beast woman suddenly noticed an overly intense male gaze on herself. Mina angrily demanded that he immediately stop looking at her so shamelessly. The young man frightenedly made excuses, denying his obvious and shameful curiosity. The owner politely offered the hungry girl a plate of hot rice porridge. The hungry beast woman delightedly smelled the enticing aroma of rice porridge. Mina sternly warned the young man about the consequences of any treacherous behavior. The enraged warrior immediately promised to finish off the intruder on the spot. The girl furiously accused people of always striving to commit meanness. Liu Feng sheepishly tried to convince the captive of his exceptionalism. The beast woman took a step, getting used to the comfort of the unusual house shoes. Mina sat in the chair, reproaching her owner for shameful peeping. The frightened hero suddenly realized that his secret surveillance had been exposed. The little guest devoured the delicious hot food with undisguised pleasure. The captive thoughtfully closed her eyes, deciding to quickly collect her things. The beast woman sarcastically predicted Liu Feng's shameful flight from the city. Mina placed the empty bowl on the table with a sharp thud. The eagle soared over Xi'an, counting down the days until the enemy attack. The bloody vision foreshadowed the merciless reprisal of horse thieves against the castle's inhabitants. The young man imagined his own execution after the inevitable capture of the city by bandits. The girl mockingly asked if her master was looking for death. Liu Feng realized that Baron Carter had sold him the tomb. The captive coldly promised to observe the mutual extermination of stupid people. The lord asked whether the warrior was afraid of ordinary forest bandits. The heroine proudly declared that she feared only the wrath of the ice goddess. Liu Feng was genuinely amazed by the mention of the powerful goddess of snow and ice. Mina confirmed that the terrible cold storm lasted for 5 years. The angry goddess suddenly unleashed a piercing, icy wind upon the lands. White snow stretched to the horizon, turning the entire earth into ice. The beast woman asked in amazement how the owner could not know this. The young man awkwardly justified himself by citing his past life in the distant east. The girl looked at her suspicious interlocutor with skepticism. Mina strongly advised the lord to leave this city as soon as possible. The warrior finally coldly demanded that her master simply not die. The hero grinned cheekily, remembering the upcoming autumn harvest. Liu Feng calmly watched the cat girl as she resolutely walked away. Mina's pupil narrowed, reflecting her inner determination and caution. The young man confidently crossed his arms, confirming his intention to go his own way. A huge tiger in a furious leap overtook a child running through the forest. The boy cheekily egged on the predator, urging him to catch him quickly. The ferocious beast let out a deafening roar, baring its sharp fangs. The predator quickly pursued a small target through dense forest thickets. The nimble young man made a desperate leap from a high stone ledge. The enraged tiger growled menacingly at its prey, which was slipping right out of its clutches. The child skillfully dodged the claws, refusing to continue the dangerous game. The mocking child deftly avoided the tiger's claws, shouting out bold calls to catch him quickly. A mighty warrior with a spear at the ready ordered his men to immediately begin a coordinated attack on the beast. The leader of the hunters roared furiously for the command to begin the breathtaking and deadly show. A group of dexterous beaters suddenly jumped out of ambush, unfurling a huge and strong net in the air. Warrior Nu Da raised his shield with a furious battle cry, preparing to take the predator's crushing blow. Fighter Nu R resolutely supported the attack, strictly following a cunning tactical plan that had been honed to the point of automaticity. Hunter Nu San took up a concentrated position, providing reliable cover force for his advancing comrades. Mercenary Nu Shi, with an anticipatory grin, announced the beginning of the final and decisive stage of their trap. The enraged tiger rushed about in panic, suddenly realizing that he had fallen into a carefully prepared trap. The predator found itself tightly bound in strong nets under a hail of crushing and incredibly precise blows from the hunters. Over the sunlit Xi'an, the name of the new lord was once again loudly heard. The renowned new detachment triumphantly carried the valuable trophy through the forest to its master. The stunned townspeople of Xi'an were heatedly discussing the unexpected return of the legendary Niu family to the city. Observers in the crowd wondered about the secret reasons for the visit of the warriors who had once rejected the Baron. The suspicious old man squinted his eyes, trying to figure out Liu Feng's cunning and daring plan. The black-haired warrior vehemently denied the possibility of the Niu family's sincere devotion to the young boy. The hunters solemnly carried the killed tiger into the city under the astonished gaze of local residents. May and Nicole reread the invitation letter from the good Lord with undisguised delight. Happy Nicole looked forward with tenderness and trepidation to a quick meeting with her beloved master. From the high balcony of the castle, Liu Feng joyfully welcomed the return of his old and faithful friends. The hunters threw the tiger's carcass at the feet of the new lord. Liu Feng was stunned by such a valuable gift. The young man was amazed at the enormous weight of the forest predator. The lord looked at the skin greedily, dreaming of a new fur coat. The new family solemnly appeared before the master in the hall. May gently nudged Nicole to greet her savior. The woman resolutely directed the timid girl towards the lord. Nicole stumbled awkwardly and almost fell. Liu Feng caught the falling girl in his arms in time. Nicole pressed herself tightly against the young man's chest, blushing deeply. Liu Feng's nose bled as he admired the changes in the girl's figure. The hero covered his mouth in fear, realizing that he had voiced his indecent thoughts out loud. An embarrassed Nicole timidly asked if Liu Feng had noticed her increased height. The young man laughed awkwardly and confirmed that the girl had indeed grown much taller. The stern warrior interrupted the empty chatter, calling for an immediate discussion of state affairs. The man introduced his comrades and ordered them to swear allegiance to the lord. Liu Feng fervently persuaded Uncle Niu Ben to take over the position of manager of the castle. The old soldier admitted that the lord's genuine kindness had deeply touched his heart. The warrior's hand trembled on the shaft as he recalled his severed leg. The cripple pointed bitterly to his empty trouser leg, admitting his inability to provide assistance. Liu Feng confidently snapped his fingers, calling for everyone present to pay attention to him. The young man winked encouragingly at the veteran, urging him to cast aside all doubts and unnecessary fears. The hero declared that he knew a way to restore the old soldier's ability to walk independently. With a metallic ringing sound, Liu Feng deftly attached the metal device to the warrior's stump. The pleased lord solemnly ordered Uncle Niu Ben to immediately try to get to his feet. The stunned veteran slowly loosened his grip, releasing his trusty spear from his trembling hands. The warrior's tense face broke out in cold sweat from the realization of the improbability of all the events taking place. Niu Ben began to rise carefully from the chair, testing the stability of his new limb. Under the soldier's trousers, a complex prosthesis created by Liu Feng with the power of his technology gleamed. The mechanical foot confidently touched the floor, producing a distinct sound of triumphant return to life. The veteran's wife and daughter, in complete shock, called out to him, seeing his firm gait. The stunned warrior shouted loudly that he was finally able to walk normally again. Nicole's mother burst into tears of joy as her daughter carefully wiped away her smudged makeup. The whole family joyfully celebrated the veteran's triumph under the warm and approving gaze of the Lord. A satisfied Liu Feng promised that after some practice, his uncle would be able to run like everyone else. Niu Ben looked seriously at his crying wife, sharing her triumph. The woman nodded to her husband with tenderness and gratitude, realizing the scale of the miracle that had happened to them. Liu Feng turned around in bewilderment after hearing the determined appeal of everyone gathered behind him. All the warriors present, in a single burst, loudly shouted out the name of their young master. The subjects knelt, vowing to become a smiting sword against all future enemies of the Lord. Liu Feng was genuinely amazed when he heard the solemn oath of allegiance from those who knelt down. The warriors swore to fearlessly give their lives to protect their new young master. The young man firmly squeezed the veteran's hand, expressing deep gratitude for the trust shown in him. Liu Feng officially declared Niu Ben the chief steward of his dilapidated castle. The hero asked an experienced warrior to teach him the art of wisely governing an entire city. Suddenly, an alarming message from the treacherous Baron Omar was delivered to the city shop. The dark silhouette of an aristocrat loomed over Liu Feng, signaling the beginning of the conquest of Xi'an. Frightened residents crowded around the building, discussing the frightening contents of the letter that had just arrived. A greedy merchant brazenly demanded 3 copper coins for an ordinary sack of ripe grain. The stunned man expressed outrage at the sharp price hike, recalling yesterday's cost of food. The mustachioed merchant grinned maliciously, reminding us of yesterday, which had gone forever. The man gestured smugly, asserting his right to dictate new terms today. The businessman folded his arms and rudely stated that the buyer would have to accept the new prices. The enraged peasant screamed furiously, unable to contain the anger that surged through him. The merchant ordered the peasants to submit, citing the will of the powerful Baron Omar. The bright sun illuminated the city's towers, marking the beginning of a new day in Xi'an. The townspeople were excitedly discussing the rumor about free food distribution in the Lord's castle. People hurried to the fortress, dreaming of personally verifying the veracity of this incredible news. The man threw the bag on the counter, angrily refusing to buy grain at an exorbitant price. The greedy businessman broke out in a cold sweat upon learning of Liu Feng's noble deed. Niu Ben loudly rang the gong, calling on the townspeople to check out the new job openings. The warrior showed a board with high salaries, promising generous payments to clerks and hunters. The people cried out indignantly, suspecting the lord of brazen deception and hidden selfish gain. The townspeople discussed the double salaries with skepticism, fearing a cunning trap on the part of the new ruler. Liu Feng smiled mysteriously, preparing to personally confirm the seriousness of his bold and generous words. Confused residents of Xi'an studied the notices closely, trying to grasp the scale of the changes being proposed to them. The gentleman's confident steps echoed loudly across the square, causing the crowd to fall into a moment of frightened silence. The majestic lord in the scarlet cloak solemnly swore to always keep his word to the people. The radiant Liu Feng walked confidently through the crowd, causing a wave of sincere admiration from the people. The amazed townspeople looked at the hero with loving eyes, finally believing in his nobility. Liu Feng, dressed in a luxurious scarlet outfit, aroused sincere admiration from everyone around him. Mina, dressed as a servant, amazed the townspeople with her incredible and predatory beauty. The crowd froze before the announcement, waiting for the lord to appear in the sun-drenched square. Liu Feng confidently informed Uncle Niu that he would personally take care of the problem that had arisen. The stern veteran nodded silently, completely trusting the wisdom and determination of his young master. The lord announced the start of a mandatory test for all candidates for new positions. The young man promised the townspeople regular payment of generous wages for their honest work. The city's residents were struck by the mind-blowing aroma of food, which instantly filled the entire area. Liu Feng pointed to mountains of juicy meat, promising to feed every resident who wanted it. The amazed people greedily inhaled the smell of roasted boar, not believing such great happiness. The aroma of hot noodles caused genuine and stormy delight among the hungry residents. Liu Feng offered the townspeople a meal, guaranteeing their complete personal safety. While the people were in doubt, a brave old man volunteered to be the first to pass the new lord's test. Xi'an Square was filled with the delicious smell of meat, attracting crowds of locals. The young lord officially opened the long-awaited recruitment for the important government service of Xi'an. Old man Ba Fu raised his hand up decisively, declaring his wish. The elderly man loudly confirmed his bold intention to help the young noble ruler. Ba Fu handed over the scroll, hoping to fill the vacant position of the new city clerk. Liu Feng carefully read the old man's letter about his dream of feeding the entire city. Laughing, the master officially appointed Ba Fu as the first clerk in his castle. Nicole brought the old man a tray of hot noodles and tender pork. Ba Fu froze, staring in fascination at the thick steam emanating from the food. The elderly man impatiently grabbed the bowl, wanting to be the first to test the lord's honesty. The old man began tasting while the crowd waited tensely for the fatal consequences. Stunned, Ba Fu greedily devoured the food, not paying attention to those around him. The veteran's eyes filled with tears of delight after the first bite. The townspeople froze in horror, suspecting that the ruler had mixed poison into the dish. An enraged warrior with a sword in his hands declared the free lunch a vile trap. The man rushed forward, hoping to save Ba Fu from certain death. The old man wept bitterly with happiness, praising the incredibly wonderful taste of the offering. The unlucky warrior fell to the ground with a crash, not having completed yet another test of the Lord. Ba Fu greedily ate the noodles while the frightened youth begged him to remain calm. The townspeople enthusiastically discussed the food and firmly decided to immediately enlist in the army. The stern warrior explained in detail the rules of the obstacle course to all local volunteers. Inspired by hope, residents rushed en masse to the training field in search of new work. Liu Feng and his companions carefully watched the commotion at the Xiang training ground. The young lord admired the enthusiasm of the entire crowd, while Mina snorted in displeasure on the sidelines. The gentleman gently stroked Nicole's head and praised her for her outstanding skill. The blushing girl modestly replied that she had only diligently followed the wise lessons of her master. Liu Feng warmly thanked Mina, but the beast woman only irritatedly drove him away. The beast woman in the maid's uniform furiously demanded that the lord keep his hands to himself. Liu Feng, with a grateful smile, praised his companion for the idea of enticing people with food. The disappointed hero burst into tears and lamented Mina's ears, which he still hadn't stroked. The girl, watching the couple, secretly wondered about the cat's true role in the gentleman's life. The hero carelessly ignored the danger of the predator, while she angrily walked away, wagging her tail. A crowd of recruits ran frantically towards the target, inspired by the promise of noodles and roast pork. The clumsy recruit fell off the training log, falling to the ground with a loud cry. The judge decisively waved the white flag, announcing the final elimination of another unlucky participant. The young warrior screamed in fear as her clothes caught on the barbed wire fence. The competition manager confirmed the girl's defeat with a loud shout and again signaled with the flag. Another recruit fell off the wall, forcing the referee to call another failure. The experienced warrior admitted that the obstacle course was too tough for commoners. The exhausted people complained of pain, realizing the overwhelming complexity of the selection proposed by the Lord. The commander sighed heavily, fearing the complete failure of the campaign to recruit new soldiers. Liu Feng was upset in his office after seeing the extremely poor results of the training day. The mysterious guest addressed the young master behind the door with a gentle smile. The girl entered the room with a tray, interrupting her master's sad thoughts. She kindly informed him that she had brought a tasty snack to lift his spirits. The assistant thoughtfully offered the Lord a fresh pie, receiving sincere gratitude in return. The hero savored the treat with relish, admiring the perfect combination of sweetness and aroma. Liu Feng sincerely admired Nicole's skill, looking intently straight into her beautiful eyes. The modest girl blushed from the Lord's praise, delighted by his sincere delight in the treat. An unknown shadow quickly flew over the plate, instantly stealing all the sweet pieces of pie. Only empty dishes remained on the table, eloquently testifying to the unusually rapid disappearance. The beast woman devoured the delicacy with relish, while her master and assistant watched in shock. Nicole smiled meekly in response, trying to hide her very strong embarrassment towards the Lord. The little helper burst into tears when she realized that all the prepared treats had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly, a guard burst into the office, loudly reporting to the Lord about an extremely alarming incident. The man worriedly reported that the townspeople were planning to leave the city en masse for the sake of alms. A shocked Liu Feng immediately spat out his coffee upon hearing the frightening news of the riot that had begun. The Lord clutched his cup tightly, trying to comprehend the scale of the disaster that had suddenly befallen the city. Shocked, Liu Feng froze, unable to believe the treachery of the local merchants. The retinue reported to the Lord about a sharp rise in grain prices due to a shortage. The old man, with tears in his eyes, confirmed that now all the townspeople would begin to starve. The commander of the guard humbly asked the gentleman to soften the strict conditions of selection for the personal army. Mina clicked her tongue sarcastically, mocking the helplessness and weakness of ordinary human beings. The beast woman remarked indifferently that the test was too easy for any true warrior. The cat languidly drank tea, calling all the people around her incredibly weak and pathetic. The angry knight turned sharply to the captive, barely containing his rage at her words. Liu Feng slammed the table furiously and loudly called out to his loyal knight. The enraged lord resolutely refused to lower the high selection standards for his future soldiers. The comrades watched with obvious alarm the master's inflexibility at this critical moment. Liu Feng cast a cold glance, preparing to make his weighty and fateful addition. The hero condemned the vile merchants who brazenly profited from the suffering and hunger of ordinary citizens. The red-haired rich man greeted the lord mockingly, not at all hiding his disdainful attitude. The young man directly accused the speculator of deliberately sharply inflating the prices of all food products. The impudent businessman only grinned, considering the demands of the young ruler to be the height of stupidity and insolence. The lord, enraged, struck a powerful blow, cursing the monopoly speculation of this dishonest, sly man. The hero's comical kick only bounced off the opponent's stomach without moving him. The villain indifferently stated that people were free to simply not buy grain at the price. The cunning speculator grinned insolently, realizing his complete impunity before the young lord. Liu Feng's face darkened dangerously as he made an extremely difficult decision. The young man resolutely drew his sword, causing the steel to flash menacingly in the sun. The enraged hero rushed forward, ignoring the attempts of his faithful knight to stop him. The lord held a sharp blade to the fat man's throat, accusing him of profiteering. The impudent merchant instantly turned pale, feeling the cold steel at his sweaty neck. The villain's trembling lips twisted in a pathetic attempt to preserve the remnants of his dignity. The speculator waved his hands in fear, begging the enraged gentleman to immediately calm down and cool down. Liu Feng sternly reminded him of the royal laws that this scoundrel had violated. The businessman defiantly asked whether the city's ruler would dare to openly disregard the law. The old man confirmed to Liu Feng the existence of an official law on free prices. The merchant sarcastically stated that he conducts his honest business strictly according to the law. The villain mentally laughed at the youth's threats, relying on Lord Omar's support. The hero realized that the impudent speculator would cause him a lot of serious problems today. Liu Feng noted the cunning businessman's reluctance to reduce the inflated price of grain. The angry lord promised his enemy that he would soon bitterly regret what he had done. The businessman just burst out laughing, mockingly assuring the ruler that he was completely right. The speculator waved after the departing hero, hypocritically wishing him caution on the way. The young man told his companions to simply wait and watch closely for further events. In the city, worried people discussed the new sharp rise in food prices. The old man lamented the unscrupulous traders who had raised grain prices again. Someone's hand decisively pasted a new official announcement onto the city wall. The townspeople surrounded the board with extreme curiosity, studying the contents of the new decree. A worried villager asked Ba Fu if the lord really needed so many workers. The elderly man cleared his throat importantly, preparing to give the crowd an official and encouraging answer. The elder confirmed the truth of the news, ordering all those interested to submit applications immediately. The inspired people joyfully raised their hands, dreaming of getting a job in the lord's mansion. The inexperienced builders looked at the complex drawing in confusion, clutching their heads. One of the workers was diligently sawing a tree, completely focused on the difficult task. The construction site was in full swing as men worked together to erect new brick walls. Work at the construction site was in full swing as workers harmoniously erected the frame of the new building. The herald ordered the assembled people to line up in an orderly queue for their food. The townspeople rejoiced joyfully when they saw the promised supplies of fresh food on the table. The shop was completely empty, because no one had bought anything in the last few days. The villain greedily gobbled up the meat, hoping for the quick death of all the starving poor. The speculator cynically ordered his accomplices to immediately keep any pathetic thoughts to themselves. With his mouth full, the businessman confidently declared that he had clearly overestimated the young lord's strength. The accomplices were anxiously wondering how to sell the grain because the master was distributing food for free. The businessman triumphantly showed 3 fingers, anticipating the imminent depletion of his opponent's resources. The speculator gleefully announced that Liu Feng's supplies would last for 3 days at most. The merchant in the twilight suspiciously wondered what else this impudent child was capable of. The speculator confidently convinced his accomplices that they would soon hit the jackpot. The vile businessmen at the table burst into loud laughter, anticipating a quick victory over the young lord. Nicole brought coffee into the office where Liu Feng was intently studying important documents. The hero, with a pencil in his mouth, was immersed in calculations, maintaining an extremely concentrated face. The girl timidly called her master, placing a hot cup right on the drawings. The young man looked at his assistant in surprise, interrupting his intense thoughts about city affairs. Nicole praised the home redevelopment plan but expressed clear concern about the grain. The assistant sadly informed the Lord that their city storerooms were rapidly and dangerously emptying. The workers at the construction site happily boasted about receiving a kilogram of fresh grain they had honestly earned. The hungry residents of Xi'an, with empty bowls in their hands, complained about the meager grain rations. The worried young man reported to the gray-haired old man that the food supplies had completely run out. Ba Fu, with a heavy heart, assured the people that the Lord was already looking for a solution. Liu Feng gazed thoughtfully at the mountains while his assistant called out to him from the wall. The girl, with obvious alarm, informed the gentleman about the empty storerooms and the impossibility of deliveries. The Lord smiled confidently and promised his frightened companion that he would definitely find a way out of the crisis. An angry crowd at the walls of unfinished buildings shouted, demanding the immediate distribution of the promised food. A red-mustached man in an ornate collar maliciously inquired about the reasons for the noise that had arisen among the poor. The stranger asked Ba Fu sarcastically if the city's new ruler was refusing to pay his debts. The impudent man mockingly ordered the old man not to delay and to quickly distribute the remaining provisions. Exhausted by the wait, people stretched out their empty hands, complaining of severe hunger. Ba Fu was completely distraught as he realized the gravity of the disaster hanging over the city. With a sly grin, the guest asked the old man whether they had really run out of grain. An enraged father from the crowd screamed desperately about his starving child at home. The Lord's assistant tried unsuccessfully to calm the people, begging them to wait a little longer. The red-haired schemer mockingly asked if the Lord needed his help now. The townspeople were puzzled as to why the rich ruler couldn't simply buy new provisions. The group of men looked at each other sternly, expressing their growing dissatisfaction with the actions of the city authorities. As darkness fell, the crowd's demands for the return of their grain grew much louder. The man was the loudest of all, furiously insisting that they had been deceived once again. Ba Fu froze in horror, realizing the inevitability of an imminent bloody clash. The old man desperately defended himself with a stick against the enraged people who demanded an immediate riot. The crowd pounced on the manager, shouting violent calls for reprisals against him. The townsmen, driven mad by hunger, rushed at the defenseless old man with a furious cry. A loud shout suddenly made the rebels freeze and look back at the source of the sound. Liu Feng, along with Mina, sternly demanded an explanation for the reasons for this chaos. The Lord stood majestically before the people, demonstrating complete confidence in his power. The red-haired instigator fell silent, watching intently and angrily as the rightful ruler appeared. The angry ruler walked decisively through the parted people, heading towards the epicenter of the conflict. The hero sternly declared that those who instigated the unrest would forever lose their right to work. The worried people, with fear in their eyes, awaited the decision on their future fate. The young man carefully supported the beaten Ba Fu, asking about his grave condition. The red-haired sly man greeted the young master of the city who had arrived on time. The provocateur mockingly asked Liu Feng when the grain distribution would begin. Liu Feng looked at the insolent man with determination, suppressing his anger with the last of his strength. The ruler left the square with Mina, promising the people that provisions would be quickly distributed. Bogataya pompously took out a white handkerchief, preparing for a new false performance. The man began to cry fake tears, urging the master to think about the hungry children of the workers. Theatrically wiping away his tears, the intriguer continued to skillfully appeal to the pity of the surrounding townspeople. The conspirator loudly declared his readiness to give up his supplies to save the children. The gullible people joyfully applauded the false speeches of the cunning and vile rich man. Liu Feng thought angrily about the exorbitant price of vital grain. The Lord took a decisive step forward, demonstrating his unyielding will and strength. Liu Feng grabbed the rich man furiously, outraged by his boundless and cruel greed. The merchant brazenly justified the high price of grain by the difficulties of its long delivery. The malingerer tearfully asked whether money was really more important to the Lord than the lives of his starving subjects. The assembled workers desperately begged the ruler to do something to save the situation. A worried Mina watched her young master's strange inaction closely. The enemy sarcastically urged Liu Feng to distribute the food as dusk fell. The protagonist stood silently frozen in front of the crowd, surrounded by a ring of enemies and expectations. Liu Feng remained sullenly silent as the red-haired man called on the exhausted people to go home. The provocateur brazenly told the crowd that the Lord did not want to buy grain for them. The deceiver shouted furiously that the owner was indifferent to the fate of their starving relatives. The enraged workers decided to storm the castle to take all the food supplies by force. The rebels ran screaming towards the castle, leaving the stunned hero behind. Liu Feng froze in horror, realizing the beginning of an inevitable and bloody rebellion. The merchant mocked the Lord's sincerity with glee, celebrating his complete victory. The conspirators laughed contentedly at the chaos they had successfully created. Suddenly, one of the townspeople pointed in surprise at something strange ahead. Huge mountains of full sacks of grain suddenly appeared before the astonished people. The shocked merchant clenched his teeth in rage, realizing the failure of his insidious plan. Liu Feng and his companion watched the sudden noise with interest. Carts and horsemen heavily laden with provisions were rapidly approaching the city gates. The faithful warrior loudly announced the arrival of the long-awaited caravan with high-quality grain. The red-haired schemer screamed in complete disbelief, amazed by the sudden salvation of the impoverished city. The squad leader respectfully knelt down, reporting to the Lord about the successful completion of the mission. The pleased ruler, with a kind smile, ordered the loyal soldier to rise immediately. The fighter solemnly confirmed that the hero's foresight allowed them to buy food in time. The messenger pointed to the carts that had delivered exactly as much grain as the Lord required. Liu Feng commanded Ba Fu to immediately announce his will to all the townspeople. Liu Feng solemnly ordered that the distribution of sacks of grain begin immediately. The jubilant townspeople raised their hands in joy, loudly celebrating their long-awaited salvation. The grateful crowd tossed the Lord high into the air, wishing their savior eternal life. The defeated merchant thought in rage about his complete and shameful failure. The tired ruler slept soundly in his chambers while the birds sang outside the window. Someone carefully opened the door, looking into the young master's quiet bedroom. The assistant froze in delight, admiring the serene face of the sleeping Liu Feng. The girl sweetly fantasized about how beautiful her lord was in her sleep. The embarrassed heroine looked around furtively, afraid of being suddenly noticed. She looked shyly at the gentleman again, hiding her cheeks burning with shame. The girl closed her eyes, desperately hoping that her secret presence in the room would go unnoticed. The assistant timidly dreamed of at least one single kiss with the sleeping gentleman. Mina suddenly appeared behind the heroine, sternly inquiring about the purpose of her strange visit. The frightened girl panicked and made excuses, assuring the beast woman of the complete absence of any evil plans. Nicole screamed angrily at the warrior, accusing her of moving silently and in an extremely frightening manner. The cat girl calmly explained her peculiarity by the fact that she is a professional and experienced warrior. Liu Feng slowly opened his eyes, still caught in sweet dreams. The awakened lord sleepily rubbed his eyes, trying to understand the reason for such an early loud noise. Nicole quickly pointed to the table, justifying herself with the desire to serve the gentleman a delicious hot breakfast. The heroine ceremoniously presented a plate of buns, confirming her concern for the ruler's nutrition. Liu Feng thanked Nicole kindly for the breakfast, praising her hard work yesterday. Mina, with her mouth full, announced the completion of the promised training camp. The young lord raised his fist enthusiastically, rejoicing at the wonderful morning news from the city. Little Mina solemnly presented the scroll, wishing the master the fulfillment of all his wishes. The happy hero joyfully hugged the gift, calling the devoted cat girl his true talisman. The assistant hurried the lord to the people waiting for him while Mina finished her bun. Nicole jealously lamented why the master was constantly protecting the impudent beast woman. As he was leaving, Liu Feng cheerfully asked the girl to cook pork for his return. Beaming with happiness, Nicole enthusiastically promised to fulfill her master's culinary wish. A huge crowd of Xi'an citizens gathered on the training field awaiting orders. The astonished workers whispered and wondered if the food offered would really be completely free. The knight respectfully reported to the master about the successful selection of people according to his requirements. Liu Feng addressed the assembled crowd in a loud voice, calling them his future loyal soldiers. The Lord explained clearly that the reason for their past failures was simply insufficient nutrition. The hero promised free grain on the condition of diligent training under the guidance of an experienced knight. The ruler enthusiastically guaranteed even more rewards to all those who successfully passed the upcoming final exam. Liu Feng solemnly announced a complete lifelong exemption from taxes for the families of future warriors. The townspeople stood in amazement, realizing the incredible benefit of the Lord's generous offer. The jubilant crowd greeted the hero with fury, wishing their wise ruler long and eternal life. A satisfied Liu Feng energetically announced the time for the new squad's first serious training to begin. The knight whistled loudly, calling the future warriors to begin immediate preparation. The commander introduced the slender instructors who were to train the new recruits of Xi'an. The experienced mentor loudly announced the assistant's full responsibility for the learning outcome. The commander authoritatively distributed people into groups, indicating to each his place. The stern leader continued to give clear orders, directing the volunteers to different points. The knight noted with satisfaction that discipline in the ranks had finally begun to gradually improve. The first recruit resolutely jumped over the dangerous wooden obstacle blazing with fire. The unfortunate guy ran away from the flames in horror, almost getting burned. The young man used his last strength to climb up the thick and rough rope. The exhausted poor man hung helplessly on the rope under the watchful gaze of his angry mentor. A group of recruits ran gruelingly under the watchful and strict supervision of a silent instructor. The exhausted runner suddenly collapsed to the ground while the others continued their hard training. The menacing mentor shouted furiously at the fallen boy, ordering him to immediately continue on his way. The man struggled to do push-ups while holding a massive and very heavy log on his back. Sweat poured down the soldier's face as he struggled with unbearable physical pain. The squad performed deep squats in unison, holding huge wooden bars on their shoulders. The exhausted warrior slowly dragged the colossal stone on his back, cursing his harsh fate. A heavy boulder crushed the fallen poor man, depriving him of the last bits of strength to resist. The mentor looked at the suffering warrior with indifference, not allowing him to show a moment of weakness. As night fell, tired people greedily ate porridge, restoring their lost energy. Henry exclaimed furiously that the captive was obliged to take care of her own miserable life. The beast woman cautiously assumed that Mina wanted to hand over their entire tribe to the people. A little tribesman in the depths of the cave tearfully begged his older sister to make a decision quickly. The girl closed her eyes and ordered to immediately go south in search of saving food. Henry sternly reminded them that delay within these cold walls would mean death for everyone. The exhausted beastman near the fire could barely breathe, tormented by the unbearable torment of a long, hungry wait. The woman with the foxtail silently cradled the loudly crying and hungry baby. The young man's sharp and decisive refusal instantly interrupted the protracted argument in the gloomy cave. The horned guy shouted furiously that he would never abandon his captive sister. The rest of the warriors supported him, refusing to leave Mina to be torn apart by the treacherous human enemies. The fox, in a painful silence, only pressed her lips tightly together, unable to find the right words. The horned youth furiously called on all his fellow tribesmen to immediately kill people to save his sister. An enraged Henri loudly ordered the maddened crowd to stop immediately and put an end to this flight. The girl with sparkling eyes demanded that the warriors quickly return back to the cave. The fox made a powerful dash forward, trying to intercept the fugitives at the very exit. Henri grabbed the boy roughly by the head, interrupting his reckless attempt to launch an attack. The warrior leaped swiftly into the light, aiming to land dramatically in front of her frightened fellow tribesmen. The heroine fell awkwardly to the ground, causing genuine bewilderment and awkwardness among the audience. The beastman sheepishly advised her not to make such abrupt and dangerous movements in the future. Henri froze at the exit, gazing in fascination at the green forest bathed in bright sunshine. An angry Henri sarcastically asked if her fellow tribesmen were well aware of the current location of the captured Mina. The confused warriors dejectedly asked their leader what actions they should take now. The fox dryly announced the need to immediately go to the nearest cities to search for traces. The girl mentally called the captive a fool, firmly promising to rescue her from captivity in time. The young man noticed the strange behavior of his sister, who had secretly prepared clean bandages for the trip. The boy watched in amazement as workers actively demolished all the dilapidated houses in the settlement. The boy smelled an appetizing aroma, which immediately made his eyes sparkle brightly. In a large black cauldron, a very rich stew was bubbling merrily over a bright fire. The hungry traveler froze in front of the cauldron, attracted by the enticing smell of a hot and delicious dinner. The pink-haired maid kindly offered the young man food in exchange for his faithful service to the Lord. The horned youth's eyes widened at the mention of the possibility of getting food. The boy remembered with pain his starving fellow tribesmen left in the dark cave. The young beastman worked hard at the construction site for the sake of the coveted reward. A long line of hungry people formed in front of a cauldron of steaming hot food. The happy young man carefully pressed the bag to his chest, rejoicing at the long-awaited receipt of food. The exhausted boy was panting heavily, feeling the last of his strength suddenly leaving him. The hero collapsed exhausted to the ground, continuing to think about his relatives waiting for help. His dull gaze was frozen, reflecting the extreme degree of physical and emotional exhaustion. The beastman screamed in horror, once again realizing the unbearable danger emanating from humans. The young man sat silently on the bed, immersed in deep and disturbing thoughts. He realized with horror that his true identity had been completely revealed by his enemies. The girl asked tenderly whether this unfortunate, exhausted young man had finally come to his senses. Linara offered food, explaining the boy's fainting spell as a long and painful feeling of intense hunger. The young man cried out in surprise, instantly recognizing his savior as an old woman he knew. Linara introduced herself and tried to calm the frightened guest who had jumped up in panic on the bed. The beastman forbade the girl to come closer, reminding her of his innate dangerous savagery. The angry guy threatened cruel punishment through clenched teeth if she dared to anger him. The hero decisively ran his hand across his throat, simulating imminent death for his interlocutor. The young man intimidated the calm Linara, persistently demonstrating his extremely bloodthirsty and warlike intentions. The beastman did not calm down, repeating his threatening gesture in front of the calm, imperturbable girl. Linara laughed, wondering if all beastmen were really that funny and playful. The confused young man asked in surprise why this kind woman was not afraid of the beastmen at all. The maid smiled, remembering the sweet cat girl who always accompanied their great young lord. The boy froze in amazement, suddenly recognizing the description as his dear, long-lost sister. The captive, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly jumped up, frightening Linara with his unexpected and very abrupt impulse. The guy squeezed Linara's hands tightly, insistently demanding to clarify the smallest details of the stranger's appearance. The girl listed Mina's characteristics in detail, particularly noting her bright purple hair and eyes. The hero was finally convinced of his guess, promising himself to immediately tell his fellow tribesmen this good news. His gaze filled with determination as he realized the long-awaited reunion with his lost sister was near. The grateful young man said a warm farewell to Linara, touched by her sincere human kindness and care. The young man recoiled in panic, suddenly realizing that he had touched the man's hand. The beastman noted with surprise that the kind girl really was not afraid of him at all. The boy quickly grabbed the bag of food, intending to immediately return to his tribe. The young warrior carefully held the clean bandages for his wounded sister. A loud bang marked the beginning of a swift and very daring escape from the castle. The boy ran away, ignoring the pain from the fresh bump on his disheveled head. Linara watched in amazement as the fugitive broke through the wall instead of the usual exit through the window. The menacing shadow of the tribe's leader loomed over the young man, demanding an immediate and honest explanation. Henri screamed furiously, wanting to know the reason for his voluntary labor for pathetic people. The angry cat girl scolded her brother for refusing to use his horns to intimidate his enemies. The young man joyfully informed Henri that he had finally found their second sister. The leader grabbed the guy angrily, demanding that he immediately reveal her exact location. Henri shook the poor man frantically while he fearfully begged her to calm down quickly. Barely breathing, the beastman whispered the name of the city where their sister was being treacherously held. The boy explained that Ming was caught and locked up by the cunning Lord Liu Feng. The girl repeated the enemy's name with hatred, preparing for her immediate attack. The cold moon illuminated the snow-capped mountains and the distant lights of the impoverished city of Xi'an. The shadows of the beastmen darted across the snow-covered rooftops in the complete silence of the night. Henri mentally called her sister a fool and firmly vowed to rescue her as soon as possible. The warrior made a powerful leap towards danger to save her family. In the silence of the night, a majestic castle, shining with many bright lights, towered before the warriors. The beast woman closely watched the patrolling guards as they methodically walked around the protected area. The fox whispered to her fellow tribesmen to strictly follow the pre-prepared and very risky plan. A huge bear lurked in the bushes, waiting for the unsuspecting and relaxed patrolman. The beast silently raised its powerful claws right above the head of the careless and lonely guard. The horned youth instantly knocked out his opponent with a swift and powerful blow to the jaw. The pigman leaped forward and delivered a crushing kick, knocking the spirit out of his enemy. The enraged bear let out a menacing roar, bringing true terror to the remaining defenders of the fortress. The massive warrior fell with all his weight, literally crushing the group of confused guards with his body. A satisfied Henri joyfully noted her success, realizing that the end of their dangerous night mission was near. The gloomy beastman boy silently watched the determined gaze of his formidable leader, Henri. The fox sternly announced the start of grueling training immediately after completing the current mission. The young man gazed in fascination at the enormous castle, preparing to carry out a daring night raid. A relaxed Lord Liu Feng lazily read the Manhwa, criticizing the obvious stupidity of the fictional plot. The young man devoured the exquisite dessert with obvious pleasure, not at all expecting a sudden attack. The beastman suddenly broke through the wall, bursting straight into the luxurious chambers of the resting lord. A stunned Liu Feng stood there, looking comical, mesmerized by the sudden appearance of the beautiful warrior. The fighters immediately assumed menacing stances, preparing to immediately deal with their main enemy. The enraged young man furiously demanded that their captive sister be returned immediately and in perfect condition. The bewildered lord looked around at his uninvited and extremely aggressive guests in complete confusion. A dumbfounded Liu Feng, in his chibi form, asked who these uninvited guests were. The horned youth rushed forward with a furious cry and attacked the frightened young lord. The beastman with a dagger demanded that the cunning little man immediately return their older sister. A frightened Liu Feng froze, watching the armed enemy rapidly approaching him. Mina appeared in front of her brother with a sharp movement, blocking his dangerous blow with a sharp blade. The cat girl in the maid's outfit resolutely stood up to defend her master Liu Feng. The shocked young man froze, suddenly recognizing his beloved older sister in the enemy's defender. The formidable Henri, through a hole in the wall, demanded the return of her older sister who had been kidnapped by the little man. An enraged Fuji once again vowed to kill the lord, completely ignoring Mina's attempts to quickly explain himself. Mina quickly told her fellow tribesmen that they had completely misunderstood the situation. Mina explained that she was staying with Liu Feng to heal her old injuries. The blonde warrior was horrified to hear about her dear friend's grave condition. Small bare feet skittered across the floor in a rush of genuine anxiety. Henri rushed towards Mina, crying, anxiously checking for life-threatening wounds. The girl burst into loud sobs, no longer able to contain the pent-up tension and fear. The purple-haired warrior smiled tenderly in response to the sincere concern shown towards her. A thin palm gently touched the light hair, trying to quickly calm the child's bitter cry. Mina hugged her friend tightly, tenderly assuring everyone present of her speedy recovery. The cunning beast woman asked why her comrades had ignored her order to go south. Henry blushed and became angry, claiming that only other fools wanted to save her. The companion received a resounding blow to the head with a frying pan for his extremely inappropriate words. Liu Feng watched this unusual and emotional scene with blazing eyes, mesmerized. The sensitive fox ears twitched nervously, revealing the true excitement and hidden anxiety of the little warrior. The proud fox assumed a defiant pose, trying to hide her embarrassment behind a mask of feigned indifference. The gentleman was completely delighted, admiring the unique character and bright image of the new guest. The owner of the house hospitably invited all of his protector's friends to sit down and rest a little. Henry asked suspiciously whether this strange and suspicious scoundrel had harmed Mina. Thin fingers resolutely grabbed the edge of his clothes, calling for him to hurry immediately to the rest of his comrades. The fox reported that the entire squad was eagerly awaiting her return to be sent south. The beast woman looked away thoughtfully, realizing the inevitability of parting with her new home and master. Liu Feng looked resolutely after the departing guests, realizing the importance of this moment. The beast woman maintained an outward calm, although her gaze expressed deep hidden sadness. Mina's friends headed for the exit, intending to leave this house as quickly as possible. The young man raised his hand sharply, trying to stop the rapidly retreating squad of loyal comrades. The city's master loudly shouted an order to wait, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Liu Feng blocked the travelers' path, forcing them to freeze right in the middle of the spacious room. The irritated fox rudely asked the lord the reasons for such a sudden and impudent delay. The hero suggested that the guests stay longer for the sake of their friend's final and complete recovery. Mina quietly replied that the good gentleman should no longer burden himself with unnecessary worries. The lord warned sternly of the danger on the southern roads and the widespread hunt for beastmen. Lord Siana exclaimed decisively that his important proposal was not yet finished. The beast woman froze, listening carefully to her master's serious and unexpected warning. Warm memories of the Lord's care and sincere kindness flashed before the girl's eyes. The warrior's bright lilac eye reflected deep doubt and a timid glimmer of hope. Mina gently informed her friend that the final choice of the future path was now hers. Liu Feng called out the protector's name in embarrassment, trying to quickly find the right words. The guests stared at the Lord in bewilderment, trying to understand the true reason for the sudden noise. The young man admitted his guilt, until the hungry rumble of his stomach suddenly interrupted the serious conversation. The cunning hero grinned contentedly as a brilliant plan instantly formed in his head. An appetizing and aromatic dish of rice with juicy tomatoes appeared on the table. Liu Feng cordially invited all the guests to the table to taste the food he had prepared. The hungry beastmen stared at the steaming plates of fragrant food with undisguised lust. The little fox froze in disbelief in front of a portion of brightly colored rice that was unfamiliar to her. Right before the girl's eyes, a spoon with an appetizing piece of red, juicy tomato appeared. Henri cautiously tried the first dish in her life from this otherworldly gentleman. The taste of the exquisite treat instantly struck the imagination of the young warrior with its extraordinary delicacy. The child's alert ears suddenly began to tremble with the pleasure that washed over her. In the fox's vivid imagination, the fairy tale spirits of ripe and sweet fruits began to jump about joyfully. The satisfied guest hiccuped loudly, finally acknowledging the culinary and spiritual superiority of the cunning lord. Henri shook her head violently, trying to drive away the intoxicating, sticky feeling of complete bliss. The little fox was amazed by the master's talent, who managed to prepare such a tasty and satisfying dish. Mina gazed at the night sky in fascination as the cool wind gently blew through her hair. Liu Feng asked with a sly smile if the protector was afraid of possible poisoning. The warrior responded boldly, expressing doubt in the master's ability to commit such a vile act. The young man laughed cheerfully and assured his companion that he had no evil intentions whatsoever. Both heroes smiled warmly, enjoying the sudden feeling of trust under the clear, starry sky. The Lord asked seriously whether the party really intended to continue the dangerous journey to the southern lands. Mina sadly predicted the death of her people without food supplies during the cold days. The city's master emotionally warned of the inevitable threats and foreign fortresses on the long road. Liu Feng resolutely offered all the relatives of his faithful protector to stay and live here forever. Mina asked what they would eat if they decided to stay in the city. The Lord offered them work in exchange for regular food and shelter. The beast woman was amazed at the possibility of peaceful coexistence between her fellow tribesmen and ordinary people. The warrior asked with interest why the master was showing them such kindness. The young man looked thoughtfully at the moon, enjoying the silence of this calm evening. Mina sincerely admitted that she did not want to part with her savior at all. Liu Feng understood their mistrust and fear of being deceived. The owner of Xi'an again gently invited the guests to remain under his reliable protection. The heroes' gazes met, expressing silent understanding and the deep affection that had begun. The embarrassed cat girl looked away, considering such a tempting and fateful offer. Liu Feng stood alone on the fortress wall, reflecting on the inadequacy of his efforts. Elegant candlesticks dimly illuminated the room, creating a cozy and peaceful atmosphere for the end of the day. Henri proudly showed off her new outfit, considering it much better than the luxurious noble clothes. Mina calmly sipped tea in an armchair, enjoying the comfort of the smallest clothes in the city. The little fox suddenly felt embarrassed, realizing the provocative nature of her new and extremely open image. The angry girl furiously buried her face in the soft chest of her older and unperturbed friend. The beast woman rushed at Mina with a loud scream, interrupting her quiet and peaceful tea drinking. The little girl resolutely aimed to attack the warrior's curvaceous form, expressing her sincere childish envy. The happy lord laughed joyfully in bed, remembering the funny and sweet moments of the past evening. The hero looked thoughtfully at the ceiling, sadly realizing the inevitability of the imminent departure of his new friends. Henri and Mina lay in bed, discussing the uncertain future of their squad. A thin hand nervously clutched the blanket as the girl tried to find the right words. Mina sadly confirmed the need to continue their dangerous journey to the southern lands. The little fox jumped up abruptly, anxiously asking her friend the true reason for her sadness. The palm gently touched the shoulder, trying to calm the defender who was raging from sudden suspicions. Henry asked her friend directly about her reluctance to leave this hospitable home. The girl furiously accused the lord of charming her older mentor. The warrior froze in shock, demanding an immediate explanation for such a sudden and strange change. Mina admitted to fearing the complete unknown and dangers in the distant south. The beast woman doubted the chances of her people's survival outside these walls. Mina sat down on the bed, acknowledging the wisdom and truth of her master's words. The warrior walked slowly across the room, aware of the frightening unknown of the distant southern lands. She looked at her feet, finally deciding to choose the safety of this city. The girl's gaze was filled with a firm determination to defend this house together with the Lord. Henri touched her chin thoughtfully, trying to get used to the idea of ending her wanderings. The dazzling morning sun flooded the fortress with light, marking the beginning of a new chapter in history. The kin surrounded Mina with delight, amazed by her sudden and incredibly beautiful transformation. The little ones vied with each other to compare their brave teacher to a beautiful fairy tale princess. The girl shyly showed off her new dress, which perfectly accentuated her graceful and slender figure. The companions asked with slight envy why the gentleman had given clothes only to her. The beastmen were happily discussing their common decision, while Mina smiled modestly at her thoughts. Liu Feng turned pale like a ghost, realizing the imminent loss of his loyal allies. The Lord's heart was symbolically broken by the little warrior's resolute refusal to accept help. The upset young man wiped his tears with a handkerchief, preparing to say goodbye to his friends forever. The dejected hero slowly wandered away, intending to personally escort the entire squad of beastmen. The Lord froze in fear, hearing a sudden and very loud shout. The beastmen lined up in a serious row, expressing their firm readiness to work in the city. Henri demanded to know what kind of work the gentleman planned to offer her fellow tribesmen. Liu Feng stood there in complete shock, struck by the sudden change in mood. The eyes of the owner of Xi'an flashed like bright stars, anticipating the incredible success of his venture. Liu Feng exclaimed joyfully, asking his friends about their decision to stay in the city. Mina seriously confirmed their squad's readiness to temporarily accept their savior's offer. The beastmen sternly warned that they would punish the Lord for any insidious or evil plans. The young man cheerfully urged the guests not to worry and to completely trust his good intentions. In the middle of the night, the beastmen listened in bewilderment to the strange and loud singing of their master. The little fox only wearily sympathized with the strange behavior and madness of her master. The hero, wearing only a towel, was wildly overjoyed at the opportunity to touch the fluffy ears. The little protector again furiously attacked her friend, causing her to scream loudly and embarrassedly. Liu Feng, with love in his eyes, dreamed of the best day of his life. The host enjoyed his meal while the girls continued their noisy and cheerful brawl. The charmed assistant enthusiastically admitted that at that moment Liu Feng looked incredibly handsome and very attractive. Enveloped in a magical glow, the hero stood thoughtfully, demonstrating to those around him his noble profile and aura of complete confidence. A sudden strange sound made Liu Feng turn around sharply and peer warily into the void, expecting a hidden threat. The traveler between worlds' gaze slid over the modern wristwatch, which continued obediently counting the time in the alien world. The little lord yawned widely and comically, finally succumbing to the intense and very sudden fatigue that had washed over him. The confused girl sincerely inquired about the reasons for her master's early and unusual bedtime today. Stretching his entire body, the tired young man referred to the too long and exhausting work throughout the day. The traveler lazily wandered towards his quarters, firmly deciding to get some sleep and gather strength for tomorrow's accomplishments. The young gentleman's heavy army boots thudded dully on the stone floor as he came to a sudden and very abrupt stop. The lord, half turning, strictly ordered his subordinates not to disturb him until the very next day under any circumstances. The smiling assistant promised to convey to the others the master's strict orders not to disturb him. Mina watched the lord with suspicion, finding his sudden behavior extremely strange. The heavy door to the chambers closed with a quiet click, cutting the young man off from the world. Finding himself alone, Liu Feng thought about returning soon to make more purchases. The Lord walked deeper into the room, pondering the need to acquire a large quantity of soldiers' uniforms. The young man summoned magical energy, which instantly flared up in his palms with a bright blue light. Enveloped in radiance, the hero began to move, aware of the enormous strain that would be placed on his body. A powerful vortex distorted space, revealing to the traveler's gaze visions of the future and hidden risks. Liu Feng plunged headlong into the shining stream, making another daring leap between worlds. During the spatial transition, the hero's hand suddenly touched something surprisingly soft. Having made the jump, the disoriented young man suddenly crashed into a hard wall with a painful cry. Finding himself in a modern room, the hero grabbed his head and groaned pitifully in pain. Rubbing the back of his head, Liu Feng admitted that after so many moves, he still hadn't gotten the hang of it. Noticing the figure of Thanos at his feet, the young man was glad that the eternally mocking Mina was not nearby. Unable to keep his balance, the traveler fell with a loud cry of annoyance into a pile of scattered books. Hiding behind a small volume, the Lord noted with regret that without Nicole, the house was in complete disarray. The hero, resolutely grabbing the computer mouse, intended to teach the daring horse thieves a very harsh lesson. Sitting at his desk, Liu Feng concentrated on carefully studying the data. A predatory smile played on the traveler's lips, foreshadowing a quick victory for his sworn enemies. Pointing confidently at the screen, the Lord began a quick count of 500 iron spears and bows. The self-confident Lord realized the need to become something more than just a city ruler. Touching the door handle, the young man suddenly remembered another extremely important purchase. Ahead, a supermarket sign lit up, where the hero planned to buy the necessary household items. Hiding his face under his cap, Liu Feng busily placed hygiene products into the cart. The shoppers discussed the young man with admiration, mistaking him for an influential CEO. The traveler tried not to attract attention, pushing a cart loaded with goods in front of him. The must-buy list included 3 packs of high-quality and colorful toothbrushes. The hero meticulously selected 2 bottles of shampoo to improve the lives of the residents of his city. The young man ordered that napkins and other useful household items be added to the purchases. A giant mountain of boxes, topped with a small rubber duck, grew near the checkout. Hiding behind a tall mountain of boxes, Liu Feng politely apologized to the surprised employee. The cashier happily recognized a regular customer and enthusiastically greeted the famous Mr. Liu. Adjusting his cap, the hero sheepishly confirmed his identity, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. The girl curiously inquired about the reasons for her favorite author's long absence. A fan admitted to following every chapter of his travel novel. The employee solemnly swore to keep his secret and not tell anyone about the meeting. Drenched in sweat, the young man justified himself by citing his excessive busyness, hiding his real adventures. The girl mentioned a neighbor's story that the author had not left the house for a long time. While the girl laughed cheerfully, Liu Feng concentratedly checked his new notes. The traveler thought gloomily about the need to quickly move to a more secluded place. Mina approached the massive door leading to the master's private chambers with caution. The beast woman felt uneasy when she noticed the suspicious silence outside the Lord's bedroom door. The cat girl discovered with obvious bewilderment that the entrance to the master's room was locked. The cold night sky of Xi'an held the secret of its new ruler's daring journey. Liu Feng activated the interdimensional dimension that existed in the vacuum between the 2 worlds. The traveler concentrated on carrying goods into a space where time had stopped forever. The young man released electrical discharges, bending the huge and invisible warehouse to his will. A huge mountain of boxes was safely hidden in a dimension inaccessible to the eyes of others. The shining portal obediently absorbed the last batch of useful items for the city's residents. Having completed the process, the Lord confidently prepared to return to his dilapidated estate. Having looked around the room, the young man joyfully announced the successful completion of all his affairs. Liu Feng smiled contentedly, tightly clutching the bag of fragrant fast food in his hands. The hero sincerely hoped that his assistants would enjoy the juicy burgers. An eerie silence fell over the castle, making everything around seem extremely strange. Concerned, Mina listened warily, aware of the sudden absence of her master's usual breathing. The beast woman's slender fingers timidly knocked on the massive wooden surface of the tightly locked door. The girl suspiciously assumed that the lord had simply decided to hide from her. Mina slowly retreated, tormented by the guess about the possible disappearance of the young master. The cat girl's predatory gaze froze at the entrance as she decided to take action. A shining vortex of energy brought Liu Feng back to the castle right in the midst of the alarm. The lord considered his own bedroom to be the ideal and safest place to move around. The alarmed cat girl delivered a crushing blow to the locked door with her strong foot. A powerful kick knocked out the door panels, which flew into the master's chambers with a crash. Little Mina coughed in the thick cloud of dust that resulted from her sudden intrusion. The warrior's animal eyes narrowed in amazement at the unexpected sight before her. The girl froze on the threshold, looking around the empty room and the crumpled sheets on the bed. Mina's feet stepped carefully over the broken wood that covered the floor of the lord's luxurious bedroom. The heroine looked around in confusion, continuing to wonder out loud about the mysterious and very strange disappearance. The young man, pinned by the door, angrily demanded that the strong maid come down immediately. Mina, shocked, recoiled in horror, realizing that she had almost accidentally crushed the gentleman. Mina greedily ate burgers, explaining her actions by her strong fear for the lord's life. Sitting on the sofa, Liu Feng reminded the warrior of her extremely rude hack. The lord asked with a sly smile if the cat girl was really that worried. With her mouth full, the beast woman froze, not knowing how to answer the question correctly. The heroine admitted that she simply wanted to thank the gentleman for the work he provided everyone with. The traveler noted ironically that the method she had chosen to express her gratitude seemed quite unusual. Liu Feng cheerfully asked how exactly Mina was going to thank him. Looking straight into the eyes, the young man suddenly proposed to the captive to officially marry him. From such a sudden proposal, the girl immediately choked on her food and began to cough loudly. The young man quickly turned everything into a joke and accidentally spilled water on his confused friend. As Liu Feng and Mina's eyes met, they froze, suddenly realizing the awkwardness of the moment. The stunned beast woman blushed deeply, unable to take her eyes off her master. Liu Feng screamed in panic as he realized the scale of the disaster that had suddenly befallen him. The heroes quickly reached for the fallen towel, trying to quickly correct the situation. The mine suddenly knocked the young man down, completely destroying any distance between them with this fall. Numbed by the captive's proximity, Lord Siana felt a sudden heat rise to his face. The young man flew back from the massive bleeding, while the warrior watched him in fear. A trembling hand involuntarily reached for the flexible purple tail that flashed right before his eyes. A second of hesitation was followed by a decisive movement of fingers, trying to grab the limb of the beast woman. Liu Feng tightly squeezed the fluffy tail, causing Mina to freeze in a state of deep shock. Lord Xian stood frozen in a daze while the flushed catgirl hurriedly tidied herself up. The ears on top of the beast woman's head twitched furiously, betraying her extreme level of indignation. A powerful blow from the tail sent the young man flying, causing a profuse fountain of blood to flow from him. The angry warrior quickly walked away, leaving the lord to lament what he had done. The confused hero looked at his departing assistant in bewilderment, trying to understand his mistake. Turning around, Mina sternly ordered that no one should ever tell anyone about the incident that had happened. Liu Feng pressed his hand to his cheek thoughtfully, recalling scientific facts about animals. The girl looked away, tormented by the thought of the excessive sensitivity of her fluffy tail. Embarrassed, Mina quickly disappeared around the corner, quietly indignant at her master's insolent behavior. The young man wondered with a sly grin whether this looked like real flirting from the outside. Black crows cried out anxiously high above the mountains in the scarlet rays of the setting sun. A mysterious rider in a black cloak rode swiftly towards his new dark destiny. The warrior, hidden by a long hood, ordered his loyal men to stop immediately right here. The poor villagers of Xiang happily hugged their new precious bags. The peasants were animatedly discussing the generosity of their lord, who had given them a lot of delicious food. A formidable knight riding a powerful horse suddenly interrupted this peaceful conversation of the peasants. The frightened residents decided to leave as quickly as possible, noticing the rapid approach of an unknown and formidable danger. Frightened birds took to the night sky as warriors surrounded the two innocent people. The mighty knight towered sternly over the trembling peasant, inspiring icy terror. The rough hand of the enemy suddenly snatched the bag of provisions from the completely speechless resident. The desperate peasant clutched the sack fiercely, begging the rider to leave food for his family. The ruthless robber roughly snatched the loot, scattering the precious grain along the dusty road. Raising a cloud of dust, the mysterious warrior looked coldly at the result of his petty crime. A devastated Xi'an resident stared helplessly at the destroyed food supplies lying in the mud. A burning anger overwhelmed the poor fellow, and he desperately rushed after the retreating detachment. The mysterious leader only narrowed his eyes coldly, hearing screams full of impotent anger behind him. A sharp and bloody stroke of the blade suddenly crossed out the silence of the night, foreshadowing a cruel reprisal. A bystander stood frozen in silent horror as he witnessed this merciless attack on his neighbor. The trembling man barely whispered a plea for salvation, hoping for a miracle in the darkness. A rough hand instantly clamped over the poor man's mouth, while the sharp blade of the sword touched his throat. The lifeless bodies of the peasants were left lying in pools of blood, accompanied by the cries of crows. In the distance, the tavern building shone brightly, from which came the loud sounds of nightly revelry and carousing. The drunken mercenaries celebrated their success noisily, ordering the maids to bring even more of the best wine. The murderers laughed and drank carefree, completely unconcerned about the bloody crimes they had committed. In the morning, the city's residents discussed in horror the death of their comrades at the hands of mysterious horsemen. An armed guard firmly blocked the way to the scene of the incident, announcing the start of an investigation. An enraged Liu Feng looked at the bodies of his subjects, clenching his fists in furious impotence. The young lord furiously vowed to personally hunt down and harshly punish all those guilty of the murders. The experienced warrior cautiously expressed his suspicion that the attackers were not ordinary highway robbers. The lord looked thoughtfully at the evidence, trying to understand the true reasons for this strange night attack. The lord pointed out the characteristic wounds, clearly not inflicted by simple bandit swords. The young man wondered why the attackers had left the food behind without touching the peasants' valuable supplies. A dark premonition was reflected on the hero's pale face, realizing the scale of the new threat. Liu Feng persistently tried to understand what secret power was behind the murders. Mina's carefree consumption of sweets only caused the puzzled gentleman to sigh heavily. The Lord of Xi'an directly asked the beast woman to provide him with extremely important assistance. The young man's serious look confirmed the mortal danger of the upcoming mission for his faithful assistant. Mina, with her mouth full, lazily asked what exactly was required of her. Liu Feng reported the need for a night sortie to gather secret information. He strictly forbade the girl to take any independent actions during the operation. Tired Mina yawned sweetly, confirming to the master her complete understanding of all the conditions of the mission. The girl decided to get some sleep before going out, ignoring Liu Feng's attempt to stop her. The young man coughed awkwardly, trying to hide his sudden excitement before the start of an important conversation. The lord announced the prepared uniform, ordering his assistant to be sure to put it on before the operation. The cunning hero closed his eyes contentedly, anticipating the incredibly seductive image of his faithful battle comrade. The puzzled chibi warrior wondered about the purpose of this strange outfit. Dressed in a tight black suit, the beast woman walked past the gentleman, causing him to freeze. Liu Feng stared at the warrior, amazed by the effectiveness and audacity of the spy equipment. The young man's gaze involuntarily lingered on the details of the suit, and his cheeks noticeably flushed. The sight revealed a form-fitting black fabric with a flirty pink heart, highlighting her slender figure. The hero's gaze involuntarily froze on the tail, which flashed provocatively through the slit in the suit. The confused beast woman carefully examined the tight black fabric that emphasized every curve of her body. Liu Feng instantly collapsed to the ground, struck down by a powerful stream of blood from his nose. Mina smiled contentedly, finally admitting that the new outfit turned out to be comfortable for her. The lord solemnly presented his faithful assistant with a brand new sharp dagger for the upcoming night's defense. The girl examined the cold steel handed to her by her young master with obvious doubt. With a powerful and precise throw, the warrior drove the blade deep into the wood of the carved cabinet. The captive's gaze was filled with a fierce determination to defend the honor of her ancient feline warrior tribe. The hero froze in horror, mourning the hopelessly ruined piece of his very expensive furniture. With a deft movement, Mina pulled out the knife, squinting contentedly at the excellent balance of her weapon. Mina smiled softly and accepted the dagger, deciding to use the new weapon after all. Liu Feng, in his chibi form, was bitterly lamenting his expensive wardrobe, which was hopelessly scratched. The dark figure of the beast woman rushed swiftly across the night rooftops of the city, tracking down enemies. The girl hid cleverly on the beam, remembering the stern warnings of her cautious master. The warrior's lilac eyes flashed with determination to reveal all the secret plans of the insidious conspirators. A group of conspirators in a richly decorated hall discussed the recent murders of completely defenseless peasants. The stern, hooded warriors were grimly afraid of being exposed if the Lord found their lair. The fat aristocrat became nervous, afraid that their daring plan might suddenly fail. The mercenary commander confidently declared that they would complete their bloody plan ahead of schedule. The villain with a predatory grin suggested simply cutting off Liu Feng's head right there in the darkness. Mina asked with a grin if the enemies had really decided to take her lord's head. The villains laughed joyfully, anticipating the imminent execution of Liu Feng and the capture of Xiang. One of the conspirators reminded his accomplices of the beautiful beast woman who constantly accompanied the young ruler. The mercenaries lustfully discussed the capture of the cat girl, presenting her as their future prey. The men laughed wildly, discussing their dirty fantasies and the details of their upcoming attack. The warrior hidden in the shadows could barely contain her rage as she listened to the vile insults directed at her. Mina quickly rushed into the attack, promising to immediately send all these scum to hell. The participants of the secret meeting calmly discussed their insidious plans at the long dining table. The greedy aristocrat declared that Baron Omar would definitely support their extremely daring murder. The mustachioed man added indignantly that Liu Feng was interfering with business and that this was unacceptable. The hooded messenger grinned, assuring them that Baron Omar would ensure their mission was a success. A black-gloved hand gripped the blade fiercely, preparing to make a quick kill. Mina repeated the Baron's name in confusion, suddenly realizing the scale of the impending mortal threat. The subordinates excitedly informed Liu Feng that it was extremely difficult to stop the enemy's advance now. The officer slammed the table in rage, cursing the twisted plan to kill the treacherous enemy. Mina proposed to immediately deal with the enemy for the sake of the safety of the future prosperity of their city. Liu Feng asked his comrades in confusion who Baron Omar really was. The soldier replied sullenly that the ruler had probably not yet heard of this man's power. It turned out that Omar was the son of a count who controlled hundreds of the most powerful and noble knights. Liu Feng urged caution, acknowledging the impossibility of a direct confrontation with such a powerful enemy. The map clearly showed the large-scale offensive of enemy forces into the territory of the young Lord Xian. Liu Feng was shocked to realize that the treacherous enemy had decided to immediately unleash this bloody war. The comrades asked worriedly if there was any other way to peacefully stop the powerful baron. The hero immediately plunged into deep thought, analyzing the critical situation and possible steps. The Lord firmly ordered to remain calm and carefully monitor every action of the enemy. A typical peaceful morning began with the carefree chirping of birds over the rooftops of the city under reconstruction. The young assistant proudly presented delicious donuts prepared according to a special recipe. The whole friendly company quickly gathered at the table, wanting to try this unusual dessert. The beast people devoured the sweet treat with indescribable delight, enjoying every piece of the tender dough. Liu Feng smiled contentedly, urging the girls to take their time and praising his cook's talent. The maid blushed with happiness when the master once again praised her talents. The idyll was suddenly interrupted by the alarming news of the arrival of a messenger with bad news. Mina froze warily with the donut in her hands, sensing the approach of some hidden threat. Liu Feng instantly turned away from his meal, focusing all his attention on the people who entered. A group of frightened residents ran into the spacious hall, interrupting the peaceful breakfast of nobles. The peasants, in horror, reported to their lord that another daring murder had been committed. The young ruler's gaze flared with rage at the brazen challenge to his legitimate authority. The hero's heavy palm fell hard on the table from the anger that filled him. The enraged lord considered this crime a flagrant display of disrespect for his title. The fox calmly suggested sending trusted people to thoroughly investigate the dangerous situation. Liu Feng resolutely jumped up from the table, declaring the need for his personal presence. The Lord swore a stern oath that he would not allow his enemies to wreak havoc in his city. The hero quickly left the hall, ordering Mina to immediately call her faithful comrade for help. The fox sighed philosophically, continuing to carefreely eat her donut amidst the commotion that had arisen around her. The assistant burst into tears, burning with jealousy over the Lord's frequent departures with Mina. The frightened resident pointed out the direction, noticing noble warriors hurrying to the scene of the recent incident. Liu Feng narrowed his eyes, surprised by the incredibly high running speed of the guy he met on his way. The group quickly reached the outskirts, trying to quickly catch up with the mysterious and extremely dangerous enemy. The friends suddenly froze, astonished by the extremely unexpected and very frightening picture that opened before their eyes. Liu Feng stared in shock at the empty alley where there were absolutely no traces left. Liu Feng frowned, not understanding where the mysterious criminal had suddenly disappeared to. Mina turned around warily, hearing a strange rustling sound behind her. The warrior's lilac eye narrowed predatorily in anticipation of the enemy's imminent attack. The floor suddenly collapsed, and the entire group fell down with a roar. The heroes cried out in surprise, losing their footing in this insidious trap. The comrades landed in the dust, instantly preparing for a possible defense. Liu Feng was awkwardly stuck in the hole, feeling a sharp pain after falling. The unknown pursuers leisurely approached the very edge of the deep ravine. The conspirators laughed maliciously, mocking their lord's excessive gullibility. The shocked hero looked up, realizing the gravity of his situation. Liu Feng shouted furiously that he would have killed all the conspirators without this trap. The villains only laughed loudly in response to the empty threats of the frightened young lord. The leader ordered his men to finish the job quickly and immediately bury all the prisoners. Mina grinned mysteriously in the shadows, clearly hiding her true level of immense combat power. The warrior's eyes flashed dangerously as she called her overconfident opponents complete idiots. Debris and dust suddenly flew up after a powerful and very fast jump. Mina immediately rushed into attack, taking the unsuspecting brazen killers by surprise. One of the attackers was immediately thrown back by the incredibly powerful blow of the agile warrior. Another criminal was defeated by a precise and very fast move from the purple-haired heroine. The traitor's face twisted in wild horror at the sight of Mina's true destructive power. The frightened bandit tried to grab his sword, hoping to somehow defend himself from the beast woman. Mina knocked the weapon out of her opponent's hands with a powerful kick, completely disarming him. The blade fell to the ground with a loud clang, depriving the criminal of his last chance of salvation. The mercenaries panicked when they realized the girl's incredible strength and decided to flee as quickly as possible. One of the enemies whistled loudly, calling the horses to make their shameful retreat. The faithful horses quickly rushed to their owners, ready to carry them away from danger. The criminals jumped into their saddles and quickly disappeared, showering the warrior with angry curses. An angry Mina shouted loudly after the fleeing enemies, asking if they really hoped to escape. Meanwhile, Liu Feng began to diligently climb up, admiring Mina's incredible fighting prowess. Niu Ben noted with satisfaction that these enemies were too weak to kill the master. Liu Feng frowned, realizing that something was wrong with this situation. The Lord ordered Mina to immediately stop the dangerous pursuit of all the cunning and swift enemies. The hero cursed as the nimble beast woman quickly disappeared behind the roofs of all the old houses. Liu Feng informed his comrade about the need to quickly catch up with the girl in trouble. Niu Ben, in utter despair, asked how they would catch up with the riders without horses. Suddenly, Liu Feng noticed a huge and very strange ostrich rushing past him. The bird froze in confusion with a tuft of juicy grass in its beak, not understanding the fuss. A sly and very promising wide smile instantly appeared on the cunning lord's face. Having mounted the ostrich, the hero ordered Niu Ben to quickly find help and hurried forward. The old warrior stared in shock at the young master riding away on the bird. The hungry savage asked, puzzled, where the huge bird he had caught had gone. Mina rushed swiftly through the dense forest thicket, pursuing the treacherous mercenaries. The beast woman's ears suddenly twitched as she heard her lord's loud cry. The girl turned around sharply, sensing genuine alarm in the voice of the hurrying gentleman. Liu Feng, riding on an ostrich, desperately urged the warrior to immediately stop the chase. The hero fearfully warned his comrade about the possible presence of dangerous traps ahead. The horse's claw accidentally touched a hidden rope stretched in the thick grass. The huge bird stumbled, and the hapless rider fell head over heels to the ground. Mina screamed in horror as she saw her dear master suddenly fall. Liu Feng desperately called for help as he quickly fell into a deep ravine. The mysterious hand tightly clutched an important token, which became the key to solving this trap. Mina deftly picked up the gentleman in her arms, saving him from falling into the forest abyss. The warrior landed softly in the forest thicket, still holding Liu Feng securely to her. The girl anxiously asked the master if everything was okay with his health after the incident. Liu Feng sheepishly confirmed his well-being, barely hiding his awkwardness at such close contact. The hero suddenly became serious, noticing a strange movement among the dense trees of the dark forest. The grinning mercenary mockingly advised the heroes to savor the moment of their inevitable death. Liu Feng realized in horror that their lives were now in grave danger. The young lord plaintively asked the murderers to name the true reason for such a fierce desire to kill. The mercenary leader angrily ordered the hero to save his last words exclusively for the dead. Liu Feng screamed in panic, furiously outraged by the protagonist's unfairly short and dangerous life. Another mercenary flew far to the side with a wild cry, unable to withstand Mina's crushing physical attack. The leader of the treacherous conspirators froze in complete horror, suddenly realizing the absolute combat superiority of his formidable opponent. The young lord watched in shock as Mina single-handedly scattered all of her armed pursuers. The wounded enemy, in impotent rage, cursed furiously, realizing the final collapse of his carefully prepared assassination attempt. A powerful and swift blow threw the bandit back, causing him to choke on a loud death cry. The violet-haired warrior's eyes flashed with a dangerous bright light, foreshadowing the most swift and inevitable reprisal for the surviving enemies. The agile beast woman swung her blade with lightning speed, turning into a deadly battle whirlwind for all attackers. The deadly girl resolutely prepared for the final throw, completely blocking the only possible escape route for her opponents. The mercenary leader, taken aback and frightened, instantly turned pale, having completely lost his last hope for any successful outcome. The mercenaries looked around in confusion, not understanding where their agile opponent had suddenly disappeared to. With a sharp and loud crack, the trace of an attack was suddenly heard in the forest thicket. Crimson blood sprayed out as the enemy missed another swift blow from Mina. The blade of the sword whistled past the bandit's face, nearly taking his life. The mercenary shouted with glee that next time the beast woman would definitely not be able to escape. The killer's eyes blazed with a furious red light as he suddenly went into a frenzy. The enraged criminal rushed forward, sending his impudent opponent straight into the hellfire. Mina mockingly replied that such a slow attack would never harm her. The powerful blow ripped apart only emptiness, leaving behind only a cloud of wood dust. The warrior froze, peering warily into the thicket in search of a new hidden enemy threat. Mina, with a dagger in her hand, blocked the mercenary's path in the dense forest. The adversary, with a scar on his face, mockingly asked her if she was surprised by the meeting. The girl's lilac eyes flashed furiously, remembering her master's valuable gift. The warrior's sharp lunge raised a column of thick dust during the swift attack. The beast woman unleashed a crushing blow, transforming into a swift and deadly shadow. The attacker was taken aback when the incredible power of the beast's attack caught him off guard. The mine instantly scattered the enemy squad, leaving them lying completely defeated. The chibi lord clapped enthusiastically, recognizing Mina as the greatest warrior of his tribe. The proud cat girl confirmed her superiority with a graceful and extremely self-confident gesture. The heroes continued on their way, while Mina enthusiastically boasted about the power of the great cat tribe. The surviving enemy's eyes suddenly flashed with an ominous scarlet light. The mercenary convulsively clutched the hilt of his sword for another furious attack. The enemy, hidden in the shadows, swung while the warrior celebrated her victory. Liu Feng shouted a warning in horror as he saw the mortal danger. The girl froze in surprise, unable to parry the treacherous blow. The lord resolutely shielded his companion with his body, taking the full brunt of the blow. The wounded hero helplessly buried his face in the shoulder of the frightened cat girl. Mina carefully picked up the gentleman, anxiously inquiring about his condition. The hero tightly squeezed the hand of his faithful assistant, overcoming the flash of pain. The young man began to dramatically lament about death, causing Mina to become skeptical. The mercenary swung his sword, announcing the inevitable end of the battle. Sudden arrows pierced the enemy's hands, knocking out the heavy blade. The enemy, showered with arrows, screamed hysterically in unbearable pain. The defeated attacker collapsed to the ground, finally dropping his weapon. Liu Feng and his companion watched the sudden intervention in stunned silence. Niu Ben, riding on horseback, rushed into the clearing. Friends joyfully welcomed the faithful commander who had arrived to help. The warrior quickly jumped to the ground, sincerely worried about the master. The lord showed the cut, Noting the clear advantage of modern armor, the hero stood among the enemies, calmly noting the arrival of the army. Liu Feng checked with the commander whether the entire army had arrived. Niu Ben furiously proposed to immediately exterminate all enemies. The hero firmly ordered that any attempts at lynching be stopped. Suddenly, thick clouds of black smoke rose above the horizon. The city's supply warehouse was completely engulfed in flames. The Lord ordered the commander to immediately send people for water. Liu Feng threw himself into the fire, calling on the residents to save themselves. Mina helped the master fight the raging fire element. A frightened woman reported the disappearance of Henri and Nicole. The young man realized in horror the scale of the threat looming over the children. Liu Feng anxiously assumed the worst-case scenario. The heroes resolutely burst into the burning warehouse building. Mina screamed in horror as she was confronted with the heat of the fire. The warrior remembered the ancient curse and the fear of fire. From above, a view opened up of children trapped in the fire. The captive opened her eyes, choking on the acrid smoke. The girl looked around in panic, realizing she was in a deadly trap. The children huddled together in tears in the flames. Little Henri remained unconscious in the thick smoke. The fire came close to the tail of the defenseless baby. The beast woman screamed hysterically as her fluffy tail caught fire. The captives woke up in the smoke and realized they had been kidnapped. An enraged Henri, in her chibi form, vowed to take cruel revenge on her offenders. A heavy burning beam collapsed right in front of the frightened children. The children began to cough convulsively, choking on the thick, acrid smoke. Nicole was afraid of death, but her friend firmly rejected the sad outcome. The girl bit her lip in despair, fighting back growing panic. Another wooden warehouse ceiling snapped in half with a loud crash. The captives cowered in terror as a hail of falling burning debris rained down on them. The choking friends closed their eyes helplessly, losing the last vestiges of consciousness. Liu Feng desperately called out to the children through the thick veil of smoke. The hero heroically held the heavy beam above the heads of the frightened girls. The little girls cried out the name of their brave savior with hope. The burning wooden support collapsed with a crash into the flames of the fire. The Lord firmly ordered the girls to follow him immediately. The rescued girl looked at the hero with sincere gratitude. Liu Feng extended his hand, calling for the children to leave the fire trap. Niu Ben furiously commanded the emergency extinguishing of the burning warehouse. The man whispered his little daughter's name in a broken voice. The soldiers noticed the figure of their master emerging from the smoke. The blazing tower began to collapse under the pressure of the merciless fire. The Lord carried the rescued girl on his back from the burning warehouse. The residents enthusiastically welcomed their master and the surviving children. The people recognized the hero as the true and brave ruler of the city. Through the thick smoke, the desperate cries of the parents of the rescued were heard. Liu Feng seriously questioned the children about the circumstances of their abduction. Henry furiously confirmed the fact that the arson was started by these dishonest scum. The hero gloomily recalled the numerous cases of deception on the part of his enemies. The confused little girl in chibi form did not understand the words of her savior. The chibi heroes introduced the residents of Xi'an to a new classroom. The Lord clearly analyzed the stages of his enemies' insidious plan. Henri indignantly called the attackers' tactics truly vile. The townspeople rushed to help their master put out the fire. An angry Mina called her opponents pathetic scum through her teeth. The residents of Xi'an decided to thank the Lord for saving the children. The mustachioed city dweller furiously called on his neighbors to immediately put out the warehouse fire. The men worked together to carry full buckets of water to the burning building. Niu Ben exposed the hypocrisy of enemies pretending to be good guys. The warrior furiously suggested to the Lord that he simply exterminate all the mercenaries. The hero resolutely restrained his companion, forbidding her from taking unnecessary risks. The red-haired fat man maliciously promised Liu Feng a harsh life lesson. Liu Feng acknowledged the difficulty of accusing enemies without solid evidence. The Lord grimly decided to wait for the right time for a crushing counterattack. The smoking ruins of the warehouse finally turned into a pile of black coals. The official hypocritically justified himself, declaring that his attempts to call for help had been futile. Yusak theatrically lamented the complete futility of the rescuers' belated efforts. Liu Feng warmly thanked Mina for preventing the destruction of the entire castle. The sly man showered the irritated city lord with flattering compliments. The impudent man mockingly inquired about the true reasons for the sudden fire in the warehouse. Liu Feng could barely contain his rage as he listened to the lamentations of the frightened townspeople. Liu Feng listened in shock to the report about the burning city warehouse. The hero's golden eye flashed angrily with sudden suspicion. The young man clenched his fist furiously, finally realizing the identity of the arsonist. The frightened red-haired conspirator turned pale, realizing the failure of his plan. The Lord loudly announced to those around him the daring escape of the horse thieves. An enraged Liu Feng publicly blamed his enemies for the disaster. Mina and her companions froze at the master's unexpected statement. The frightened residents of Xi'an were perplexed by the bandits' untimely attack. The hero assured the crowd that the roads outside the city were empty. Liu Feng decisively announced the presence of thieves within the city. The townspeople realized in horror that the dangerous criminals had not left. Liu Feng gestured for the people of Xi'an to remain completely calm. The Lord vowed to personally protect the inhabitants from any external threat. The young man solemnly announced the immediate closing of all city gates. The crowd enthusiastically praised the wisdom and determination of their new ruler. The red-haired conspirator watched the Lord's strange actions with bewilderment. The enemy mockingly doubted the hero's ability to catch the real criminals. Mina whispered to ask the reasons for the false accusation against the horse robbers. Liu Feng, with a predatory smile, promised to start a new game. The criminals, under cover of night, confidently celebrated their imaginary victory. The criminals angrily discussed Liu Feng's incredible luck. The arsonist boastfully rejoiced at the successful destruction of the city's supplies. The drunken accomplice mockingly drank to the Lord's useless order. The enraged leader threw a heavy mug into his subordinate's face. The red-haired conspirator reported with alarm that there was no evidence. The man frowned as he realized the Lord's attempt to confuse their investigation. The frightened accomplices were confused about their next course of action. The enemy gleefully noted the lack of direct evidence of his guilt. The aristocrat gloomily announced the need to take urgent measures. A sharp knock on the window suddenly interrupted the secret feast. A loud knock on the door suddenly interrupted the conspirators' secret feast. The red-haired nobleman was horrified to learn of the raid by horse thieves. The man angrily called the attackers the vile mercenaries of the cunning Liu Feng. The enemy screamed angrily, refusing to believe in the possibility of his death. The overturned candlestick fell, marking the end of the enemy's peaceful evening. The frightened messenger shouted loudly about the rapid approach of the robbers. The servant reported in a trembling voice that all important supplies had been stolen. The conspirator's face was distorted by the monstrous realization of the collapse of his plans. The accomplices rushed about in panic, desperately asking for their lives to be saved. The loud clatter of running feet finally destroyed the remnants of silence. Armed and masked robbers quickly burst into the premises. The red-haired conspirator froze in indescribable horror before the murderers. The panicking accomplices scattered under the blows of sharp steel. One of the enemies got awkwardly stuck in a narrow window opening. The fat man desperately ordered his subordinates to push him out immediately. Liu Feng's mercenary swung his blade at the helplessly stuck victim. The enemy bitterly regretted that he had not lost the excess weight earlier. The sharp blade pierced the wooden window frame with a ringing sound. A powerful kick sent the hapless conspirator flying into the street. The man flew out into the darkness of the night city with a loud scream. The fat man screamed hysterically in wild, primeval horror. The aristocrat fell onto the roof of the shop with a loud crash. The frightened man rushed away, desperately pointing at the horseman. The servant froze, noticing the silhouettes of the approaching robbers in the darkness. The panicked messenger shouted at the top of his voice about the arrival of thieves. The angry nobleman grabbed his subordinate's collar fiercely. The man roughly clamped his hand over the servant's mouth, ordering him to shut up immediately. The children watched in bewilderment as the mysterious horseman appeared. The cold moonlight brightly illuminated the walls of the silent night castle. Liu Feng dined quietly at the table with his loyal comrades. Liu Feng drank tea calmly while the maid assured him of his safety. The frightened cat girl greedily ate the sweets, trying to stop her violent trembling. The young man kindly allowed his comrade to eat as many treats as she wanted. Mina carefully handed the captive another portion of very tasty sweets. A guard ran in and loudly reported to the Lord about the infiltration of mounted thieves into the city. The warrior reported the theft of supplies and the hasty escape of the criminals to the exit. The heavy cup fell onto the saucer with a clang, interrupting the peaceful meal. Liu Feng shouted out the name of his most loyal knight, Niu Ben, with authority. The experienced mercenary bowed obediently before his determined young master. With burning eyes, the hero ordered the immediate assembly of the entire armed army. Nuben and Mina quickly rushed in pursuit of the criminals. The cartwheel rumbled over the obstacle in the night darkness. The kidnappers laughed maliciously as they carried away the city's looted food supplies. The masked rider swung a flaming torch menacingly as he escaped. A group of robbers on horseback quickly left the scene of the daring raid. Horses' hooves thundered furiously near the wooden fences in the darkness. The leader of the raiders triumphantly raised a flaming torch high above his head. A powerful explosion shook the earth, accompanied by loud and mocking laughter. The townspeople united under the moon to catch the brazen night thieves. Nuben loudly promised a generous reward for the capture of all the criminals. The townspeople were confused as they discussed rumors about the appearance of dangerous thieves. The men resolutely declared their readiness to fight under the command of the Lord. The people raised their pitchforks in a warlike manner, anticipating the reward promised by the Lord. Liu Feng led the militia with unwavering confidence. The hero, while riding, commanded the detachment to decisively attack. Mina watched from above as the mounted criminals fled. The heroine's animal ear instantly caught a barely audible rustle. The young man told his companion to hide in a tree and watch. The booming sounds of jumping broke the silence of the sleeping night city. The cat girl hid in the branches, keeping a close eye on her new target. Mina watched the retreating chase through the foliage. The enemies hiding around the corner were confusedly discussing the night's commotion. The red-haired conspirator rudely ordered his accomplice to speak more quietly. A simple worker with a shovel rushed to help the Lord. The criminal maliciously planned to take revenge on Liu Feng through the Baron. The enemy's face was distorted with a thirst for bloody reprisal. The thieves hastily disappeared into the darkness with the stolen property. The warrior's lilac eye flashed predatorily from the thick shadows. The night owl watched the forest carefully under the full moon. The bird noticed people whose shadows were reflected in its pupils. The stealthy pursuers carefully emerged from the thicket, looking around. The group moved quickly along the path, hidden in the dense shadows. Soon, the travelers came across an overturned cart with a heavy load. The abandoned horse was peacefully chewing hay next to the scattered sacks. Hungry people were delighted to discover food supplies in the bales. The companions froze in amazement, not believing their sudden luck. The men surrounded the prey, greedily claiming rights to the food they had found. While some were still in doubt, the leader of the squad ordered the bags to be taken away immediately. The man in the cloak blocked his comrade's path, sharply extending his hand. The leader warned the squad about a possible trap in the dark thicket. The mustachioed companion suggested that the horse had simply become uncoupled from the cart. The angry leader furiously demanded that he not be drawn into this adventure. The companion asked defiantly if his commander was afraid. Soon the man waved his hand, ordering that all the grain be taken away immediately. The two workers looked at each other silently, holding heavy bales in their hands. The group began to quickly carry the loot they had found to the main cart. Greedy hands felt the fabric, checking the safety of the found food supplies. The detachment led away the loaded horse, declaring the forest foray successfully completed. The mustachioed man assured the Baron of the success of their expedition. Carter's face was distorted by a dark premonition of imminent retribution. Abandoning his companions, the Baron quickly walked away, shouting a warning. A sudden noise made Carter realize in horror that his plan had failed. Enraged peasants armed with heavy clubs jumped out of the thicket. The militiamen rushed in pursuit of the robbers with wild cries. Liu Feng, on horseback, ordered the immediate arrest of the forest thieves. Crossed spears blocked the Baron's path, forcing him to stop. The horsemen and guards formed a tight ring around the frightened people. The prisoners fell to their knees, desperately trying to justify themselves to the Lord. Baron Carter gnashed his teeth in rage and impotence. Liu Feng accused the thieves of stealing the city's supplies. The terrified robbers froze, realizing the scale of their failure. Enraged townspeople demanded immediate reprisals against the thieves. Baron Carter, in despair, accused the Lord of lying. The young lord only smiled slyly in response to the accusations. Liu Feng commanded that all criminals be arrested immediately. The guards surrounded the Baron, stopping any attempts at resistance. A powerful kick sent Carter flying onto the cold ground. The militia finally overpowered the thieves to the jubilant cries of the crowd. The rider silently accepted the squad's bows after the successful capture. Liu Feng grinned contentedly, anticipating his final victory over his enemies. The prisoners were driven through the city in a cage under the gaze of the residents. The townspeople were surprised to recognize the arrested men as well-known grain traders. People in the crowd were puzzled as to why those saving the city were suddenly captured. The prison cart moved slowly down the dusty streets of Xi'an. The guard praised the Lord's cunning plan to disguise the entire squad. The young man explained to his comrade that traitors would answer for every crime. The hero remembered the principle of revenge. Looking at his defeated enemies, Liu Feng ascended the scaffold in front of a crowd frozen in anticipation. Liu Feng explained to the crowd the reason for arresting these people. The Lord stood on the platform in front of the confused inhabitants of the city. The young man looked sternly at the assembled group, preparing to announce the verdict. The hero pointed decisively at the bound and silent baron. The townspeople froze in shock at the aristocrat's unexpected revelation. The ruler uncovered the enemy's cunning plan to destroy the reserves. Liu Feng angrily confirmed that the real criminals had been captured. A witness from the crowd confirmed the Lord's words about the night crime. Another man angrily shouted that he too had seen the betrayal. The crowd angrily demanded death for the greedy grain traders. Liu Feng angrily denounced the merchants, accusing them of betraying the city. The crowd raised their fists in anger, demanding immediate death for the thieves. Carter thrashed in his bonds in terror, trying in vain to justify himself. The young man sternly confirmed that traitors had lost the right to mercy. The Lord pointed to the criminals, revealing details of their secret conspiracy. The ruler announced authoritatively that the guilty would face immediate death penalty. The alarming ringing of the bell in the tower announced the triumph of justice. Liu Feng reminded the people of the vile destruction of all the city's supplies. The hero stood on the scaffold, watching the righteous anger of the townspeople. The young lord solemnly promised to eradicate crime in Xi'an forever. The lord announced the creation of a grain trading center right in the castle. Liu Feng promised to keep prices stable to save people. The surprised city dweller inquired about the details of the new food sales system. The little lord cleared his throat in a businesslike manner, attracting the attention of the silent crowd. The hero suggested that residents sell their surplus harvest to the city treasury at a profit. The ruler pledged to monitor the market and return food to those in need. The stunned people in the square enthusiastically discussed the wisdom of their leader. Liu Feng solemnly took full responsibility for the townspeople. The young man loudly swore that hunger would never kill anyone again. The happy people of Xi'an jubilantly supported their lord's decisive statement. The city's residents greeted their wise savior with tears of happiness. Enthusiastic cries of praise for the Lord thundered over the central square. The snow-white castle became a stronghold of the new order and strict discipline. Liu Feng gathered his comrades to formally distribute important posts. The young man announced the appointment of new responsible officials with a smile. Nicole was excited to see what role she would get today. The Lord appointed Niu Ben as seneschal, entrusting him with the management of the estate. The warrior loyally confirmed his readiness to serve for the good of the city. The seneschal was perplexed as he tried to comprehend the significance of the high title he had received. Nicole sympathetically noted the enormous burden of responsibility on the Lord's shoulders. The Lord appeared in a radiant form in Nicole's dreams. The girl froze, enchanted by the majestic image of her wise ruler. Nicole happily imagined herself in the role of the new owner. Liu Feng officially appointed Henri as chief secretary. The young man smiled mysteriously, anticipating the coming changes in Xi'an. The ruler entrusted his personal protection and safety to his faithful companion. Mina listened to the Lord's words with concentration, maintaining full combat readiness. The Niu brothers swore not to fail the Lord as military leaders. The Lord concluded the meeting with authority, finally approving all the new appointments. Liu Feng solemnly proclaimed the creation of a great future for the city. Mina and the commander loudly confirmed their readiness to the city lord. Squinting slyly, Liu Feng ordered the long-awaited test to begin. Soldiers in camouflage stood in line, displaying perfect military bearing. The assistant reported to the master about the completion of the final selection of warriors. The army loudly welcomed Liu Feng, recognizing him as their leader. The lord smiled contentedly, praising the excellent training of the troops. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Liu Feng ordered the cargo to be delivered immediately. The servants carried out a heavy box hidden under a thick white cloth. The soldiers looked at the master's mysterious object with genuine curiosity. A mysterious object with a dull sound was lowered right in front of the formation. The lord confidently placed his hand on the thick fabric of the mysterious box. With one sharp movement, Liu Feng tore the cover off the load. Inside lay rows of modern, curved bows of unusual shapes. The soldiers froze in utter amazement at the weapons they saw. The warriors immediately noticed a strange difference between these bows and the usual ones. The unusual shiny material of the weapon made everyone sincerely admire it. Liu Feng proudly raised the bow, calling it a powerful magical artifact. The stunned warriors admitted that they had never seen such things. The Lord announced his intention to create an elite squad of 50 archers. The army greeted the news of the formation of the new unit with enthusiasm. Liu Feng offered a reward for a perfect hit on target. The archers were afraid of disgracing themselves by using the master's unfamiliar weapon. The Lord mockingly asked why no one wanted to try. One of the soldiers stepped forward decisively towards his lord. A volunteer with a broad smile volunteered to be the first to test the bow. The big fighter confidently stepped out of the ranks to meet adventure. The soldier saluted Liu Feng respectfully, expressing his loyalty. Liu Feng handed the magic weapon over to the daredevil with approval. The warrior's hand firmly gripped the handle of the curved black bow. The fighter pulled the bowstring, concentrating on the important shot ahead. Ngu! Tam took aim with concentration, promising not to let his lord down. His hands trembled from the incredible tension of the heavy bowstring. The daredevil's face was distorted by the monstrous effort and sweat. The bowstring snapped, striking the poor fellow hard in the face. The victim clutched his broken nose as the shocked soldiers looked on. In a rage, the soldier stepped on the recalcitrant magical weapon with his boot. The man screamed in despair, not wanting to believe in failure. The hapless archer crouched over his bow, which had been thrown to the ground, sobbing. Liu Feng covered his face with his hand in disappointment at the shame he saw. The Lord explained that Ngu Tam was unable to draw the stiff bow. The Lord listened to his subordinate's request to demonstrate his shooting skills. The warrior's unexpected proposal caught Liu Feng off guard. Mina and the commander were eagerly awaiting his demonstration. The protagonist reluctantly agreed to pull the tight magical bowstring. Liu Feng's fingers confidently gripped the handle of the new weapon. The young man remembered the growing power after his movements. With a determined look, the Lord prepared to fire a demonstrative shot. Liu Feng easily drew his bow, shocking everyone with his power. The crowd roared with delight, recognizing the incredible power of their master. Mina and her companion froze in complete amazement. Liu Feng ordered the warrior to try again. The Lord personally showed the man the correct shooting stance. Ngu! Tam swore to himself not to disgrace himself in front of the master anymore. With a loud cry, the fighter pulled the bowstring with all his might. The amazed crowd cheered their comrade's success. The bow trembled in the hands of the soldier, who was taking aim with tension. The spectators screamed in horror, realizing the danger of a crooked shot. The warrior abruptly released the bowstring, shooting the arrow into the sky. The projectile whistled through the air as it rushed towards its target. The soldiers ran away in panic, fearing an accidental arrow hit. The spectators stood stunned, watching the incredible flight of the stray arrow. A random bird suddenly fell right on the head of the hapless shooter. The entire range fell silent after this strange shot. Liu Feng covered his face with his hand in disappointment at this sight. It turned out that the arrow had pierced right through a bird flying in the sky. The soldiers looked at their comrade's unexpected catch in complete shock. In the distance, a frightened flock of birds quickly disappeared over the horizon. The warriors could not believe the incredible accuracy of the weapons. The army loudly praised the power of their lord's magical bows. The astonished warrior froze, not realizing the scale of his accidental success. Ngu Tam rejoiced, celebrating an incredibly accurate hit on target. The heroes inspected the iron mine at the foot of the snowy mountains. The group entered the mine past slogans about iron mining. The peasants worked hard at the hot smelting furnaces. Liu Feng boasted of his success in creating an army and iron. The Lord was genuinely amazed at the astonishingly high speed of the work. The elderly miner brought the gentleman the first sample of metal. The worker begged for the food he deserved for his hard work. Liu Feng looked at the strange red-hot ingot with doubt. The Lord did not understand how the iron acquired such a strange shape. Liu Feng wearily admitted that it was too early for the city to relax. The group arrived at a mining site in the mountains. The Lord commended the hard work of the workers in the iron mine. The miner screamed furiously, putting all his strength into every movement. A muscular worker struggled to break a huge stone boulder. Liu Feng insistently demanded his subordinates to hit the stone harder. The man in line looked at his imperious master in amazement. The strong guy loudly confirmed his readiness to fight to the end. The miner's tense muscles bulged from the incredible effort of the swing. The giant, with a wild cry, brought his heavy hammer down on the hard rock. Liu Feng approvingly praised his subordinate for his efforts. The heavy hammer crashed down onto the sharp stones. A random piece of rock suddenly hit the lord in the face. The injured Liu Feng burst into tears from the sharp pain. The heroes approached the stoves for the fire-making stage. The blacksmith complained that the wet flint no longer sparkled. The young man smiled slyly, anticipating a demonstration of modern technology. Liu Feng dramatically snapped the lid of his metal lighter. The lord suggested that the worker try out the strange device in action. The boy looked in amazement at the instrument that created the magical flame. Liu Feng boasted about his city's modern technology. The boy confidently took the stone for an important experiment. The sharp blow caused a bright flash of magical fire. A sudden explosion filled the forge with acrid dark smoke. The defeated Liu Feng buried his face in the ground in despair. The workers began to fan the flames vigorously to melt the metal. The blacksmiths discussed with concern the slow process of smelting the ore. The lord decisively picked up the phone to demonstrate his method. The young man blew on the fire in the stove with all his might. The iron finally melted to the delighted cries of the warriors. Liu Feng announced to his subordinates with a satisfied grin that the work was completely completed. The plump soldier with a beaming face joyfully declared that he understood the idea. The warrior enthusiastically lifted the massive log, preparing for the test. Liu Feng was taken aback when the fighter demanded to be given a try immediately. The hollow hole of the wooden pipe pointed menacingly towards the target. The fighter puffed out his cheeks as much as possible, forcibly exhaling air inward. The pale lord, in a panic, tried to stop the dangerous prank with a gesture. A blinding explosion of fire roared out of the wooden trunk. A monstrous blast wave scattered the entire squad like ragdolls. The sobbing chibi lord promised through his tears to return for his iron. Liu Feng tiredly wiped his face, lamenting the lord's hard lot. The hero walked cautiously towards the factory, convincing himself of its safety. The old man greeted the gentleman who had finally arrived with tears of happiness. The lord stared at the dirty and disheveled craftsman in bewilderment. Liu Feng glanced around the courtyard, which was littered with people lying exhausted. The shocked ruler asked anxiously if a fight had broken out there. The old man reported bitterly that the workers did not understand the complex technology. Liu Feng reminded them with annoyance that he had given them clear instructions. The crowd, in a panic, admitted that none of them could read. The lord froze in stupor, realizing the reason for the production failure. Liu Feng bitterly admitted that he had overestimated the literacy of his workers. The lord turned around at the sound of loud laughter, noticing Mina running into the distance. The beast woman laughed merrily, enthusiastically drawing doodles on a piece of paper. Liu Feng abruptly snatched the drawing from the hands of the surprised Koshko girl. The lord silently examined the sheet, ignoring Mina's timid attempts to justify herself. The hero loomed menacingly over the frightened captive, demanding immediate answers. The guy suddenly smiled, asking about the girl's other artistic talents. Mina froze in shock, not expecting such a sudden change in mood. The old man showed a huge canvas with clear schematic drawings. Liu Feng triumphantly declared that the planning would now go perfectly. Mina handed over the finished drawings to her satisfied master. Liu Feng praised his assistant's talent, embarrassing the proud beast woman. The lord held the papers high, loudly calling the workers closer. The peasants stared at the sheets in complete amazement. Simple pictures clearly explained each step of production. The crowd cheered, understanding the gist of the instructions without complicated words. The girl beamed with pride under the gentleman's cheerful gaze. The workers diligently stirred the solution, following clear diagrams. The yard was filled with rows of frames with finished paper drying. Ore mining has also been sped up thanks to new visual instructions. Thanks to Henry's talent, problems with metal casting were left behind. Liu Feng noted that workers just need more practice. The lord ordered that the construction of schools begin immediately after the completion of the work. The knight did not understand the point of training against ordinary thieves. Liu Feng explained that protection from bandits was just the beginning. The ruler pulled the cord, declaring that stability leads to development. The hero decisively demonstrated his true, large-scale desires. The huge scroll noisily unfurled before his astonished comrades. The old man and the knight froze in complete shock at what they saw. Liu Feng proudly presented a detailed map of the city's future greatness. The caravan slowly crawled towards the high walls through golden fields. The traveler's gaze focused on the city of Xi'an, visible ahead. The group stopped abruptly, stopping their movement along the dusty road. Master Tori cursed his father for sending him to this miserable hole. The fat man listened with disdain to his guard's loud agreement. The merchant angrily donated a mountain of food to the local lord. Tori disgustedly ordered to get the job done and get out of here quickly. The detachment entered the streets, seething with the effects of large-scale construction. Builders on shaky scaffolding were actively renovating the old walls. The guests stood motionless, watching the hard work of the local workers. Tori froze in amazement, seeing a bustling construction site instead of ruins. A heavy tool suddenly fell from above, right on the merchant's head. The security guards violently grabbed the worker who dared to harm the important guest. The frightened builder justified himself by pointing to a sign hanging nearby. The sign strictly prohibited unauthorized entry into the hazardous work area. Tori, his forehead bloodied, was seething with humiliation and pain. The Lord's snow-white castle stood proudly among the green crowns of the trees. The old knight calmly blocked the path of the indignant trade delegation. The commander greeted Master Tori with a polite smile as he arrived. The fat man was amazed by the servant's rich outfit, not expecting such luxury. Tori importantly informed the knight about the arrival of valuable cargo. The commander barely hid his mocking smile behind his beard. The knight invited the tired guest to taste local desserts. The merchant was amazed by the luxurious outfit of the Lord's simple servant. The golden cakes on the plate shone with an appetizing light. The fat man's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious treat. The guest willingly agreed to wait, mesmerized by the food. Tori greedily devoured the sweets, admiring their incredible taste. The commander turned away, hiding his laughter from the naive merchant. The merchant leaned back in his chair, enjoying the divine aftertaste. Tori, his cheeks full, asked in disappointment if the treat had really gone so quickly. The fat man stared wildly at his empty plate, begging for more. The guest's gaze greedily fixed on the lonely golden crumb on the table. The knight suddenly started, noticing the unexpected appearance of his master. Liu Feng, accompanied by Mina, entered the hall, apologizing for the wait. Tori completely lost his dignity, licking the remains from the plate with pleasure. The lord stood in awkward silence, watching the disgrace of his chomping guest. Liu Feng doubted the fat man's sanity, knowing the strategic importance of his city. The hero introduced himself politely, standing confidently next to his charming maid. The merchant dropped his plate in horror upon realizing the identity of the young man standing in front of him. Liu Feng appeared in a scarlet robe, radiating dazzling confidence and majesty. The fat merchant bowed nervously to the baron under the stern knight's heavy gaze. Liu Feng thanked the guest for his help and coldly asked about the purpose of his visit. Master Tori beamed, assuring the baron of his joy at helping. Drenched in sweat, the merchant hesitantly proposed negotiations for the trade of leather and fur. The knight stood there in bewilderment, shocked by the mention of these strategically important resources. The warrior slammed the table in anger, accusing the guest of unforgivable recklessness. Tori cringed as he acknowledged the immense importance of these materials to the nobles. The frightened merchant stammered out excuses, citing the peculiarity of the current situation. Liu Feng tapped his finger on the table, expecting his interlocutor to make compelling arguments. Liu Feng tapped his fingers on the table, thinking about the dangerous trade in military resources. The baron questioned the reliability of the city of Bakfan, causing the fat man to noticeably tense up. The knight's eyes widened in amazement at his master's unexpected approval. The warrior wanted to object, but Liu Feng stopped his attempt with a smile. The young man narrowed his eyes predatorily and put forward one tough condition of the deal to his interlocutor. The sweaty merchant asked again in fear, trembling with fear before the lord's demands. The hero exaggerated the price, demanding hundreds of heads of cattle and horses for the city. Liu Feng refused the furs, deciding to exchange them for useful animals. The guest protested in horror, begging the baron to moderate his predatory appetites. The fat man pitifully offered only 30 bulls, hoping to buy himself off with a small loss of blood. The merchant breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed to 30 bulls. Liu Feng immediately demanded that hundreds of horses and goats be added. Tori recoiled in horror, seeing the true devil in the baron. The hero, with icy calm, was surprised by the guest's lack of the required goods. The fat man panicked, remembering the threat of a raid and the need to make a deal. The merchant, with a trembling voice, offered fewer animals, hoping for the Lord's mercy. Liu Feng maintained an oppressive silence, driving his guest to a nervous breakdown. The young man secretly rejoiced, proud of his skill in persuasion and cunning. A frightened Master Tori held his breath, awaiting the Baron's final decision. Liu Feng extended his hand, abruptly ending this grueling bargaining. Liu Feng extended his hand with a beaming smile, finally confirming the terms of this successful deal. Master Tori was stunned, blinded by the sudden happiness of the successful conclusion of the tense negotiations. The merchant, sobbing with joy, shook the Baron's hand frantically, endlessly thanking him for his generosity. The guest waved goodbye vigorously, quickly leaving the Lord's domain with a feeling of triumph. Outside the gate, the fat man's smile faded as the thought of a possible insidious deception struck him. Liu Feng turned to his companions with a mysterious look, while the wind fluttered his scarlet cloak. The night gloomily reported suspicious activity from neighbors and the impending threat of attack by bandits. The Baron looked thoughtfully into the distance while his comrades discussed the inevitability of the coming clash. The hero's gaze turned steely as he ordered immediate preparations for the coming upheavals. An ominous night silence descended upon the city of Lietma, foreshadowing the imminent onset of dark events. Baron Ozar sat on his throne, furiously scolding the trembling envoys for their failure and stupidity. The Lord wiped the blood from his blade, coldly inquiring about the deaths of all his knights and merchants. The frightened servant pressed his face to the floor and, stuttering, confirmed the fact of the terrible massacre. Ozar's eyes flashed with malice as he demanded the immediate return of his missing treasury. The messenger shook with horror, barely audibly whispering that the money had disappeared without a trace. In a fit of blind rage, the nobleman swung his sword, frightening his cowering subordinate to death. Ozar turned away, listing with icy calm the enormous losses of people and resources. His eye lit up with a magical light as he demanded to know the name of the culprit of this disaster. The servant reported on the failed assassination attempt on the nobleman and the subsequent public execution of the attackers. The Baron clenched his fists in rage, cursing his incompetent subordinates as useless trash. The old man assured his master of an easy victory over Xi'an. The Lord ordered not to spoil the mood because of stupid idiots. Ozar sharply rebuked the advisor with his cold, commanding gaze. The Baron directly accused the old man of treacherously selling the city. The advisor trembled in horror before the demonic shadow of his master. The old man swore allegiance, trying to hide his fear. The fair-haired youth confessed to organizing raids on the Allies. The Lord threatened the advisor with death for attempting a brazen deception. The frightened old man desperately denied all of his lord's suspicions. Carter bowed obediently, promising to personally find the right answer. Baron Ozar decided to return to the city for personal revenge. The streets of Xi'an were seething with unprecedented excitement and joyful conversations. Carter and Fresca sneaked into the city in disguise. The old man was amazed at the changes, suspecting that he was experiencing strange hallucinations. Carter heard news about a high-paying recruitment drive. The workers praised Liu Feng, recalling the Baron's brutal exploitation. The Baron's son could barely contain his rage at the insults to the common people. The old man shut his son up, fearing that their secret mission would be exposed. A townsman suddenly noticed the spies and pointed them out. Carter panicked and dragged his son away to escape pursuit. The enraged crowd of townspeople rushed past the hidden spies. A terrified Carter and Fresca ran down the street in panic. The inhabitants enthusiastically greeted their lord with loud, jubilant cries. Liu Feng waved his hand benevolently to his loyal subjects. Baron Carter was astonished to recognize his enemy in the lord. Trader Tori watched what was happening from the sidelines in surprise. Master Tori reported to Liu Feng about the arrival of the cattle shipment. The hero mysteriously invited the guest to see something truly amazing. Liu Feng resolutely led the group through the busy streets of the city. Carter ordered his son to follow them to uncover the truth. Liu Feng ceremoniously presented the new market building to residents. The majestic white market captured the imagination of all the assembled townspeople. Liu Feng announced an improvement in the standard of living for all city residents. The crowd stood in anticipation in front of the brightly decorated facade. The disguised enemy watched the commoners' successes with doubt. The young man decisively cut the red ribbon with sharp scissors. A huge scarlet curtain fell solemnly, revealing the entrance. People erupted in excited shouts, celebrating the grand opening. Carter stood dumbfounded in shock, realizing the enemy's complete triumph. The Lord hospitably invited people inside his new store. Liu Feng allowed the girls to buy whatever goods they liked. A crowd of townspeople rushed into the new store with enthusiastic shouts. The commoners unceremoniously pushed the disguised baron out of the way. Carter and his son fell to the ground under the onslaught of the fleeing men. The townspeople ran straight over the backs of their enemies who had fallen into the dust. The spies lay flat on the ground, shocked by the audacity of the city people. Fresco shouted furiously at the crowd, demanding that they be more careful. Someone's heavy foot rudely stepped right on the baron's head. The last shoppers quickly disappeared behind the doors of the shining market. The humiliated aristocrats in the alley were outraged by the insolence of the common people. The aristocrats watched with distrust the Lord's companion, who suddenly appeared before them. The fox cheerfully inquired about the price of the sweets, attracting the attention of the gloomy conspirators. Hearing about the cheapness, the beast woman with glowing eyes demanded 10 lollipops at once. The mention of an unknown iron coin left the noble lords completely confused. The merchant explained the exchange rate of the new currency, which provoked the anger of the arrogant nobles. Baron Carter was indignant at the innovations, while his companions silently considered the situation. The old man suddenly froze and told his partner to pay attention to something strange. The men noticed a wealthy guest entering a local fine china shop. The fat nobleman delightedly increased his order, amazed by the quality of the products presented. The buyer gently stroked the vase, thinking about purchasing other valuable goods. The wealthy guest casually demanded that absolutely all the items he liked be packaged. Fresco was stunned by the exorbitant price paid for ordinary porcelain. The aristocrats bitterly calculated the colossal profits that the young lord was receiving. City residents lined up in huge queues to quickly buy cheap grain. Common people argued fiercely over the last shirt of good quality linen. The baron's son trembled with rage as he realized the scale of his enemy's success. Carter whispered darkly that this thriving city had originally belonged to them. The villains plotted to seize the lands in order to gain unlimited power over the region. The old man burst into a sinister laugh, anticipating the imminent fall of his successful rival. The little child watched the strange gentleman's frightening behavior with bewilderment. The baron completely lost his mind, drowning in dreams of other people's wealth. The child suddenly screamed, calling for rescue from the treacherous kidnappers. A stunned Carter stood frozen in complete bewilderment at the boy's sudden accusations. A crowd of angry townspeople immediately rushed in pursuit of the frightened nobles. The man loudly demanded the immediate arrest of the criminals who had encroached on the child's safety. The aristocrats fled through the streets in panic, trying to escape from their enraged pursuers. The conspirators noticed an open exit ahead and decided to immediately hide inside. The guard's sharp spear suddenly blocked the fugitives' path, piercing them in front of them. The beastman in uniform sternly warned the violators of the inevitable responsibility for the disorder. Fresco furiously ordered his warriors to immediately attack the detachment of daring guards. The guard's powerful blow knocked the weapon out of the hands of the stunned enemy warrior. The camouflaged beastman quickly delivered a crushing blow with his fist straight at the target. A hard blow landed on the enemy's face, painting the air with splashes of blood. The defeated soldier collapsed to the ground, his teeth missing from the guard's furious attack. The sword fell with a clang from the weakened fingers of the defeated baron's mercenary. The guard's heavy fist sank into the fighter's stomach, causing him to writhe. The stunned warrior fell backwards under the astonished gaze of the noble lords. The leader of the beastmen ordered the troublemakers to be immediately arrested and delivered to the lord. The sky was filled with the desperate cries of the prisoners, who begged in vain for their pardon. A satisfied Liu Feng and Mina looked at the payment they had received with curiosity. The seller politely handed the bright lollipop to the young lord's joyful companion. Liu Feng confirmed that this huge store was built according to his design. The news of the capture of the daring kidnappers greatly surprised the calculating ruler of the city. The guards solemnly brought the captured enemies in dirty clothes to the master. Carter pressed his son's head against the rocks, desperately hiding their faces. Mina carefully studied the figures of the captives, suddenly feeling a strange and familiar aura. The Lord instantly recognized in the pathetic vagabond his old adversary, Baron Carter. The disgraced old man buried his face in the dust under the cold gaze of his conqueror. Faithful Mina instantly drew her sharp dagger, wanting to immediately kill the old traitor. Liu Feng stopped the warrior's hand in time, intending to personally interrogate the cunning prisoner. Liu Feng stopped his companion, ordering her not to rush into killing her old enemy. The hero discussed the disguise of the prisoners and their hidden, insidious intentions against the city. The Lord remained thoughtfully silent, trying to quickly make the right decision regarding the fate of the treacherous aristocrats. The beast woman's eyes flashed furiously, demonstrating her readiness to immediately fulfill the will of her dear master. Mina pouted her lips in an offended manner, clearly dissatisfied with the master's decision to spare the life of the vile baron. The ruler majestically approached the defeated enemies, surrounded by a detachment of loyal and experienced guards. The golden-eyed youth sincerely praised his subordinates for their vigilance and excellent service. The young man coughed briefly, drawing everyone's attention to his very important speech. The young man sternly ordered the guards to immediately throw the impudent violators of order into a deep dungeon. The baron shouted furiously, considering the arrest of an aristocrat by commoners an unheard-of insult to his noble honor. The old baron desperately tried to stop the departing lord with his loud cry. The stern guard roughly kicked the prisoner for calling him by his name inappropriately. Carter winced in pain, realizing the dire nature of his current situation in the city. The nobles tore off their disguises, hastily revealing their true identities to the victor. Liu Feng feigned great surprise when he saw his old familiar enemies standing in front of him. The prisoner humbly begged for forgiveness, grabbing the young man by the hem of his clothes. The young ruler cited the inexperience of the guards, who did not recognize Xian's high-ranking guests. The golden-eyed youth inquired ironically about the reasons for the sudden return of the former owners. The elderly aristocrat nervously tried to come up with a worthy justification for his secret entry. Carter concealed the true purpose of his visit, fearing to reveal his espionage plan. The baron was waiting for the right moment to offer Liu Feng the chance to buy back Xiang. The lord calmly drank tea while the prisoners awaited the decision of their fate. The young man asked Carter his true thoughts regarding the future of the city. The old man hypocritically complained about his age, hiding his insidious desire to regain power. Carter falsely expressed nostalgia for his time in power, irritating the young ruler. The baron directly voiced a bold proposal for the immediate redemption of the prosperous Xian. Liu Feng was genuinely amazed by the enemy's brazen attempt to reclaim lost territory. The golden-eyed hero instantly figured out the baron's greedy plan to seize the profits. Carter rubbed his hands obsequiously, trying to smooth over the awkwardness of his crazy proposal. The old man convinced the lord of the benefits of the deal, towering over him with a grin. The baron boastfully announced that the price of the glasses sold had tripled. The old man greedily offered Liu Feng to immediately buy back the 4 precious items. The maid suddenly brought in some exquisite wine, interrupting the tense conversation between the cunning nobles. Carter was outraged by the use of rare crystal for a routine reception of uninvited guests. The girl politely invited the guests to enjoy the aroma of the best drink in the city. The maid left, leaving the gentleman at the table to continue the important deal. The lord secretly chuckled as he saw his old adversary's face darken. The aristocrat reluctantly acknowledged the excellent taste of the red wine served to him. Carter hesitated awkwardly, feeling the obvious falseness of his absurd and strange proposal. The young man ironically inquired about the reason for the heavy sigh of his extremely confused guest. The baron admitted that he returned to the city solely to meet this young man. A stunned Liu Feng asked if the old man had really come for his own sake. Carter fidgeted under the lord's suspicious gaze, clearly hiding his true dark motives. The old man touched the hero's shoulder familiarly, causing him to feel noticeably and strongly uneasy. The baron whispered about the approach of a huge army of robbers during the harvest. The cunning Carter anticipated large-scale destruction, smiling sarcastically in anticipation of this imminent catastrophe. The ruler of Xi'an was lost in thought, trying to assess the seriousness of the bad news he had heard. The old man persistently demanded an answer, continuing to put psychological pressure on his current young successor. The hypocrite theatrically exclaimed that he would not allow the lord to fall into such a dangerous situation. The golden-eyed youth noted with irritation the guest's outrageous impudence. Liu Feng humbly acknowledged his opponent's rightness in this dispute. The elderly aristocrat listened attentively to the young lord's unexpected statement with obvious interest. The baron slammed the table in anger, demanding an immediate and clear explanation from the young man. The protagonist firmly pressed his palm to the table, reminding everyone of his rights as an owner. The young man swore to protect the city, refusing to shift responsibility onto the shoulders of an elderly aristocrat. The little baron froze in complete bewilderment at the bold and self-confident speech he heard. Liu Feng offered a deal in exchange for information about the daring horse thieves. He raised his glass of red wine, promising to generously share important information with his interlocutor. The insulted aristocrat turned purple with anger and almost burst into a loud scream. The beast woman in the maid's outfit remained calm under the astonished gaze of the frightened elderly lord. The baron smiled tensely and declared that he no longer possessed any valuable information. The aristocrat hastily left the room, ignoring the lord's attempts to continue this important conversation. Liu Feng mockingly suggested that the departing guest first finish his expensive wine. The angry old man gritted his teeth, accusing the young man of a brazen attempt to play him. The last rays of the setting sun illuminated the majestic Carter estate on the very outskirts of the city. Fresco enthusiastically dreamed of the city's rapid return to the complete control of their family. The baron's son happily informed his father about the rapid rise in prices for crystal glasses. The father, losing his composure, furiously ordered his stupid son to shut up immediately. The young man froze in complete stupor from a sudden and very sharp outburst of anger. The old man sank helplessly into a chair while his son anxiously questioned him about what had happened. The old man silently examined the neat rows of sparkling crystal glasses on his wooden shelf. The purest crystals sparkled brightly, reminding the aristocrat of the fabulous cost of these rare goods. Carter gritted his teeth in rage as he realized the ultimate failure of his daring ransom attempt. The baron's son froze in complete shock upon hearing the unexpected and abrupt refusal. The indignant young man shouted loudly that the impudent lord would certainly pay for his insolence. Fresco furiously ordered that all loyal knights be summoned for immediate and brutal reprisals. Father's heavy fist crashed down on the table, cutting off any attempts at conflict. The elderly lord warned his hot-tempered son, calling the young ruler an extremely dangerous man. The arrogant young man only smirked, considering his enemy to be an ordinary and completely inexperienced little boy. The head of the family strictly forbade entering into any conflict with the new lord of the city. Carter reminded his son of the lord's brutal reprisal against the cheap grain traders. The old man was afraid of the beastmen who reliably protected their new master in this city. The frightened young man fussily asked his father about their plan for further decisive action today. The baron ominously suggested to his son that he quietly eliminate his daring enemy under the cover of darkness. The aristocrat's son froze in complete bewilderment, not immediately realizing this insidious plan. The hypocritical Carter gleefully anticipated the imminent death of an enemy who knew only a small part of the city. Gloomy black birds soared anxiously into the night sky above the high fortress wall. A group of rugged mercenaries with bold hairstyles lined up, awaiting the order of their employer. The assassin's powerful muscles tensed under the weight of his steel bracers before this task. The cold steel of the sharp dagger dimly gleamed like a precious stone on the wide leather belt. The stern mercenaries lined up in neat rows, awaiting orders from their new and wealthy employer. Carter and his haughty son stepped outside under the cover of the cold night. The aristocrats surveyed their possessions with satisfied faces, anticipating a quick and easy victory. The elderly baron's face was distorted into a terrible grimace of rage at the thought of the enemy. The old man addressed the assembled warriors, recalling old times and glorious battles. The bandits grinned maliciously as they recalled their past bloody crimes and numerous brutal murders. Mad with hatred, Carter ordered his men to kill anyone in their path. At this time, Liu Feng was enjoying a sumptuous dinner in the company of his loyal comrades. The young lord laughed merrily, celebrating the successful completion of another important and profitable deal. The girl looked tenderly at her master with a kind smile, calling him master. The beastmen ate in silence while their master reminisced about the long surveillance. The girl's gaze became unnaturally sharp and full of hidden determination for a moment. Nicole gloomily ate her soup, remembering the baron's recent bullying of the master. The blonde firmly promised herself never to let anyone hurt Liu Feng. The heroine gripped the spoon tightly, vowing to prevent any new attacks on the master. The young man glanced warily at his assistant, who had suddenly become gloomy during dinner. The lord decided to reward his faithful ally with a juicy chicken leg for her efforts. Nicole accepted the treat shyly, tenderly thanking her master for his concern. The elderly man apologized to the owner for the excessive nervousness of his young charge. Liu Feng laughed cheerfully, acknowledging the great benefit of the girl's help in the castle. Liu Feng kindly praised his assistant, noting her amazing hard work and talents. The cat girl listened attentively to the gentleman's reasoning about the happiness of the one who marries her. The girl's hand suddenly froze over the plate when she heard the words about marriage. The beast woman's lilac eyes widened at her master's unexpected and very strange question. The warrior's pupil reflected a laughing gentleman, peacefully conversing with a very nice maid. The master and his young assistant laughed merrily, completely oblivious to the growing tension. Mina clutched the hem of her dress tightly, trying to hide the feelings that were overwhelming her. The beast woman lowered her head, hiding her face in the thick shadow of her hair. A sudden and very loud slam of a palm on the table made everyone present flinch. The cat girl stood up abruptly and coldly declared that she was not at all hungry tonight. The beast woman silently left the dining hall under the puzzled glances of all her comrades present. The little helper finished the meat with gusto, discussing her friend's strange diet. Liu Feng looked after the departing woman with anxiety, wondering about the reasons for her behavior. The warrior walked slowly down the corridor, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her wounded soul. The girl was immersed in dark thoughts, not noticing anything around her in the castle. Mina went out onto the high fortress wall and peered into the night darkness for a long time. The heroine timidly thought about the need to learn how to cook food for her master. The chibi version of the cat girl shook her head in panic, trying to drive away these strange thoughts. She resolutely drew her blade, trying to regain her usual combat composure and calm. The warrior reminded herself of her duty as a fighter, whose hands were made only for battle. Liu Feng anxiously asked his faithful companion the reasons for her strange behavior. The young lord resolutely approached the girl Koshko, who was frozen on the high wall. The puzzled warrior asked the gentleman the reasons for his sudden appearance here. Liu Feng confessed his deep concern about her poor appetite. The beast woman lowered her head in embarrassment, citing a complete lack of hunger that evening. The little lord was skeptical about her lie, remembering his friend's usual huge appetite. A sudden flash of insight illuminated the cunning thoughts of the young and resourceful ruler. A sly smile touched the young man's lips when he realized the true reason for the offense. The hero assumed that his recent generous compliment to Nicole was to blame. Liu Feng directly asked the blushing Mina about her sudden intense jealousy. The beast woman was distraught when she realized her sudden and very strong jealousy. The grim mercenaries ran swiftly through the dense night forest towards their target. The majestic Xi'an castle glowed dimly under the cover of the deep night. A vigilant sentry with a bright torch in his hand carefully examined the surroundings. A lone soldier peered warily into the darkness under the glow of the full moon. The warrior suddenly turned around, hearing a suspicious and very strange rustling sound from behind. The mercenary mercilessly plunged his blade into the back of the unsuspecting guard. The cold-blooded killer's eyes flashed furiously in the darkness before the fatal blow. The frightened sentry froze in mortal terror from the sudden attack of the enemy. The body of the slain warrior fell limply to the ground in the shadow of the trees. A deadly arrow pierced the sentry's neck under the glow of a huge blood moon. The lifeless body fell into the grass as enemies surrounded the defenseless guard. The mercenaries bared their teeth in anticipation of easy profit and a quick, bloody massacre. The commander gave a cold look and ordered the slaughter of absolutely all sleeping guards. Liu Feng calmly watched the night's bustle with a barely noticeable smile. The cat girl looked away in embarrassment, struggling with a surge of intense jealousy. The heroes met in a snowy courtyard, shrouded in the ominous silence of that night. The warrior finally realized her jealousy, blushing deeply from the uninvited thoughts. All the moments of the lord's intimacy with another maid came to the surface in the girl's memory. Chibi, the version of Mina, panicked and denied the reality of her suddenly flared-up feelings. Liu Feng was surprised by his companion's strange behavior and frowning face. The lord tried to laugh it off, but the warrior coldly cut off his inappropriate mirth. The self-confident young man boastfully called himself a handsome man who was impossible not to fall in love with. The girl sadly reminded the master that she was just a despised beast woman. Mina pulled away from Liu Feng, highlighting the vast gap between their classes. The dejected warrior bitterly admitted that aristocrats never married such people. Liu Feng resolutely approached his companion, ignoring her attempts to keep her distance. The young ruler, with genuine bewilderment, inquired about the reasons for such a biased attitude. The young man firmly objected, calling all members of her people exceptionally good creatures. The Lord suddenly pressed Mina against the wall, not giving her a chance to escape. Liu Feng wished that this beautiful beast woman would definitely become his future wife. The frightened beast woman trembled, confusedly asking the master about the reasons for his sudden behavior. A satisfied smile appeared on the cunning hero's face, hiding his true insidious thoughts. The boy's golden eyes sparkled as he mysteriously suggested that the captive reveal the truth herself. Mina's lilac pupil narrowed in shock at the Lord's unpredictable and bold words. A heavy boot mercilessly stepped into a pool of blood, marking the beginning of a new bloody massacre. Baron Carter looked over the mercenaries with satisfaction, anticipating a quick and easy victory over the enemy. The Baron promised 20 gold coins to anyone who could get the head of his main enemy. The cruel mercenaries grinned predatorily, hoping to receive the promised reward for the murder of the young ruler. Carter admitted that this impudent young man had finally angered him with his brazen actions. The castle fell silent at night as the palace discussed the beginning of a dangerous rebellion. Liu Feng leaned over Mina tenderly, forgetting all his worries for a moment. The beast woman called him master with trepidation, looking straight into his golden eyes. The hero whispered her name, finally succumbing to the moment and the overwhelming emotions that had washed over him. The lovers' faces came very close, foreshadowing their first sincere and long-awaited kiss. Mina blushed with embarrassment when the master's breath touched her delicate skin. The guy gently touched her face, asking her not to call him her master anymore. The girl closed her eyes in bliss, completely trusting her brave and kind lord. Suddenly, a soldier burst into the chambers, shouting terrible news of the approaching disaster. The warrior reported in a rage about the invaders' treacherous attack on their peaceful lands. The warrior shouted excitedly about the treacherous attack of the enemy invaders on their peaceful city. The lord and Mina turned around sharply, startled by the sudden appearance of the out-of-breath and screaming guard. The poor beast woman's face instantly turned crimson with unbearable and burning shame. Mina quickly ran away, shouting that she was ready to lead her squad to save the residents. Liu Feng thoughtfully watched the warrior disappear into a cloud of dust and smoke. The guardsman frightenedly made excuses, declaring his ignorance and simply following a harsh order. The disappointed boy sank heavily onto the edge of the bed, silently cursing this evil interference. The tiny lord let out a long sigh, lamenting the completely lost opportunity for long-awaited intimacy. The soldier scratched the back of his head awkwardly under the incredibly heavy and extremely displeased gaze of his master. The enraged ruler furiously ordered that Niu Ben be found immediately for an urgent discussion of the defense. The mercenary squad moved forward rapidly, not wanting to give up the right of first blood to the captain. One of the warriors reminded his comrades that the loyal beastmen fiercely defended their master. The robbers only laughed mockingly, anticipating a meeting with the wild and unbridled cat maidens. The brute grinned lustfully, declaring that the captive's rage would only make them more desirable. Suddenly, the leader froze in place, sensing something was wrong in the frightening silence of the night forest. The whistling arrow instantly cut off the fighter's mocking laughter, piercing deep into his chest. The stricken mercenary fell backwards with a dull groan, not even having time to draw his blade. His comrade drew his sword in horror, desperately calling for the other fighters to take immediate action. Splashes of hot blood splashed onto the warrior's face as he realized the sudden and deadly proximity of the enemy. The bodies of the invaders fell lifelessly to the ground, marking the beginning of the forest defenders' merciless ambush. The frightened mercenary clutched his bleeding neck, quickly realizing the inevitability of his imminent death. The invader's lifeless body fell to the cold ground after one crushing blow from the shadow. The wounded soldier looked around in horror, desperately clutching the hilt of his blade. The warrior's loud cry cut through the silence of the night, demanding that the face of the hidden enemy be immediately shown. The mercenary swung his sword furiously, trying to quickly get to this elusive and fast defender. The blade of the heavy sword drew a bright arc in the air, not meeting the desired target. Under the cold glow of the full moon, a beast woman appeared, causing her opponents to freeze in shock. Scarlet splashes of blood spattered the night sky, marking the continuation of this merciless night ambush. The remaining fighters ran quickly through the dense thicket, pursuing an invisible and dangerous threat. The stern commander suddenly raised his hand, ordering the detachment to stop in the face of a new danger. The mercenaries looked around the dark forest in confusion, tightly clutching their sharp blades in their hands. The commander's stern gaze expressed the utmost concentration and growing anxiety in the darkness. The captain ordered all soldiers to be on guard immediately because of the frightening and suspicious silence. The man with the scar on his face peered tensely into the shadows, waiting for a hidden enemy. Mina's lilac eye flashed ominously in the darkness, foreshadowing the beginning of a quick and inevitable reprisal. The beast woman watched the victims secretly, preparing to deliver her one and only fatal blow. The mercenaries stood in a circle, trying to collectively defend themselves from the invisible and dangerous threat. The leader of the invaders suddenly felt a foreign presence and turned sharply towards the source of the noise. The fighter swung his sword desperately, trying to repel the attack of the swift and almost ghostly enemy. Mina struck with lightning speed, causing the enemy to shudder from sharp and unexpected pain. The beast woman quickly jumped back, leaving a long zigzag trail of her movements on the ground. The leader of the mercenaries grinned predatorily, delighted by the long-awaited appearance of his clever and stealthy opponent. Mina crouched to the ground with a sharp blade, preparing to immediately repel this attack. The leader pointed his finger at the target, promising 10 gold coins for the beast woman's head. The purple-haired warrior only smirked contemptuously, mentally calling her numerous pursuers complete idiots. The enraged thugs rushed to the attack with wild cries, wanting to immediately finish off the girl. The mighty fighter swung his heavy sword furiously, drawing a blinding yellow arc through the air. Suddenly, the attacker's face was distorted with indescribable horror in the face of a new, unknown threat. The mercenaries froze in panic, watching the strange flashes that suddenly appeared right above. The dark-haired warrior cut through the enemy with a lightning-fast blow, causing him to choke in his own blood. The scarred swordsman announced the arrival of the wolf team, preparing for a bloody massacre. The mercenaries froze in horror, realizing the sudden appearance of new and very dangerous opponents. A heavy boot stepped stealthily onto a branch, preparing a surprise attack from the deep shadows. A young fighter in tactical gear leaped forward, waiting for his perfect moment. The invaders panicked and screamed about a trap as the wolf squad launched a swift attack. A blinding flash of blade cut through the air, catching the stunned warrior in the thick of the battle. The attacker instantly lost his weapon, not having time to realize his fatal and stupid mistake. A stream of blood sprayed onto the ground as the blade sank deep into the enemy's body. The wolf squad surrounded the mercenaries, turning the night battle into a merciless and swift slaughter. The commander looked coldly at the battlefield, convinced of the final defeat of his enemies. Mina resolutely pointed her blade at the enemy, demanding that he immediately reveal his secret plans. The mercenary commander grinned mockingly, anticipating a quick and easy triumph over this warrior. The invader burst into wild laughter, mocking the poor beast woman's sincere and blind devotion. Mina froze in confusion, unable to immediately decipher the hidden meaning of this fun. The man brazenly called all the beastmen stupid, demonstrating his complete and unshakable superiority. The villain joyfully announced Liu Feng's imminent death at the hands of Baron Carter. The mercenary offered the girl to become her new master after the death of her noble master. The warrior's lilac pupil flared with rage as she realized the full depth of the enemy's vile plot. Mina desperately rushed to save the lord, horrified by the mortal threat her master posed. The fire arrow pierced the flaming oil, blocking its path with a fierce and hot flame. A wall of furious flame blocked the path, cutting the warrior off from her beloved master. Mina closed her eyes against the unbearable heat, trying to find a way out of the fire trap. The leader of the mercenaries laughed mockingly, anticipating the imminent death of all the defenders of this city. A flaming arrow pierced the air, marking the final failure of the attempts to save Liu Feng. The young maid rushed around the hall in panic, fearing an imminent enemy breakthrough. The little beast woman calmly assured her friend that the wolf team would definitely handle everything. Liu Feng sullenly guessed that Baron Carter had found a clever way to bypass the defenses. The hero's eyes narrowed as he realized the enemy was using secret underground routes. The blonde suddenly froze, her cat-like senses catching quick steps right under her feet. The lord grinned slyly, appreciating the astonishing speed and audacity of his enemy's cunning plan. Liu Feng ordered Henri to hurry and immediately bring Niu Ben for an important conversation. The maid timidly pulled the master by the sleeve and inquired about her future sad fate. The young man smiled kindly and assured the girl that she would definitely remain under his protection. A nimble rat squealed shrilly in the darkness, frightened by the noise of footsteps in the damp underground tunnel. The Baron led the soldiers down the corridor while his son enthusiastically praised his brilliant and cunning plan. Fresca grinned maliciously, confident that the enemy was completely unaware of the existence of secret passages. The old aristocrat coldly declared that this time Liu Feng would definitely meet his doom. A heavy boot landed with a thud on the slab, breaking the deathly silence of the gloomy underground labyrinth. Noticing something strange ahead, Baron Carter suddenly froze and peered suspiciously into the darkness. The conspirator's eyes widened in shock when he saw an unexpected and frightening obstacle in his path. A bright flash on the wall made the Baron recoil in fear into the thick shadows. A sharp arrow whistled over the heads of the conspirators, causing undisguised horror. Fresco screamed in panic about the deadly traps waiting for them in the dark corridor. The young man, in confusion, asked his father about what to do next in this dangerous trap. Carter realized the treachery of the enemy who had decided to lure them to this godforsaken place. The old man replaced his anger with cold determination, planning a new and inhuman maneuver. The bound captives looked around in complete bewilderment, suddenly sensing their imminent disaster. The aristocrats looked with indifference at the helpless and frightened people lying at their feet. The Baron mercilessly ordered the soldiers to throw a human shield right onto the deadly traps. The doomed man screamed in despair, realizing his role as bait in the dungeon. The prisoners desperately begged for mercy as the soldiers roughly pushed them into the darkness. Heavy forged boots stomped loudly on the stone slabs of the old abandoned underground passage. A multitude of deadly arrows suddenly flew out of the walls, piercing the air in the narrow corridor. The silhouettes of the unfortunate people instantly turned scarlet under a hail of merciless enemy arrows. Baron Carter watched the bloody massacre coldly, showing no sympathy. The old man commanded his loyal people to continue their journey despite the terrible death. The massive oak doors swung open with a crash, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. A strong warrior stepped forward confidently, ready to fight any enemy in this hall. A group of armed men froze in the spacious room, discovering the complete absence of their enemy. The Baron, in a rage, ordered an immediate search of the entire building and the quick finding of the enemy. Liu Feng thoughtfully pressed the girl, wanting to see the next steps of the impudent conspirators. The maid clung tenderly to her master, delightedly feeling the living warmth emanating from him. The young man's golden eyes flashed with determination as he focused his full attention on the dangerous enemy. The soldier's huge shadow loomed menacingly over the shelter, foreshadowing a quick and inevitable exposure. Heavy leather boots strode confidently across the tiled floor, searching for the hidden fugitives. The hero hugged his companion tightly, trying not to reveal their presence with any unnecessary careless movements. The Lord watched the enemy closely, maintaining an icy and complete calm. Liu Feng's tense hand was ready to strike at any moment. The mohawked mercenary walked up to the closet, intending to immediately fling open its suspicious doors. The warrior loudly called out to his comrades, having discovered fresh and extremely suspicious footprints on the floor. Liu Feng hugged the frightened maid tightly in the cramped and dark shelter. The mercenary with the blue mohawk peered into the narrow gap, searching for the slightest trace of the fugitives. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when the pursuer passed by their secret hideout for a moment. Suddenly, the closet doors swung open, and the enemy, with a triumphant cry, discovered the hidden heroes. The Lord and his companion froze in horror, suddenly finding themselves facing danger. The villain grinned predatorily and greeted his victims sarcastically, anticipating easy and quick profit. The warrior swung his huge blade, enthusiastically dreaming of the 30 promised gold coins as a reward. Liu Feng instantly reacted to the threat, preparing to protect himself and the defenseless girl. A sharp arrow suddenly pierced the mercenary's face, interrupting his joyful and self-confident cry. The slain enemy fell backwards with a crash, dropping his heavy weapon onto the cold floor. The bloodied mercenary realized with horror the sudden and crushing failure of his daring ambush. Liu Feng motioned for Nicole to freeze, surprised by the alarming speed with which their secret hideout had been discovered. The girl looked into the eyes of her powerful master with sincere delight and hope. The young man closed his eyes in concentration, preparing to awaken the powers hidden within him for the decisive battle. The hero recalled his numerous wanderings through the endless space and mysterious worlds of the past. Thanks to interdimensional leaps, he gained physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people. Clenching his fist, the Lord firmly decided to use his secret abilities against his sworn enemies. Liu Feng confidently walked towards his opponents, frightening the Baron with his sudden and decisive appearance. Old Carter started in surprise, instantly recognizing the figure of the hated ruler in the shadows. The hero was eager to fight, wanting to finally test the limits of his true strength in action. Baron Carter commanded his loyal soldiers to immediately attack the impudent youth. Liu Feng confidently assumed a fighting stance, demonstrating to his enemies his readiness for a decisive battle. The huge, blonde mercenary swung his heavy blade furiously for a crushing, killing blow. The hero dodged the attack with lightning speed, leaving behind only a blurry trail. The young man clenched his fist tightly, concentrating all his power for a counterattack. The Lord's powerful blow crushed the enemy's jaw, causing him to stagger in pain. The mercenary cried out in unbearable agony, realizing the complete superiority of his young opponent. The Baron and his son stood frozen in stupor, amazed by the enemy's incredible strength and speed. The girl watched the fight with rapture, not hiding her deep admiration for the master. In her dreams, Nicole saw Liu Feng as a great hero, crushing any villain. Nicole's eyes widened, suddenly aware of a new and now very threatening danger. The enemies furiously attacked the young man, while the girl screamed loudly about the mortal danger. Liu Feng's golden eyes flashed with icy determination before launching his crushing attack. The air was instantly filled with the whistle of sharp blades, leaving only bloody and deep marks. The Lord leaped high, easily dodging two heavy enemy steel swords. The mercenaries froze in complete stupor, amazed by the incredible speed and agility of their enemy. The hero swiftly attacked the enemies from above, using all his accumulated power for a decisive blow. Liu Feng stretched out his hand, concentrating dangerous and bright energy inside his palm. A powerful energy discharge pierced the space, inflicting crushing and very painful damage on the enemy. The seriously wounded warrior flew back, choking on blood after a direct hit to the chest. Liu Feng sent a powerful bolt of lightning flying, sending his opponent reeling in pain. The startled mercenary turned around in fear, noticing Lord Xian suddenly appearing behind him. The hero's golden eyes flashed with righteous anger, foreshadowing a quick and inevitable reprisal against his enemies. The bloodied warrior fell to the ground with a groan, defeated by one precise blow. The young man stood majestically in the middle of the hall, while the surviving enemies looked around in fear. An enraged Baron Carter spat saliva, frantically ordering his soldiers to kill the upstart immediately. The armed mercenaries hesitantly surrounded the Lord, afraid to take the first step towards death. Liu Feng only grinned cheekily, once again concentrating the destructive energy of lightning in his palm. Carter and his son stood frozen in mute horror at the overwhelming power of the enemy. The hero laughed triumphantly, standing on a mountain of bodies of defeated and completely routed enemies. Liu Feng defiantly announced to his enemies that it was now their turn to respond. The aristocrats were stunned to realize that Liu Feng had suddenly gained incredible power. Forgetting their pride, the Baron and his son panicked and decided to immediately start running away. The victor looked upon the beaten guards while his enemies shamefully fled. With a defiant grin, the hero loudly ordered Carter to return and fight 300 times. The old man, gripped by horror, felt the frightening image of a cunning pursuer appear behind him. Rushing forward, Liu Feng ordered Nicole to hurry after him and stop the cowards. The girl accepted the order with delight, promising to follow her wise master unquestioningly. The night chase continued into the forest, where the heroes quickly caught up with the traitors wandering in the darkness. Looking around in fear, the Baron desperately hoped that his pursuers would not be able to catch up with him. Liu Feng rushed forward, and Nicole desperately asked him to wait a little. The scar on the warrior's face gleamed ominously in the firelight at the sight of the fugitives. Baron and Fresca ran out to the forest camp, hoping to find shelter there. An exhausted Carter listened to the mercenaries' report on the capture of a stubborn and dangerous girl, Koshko. The old aristocrat's face was distorted with extreme surprise after hearing the sudden news. The traitors laughed maliciously as they discussed the fate of the captive against the backdrop of a bright and hot fire. Mina gnashed her teeth furiously, genuinely worried about the safety of her very noble master. Carter mockingly called Mina a pussycat, rejoicing at the ease with which their extremely insidious plan had been completed. With obvious mockery, the old man asked if the captive was afraid of this scorching flame. The enemies tightly surrounded the defenseless girl, while the Baron loudly shouted the name of his prey. The hero suddenly ran out to the camp, finding Mina surrounded by armed enemies. The captive cried out joyfully when she saw her master in the reflections of this bright forest fire. Baron Carter turned around in shock, taken aback by the incredibly quick appearance of his main adversary. The young man's golden eyes narrowed furiously, expressing his unwavering determination and deadly anger. Liu Feng asked the Baron directly about his insidious plans to take over the city by force. The old man sarcastically suggested to the young man that they immediately engage in a decisive one-on-one duel. With a grin, the hero inquired about the reasons for the enemy's haste in capturing foreign lands. Carter burst into mocking laughter, clearly not taking the young lord's threats seriously. While the enemy was laughing, Liu Feng remained icy calm under Nicole's worried gaze. The villain promised to reveal the secret before finally finishing off his brave opponent. Carter gleefully explained that the supposed thieves were in fact Baron Omar's knights. Liu Feng silently looked at the enemy, hiding the growing flame in the depths of his eyes. The young man, through tightly clenched teeth, angrily called his vile opponents real scoundrels. The hero clenched his fist until it cracked, promising that none of the traitors would escape. The warrior's golden eye flashed predatorily, reflecting his unwavering determination to punish all enemies. The old man arrogantly declared that today not a single enemy would leave this forest. Liu Feng was startled when a wall of fire suddenly erupted in front of him. Mina and Nicole screamed in horror, genuinely fearing for their master's life. The Baron mockingly asked if this girl was really that important to the young lord. Looking at the hero's rage, Carter mockingly asked if he was really that angry. Liu Feng cursed furiously as he looked at the flames rapidly surrounding him from all sides. The young man frantically thought about how to quickly rescue his faithful Mina, who had fallen into a fiery trap. The girl looked sadly at the gentleman, having almost lost all hope of a miraculous rescue. A sudden flash of inspiration flashed brightly in the hero's eyes as he remembered one extremely useful item. Liu Feng scolded himself for being slow as his hand began to glow mysteriously. Streams of energy swirled around the lord's fingers, summoning an object from his distant world. A mysterious artifact materialized in the palm of a young man, ready to strike back at the insidious enemy. The hero's fingers confidently gripped the lever of the red device, designed for effective fire control. Liu Feng stood up straight with pride, holding a huge fire extinguisher in his hands against the flames. A stunned Carter fearfully inquired about the nature of this strange thing in the hands of his enemy. Liu Feng confidently pulled the safety pin from his red and powerful cylinder. The young man resolutely pointed the device's bell at the furious flames of the fire roaring before him. A jet of white foam instantly fell upon the fire, shocking absolutely all enemies present. Through the clouds of smoke, Liu Feng glared sternly at his extremely puzzled opponents. A thick curtain of foam quickly engulfed the fire, forcing the mercenaries to retreat in fear. Carter and Fresca watched this completely incomprehensible miracle in complete stupor. Mina looked in shock at the melting clouds of foam, not believing her sudden salvation. The prisoners discussed the disappearance of the fire with bewilderment, looking back at their very brave savior. The empty cylinder fell to the ground with a heavy thud, marking the end of the fiery barrier. Mina's eyes filled with tears of sincere gratitude at the sight of her brave and lively master. The foam slowly settled, revealing the stern face of the hero standing among the melting clouds of smoke. Liu Feng stood up straight, showing his enemies his unwavering will and readiness to fight. Mina suddenly rushed towards her master, hugging him tightly with great joy. The stunned young man tenderly hugged his devoted ally, feeling her sincere gratitude. The lord gently stroked Mina's head and quietly inquired about her current state of health. The captive burst into tears, apologizing for her failure and the threat it posed to the city. Nicole and the guards watched in silence as the lord and his subject were touched by their reunion. The girl thought sadly, seeing such strong feelings between her master and the warrior. Carter, in the shadow of the trees, calmly aimed his sharp bow straight at the boy's back. The villain furiously pulled the bowstring, wishing his hated enemies to immediately go to hell. Nicole screamed in horror as Liu Feng rushed headlong into the thick of it. The girl closed her eyes sadly, sincerely worried about her faithful and brave master. Baron Carter, in complete stupor, croaked that such a thing could not be true. The fingers of the young man in the white sleeve tightly gripped the shaft of the arrow flying towards him. The hero reliably protected Mina with his body, intercepting the deadly projectile right at her head. The warrior's golden eyes flashed with rage, promising his enemies only inevitable swift reprisal. Like a bird, Liu Feng swooped down on the frightened old man with an arrow in his hand. The panic-stricken baron shrilly ordered his mercenaries to kill all these enemies immediately. The lord prepared to strike back, using the captured arrow as a formidable weapon. With one powerful thrust, the hero crushed the guards, leaving the traitors no chance. A shocked Carter realized in utter horror that his cunning plan had completely failed. The old man's bared teeth gleamed ominously in the firelight, betraying his impotent rage. Liu Feng resolutely pointed the sharp arrow at the very throat of his sworn enemy. The young man's gaze blazed with anger as he accused the scoundrel of attacking from ambush. The hero steadfastly held the captive aristocrat at gunpoint with the sharp, deadly projectile he had captured earlier. The warrior's golden eye narrowed predatorily, carefully tracking every slightest movement of all enemies. The mercenaries stood frozen in the shadows of the trees, awaiting further orders from their extremely frightened master. A stern warrior with a scar on his face grimly watched the baron's shameful capture. Holding the hostage tightly, Liu Feng commanded the armed mercenaries to retreat immediately. The surrounded enemies hung their heads dejectedly, realizing their complete defeat in this night battle. Liu Feng thought sullenly that his enemies didn't trust him at all. The arrowhead pierced the baron's neck, sending out a thin, bright stream of blood. Carter's face was distorted with wild horror in the face of imminent and inevitable death. The lord commanded the mercenaries to withdraw immediately, holding their old master hostage. The frightened soldiers clutched their swords hesitantly, afraid to take even one step. The young man turned around with alarm at the enemy's sudden order to continue the general attack. Fresco arrogantly crossed his arms, demonstrating to everyone his complete indifference to his father's mortal danger. The baron, in a rage, called his son an idiot who wanted his quick and painful death. The baron's son grinned maliciously, urging his warriors to begin decisive action immediately. The hero froze in amazement at such a monstrous and cold betrayal of his loved ones. Carter indignantly reminded his son of their relationship, shocked by his sudden betrayal. The son laughed mockingly, finally disowning his own frightened father. The distraught Fresco hypocritically promised to avenge his parents' death after his death. The old man stuttered in horror, seeing the heir's complete readiness to sacrifice his life. The hero gloomily noted the incredible similarity between these cruel people in their meanness. Fresco announced a huge gold reward for the head of his hated enemy. The villain was looking forward to capturing the city, madly rejoicing at the imminent death of his main competitor. The mercenaries cold-bloodedly decided to follow whoever would pay generously in gold. The soldiers resolutely drew their blades, preparing to carry out the new master's bloody command. The baron couldn't believe his ears, shocked by the extreme impudence of his own son. Liu Feng rushed into the thick of the battle while the baron was choking on blood. The old aristocrat realized his defeat with horror, spitting out dark clots of crimson blood. The enraged lord soared upward, ignoring the mercenaries' furious orders to kill him immediately. The young man with golden eyes looked angrily at the enemy, planning the decisive blow. A heavy, forged boot shattered the enemy's weak defense from above with a deafening roar. With a masterful kick, the hero easily threw back the attacker, putting fury into the attack. Liu Feng's eyes flashed furiously as his opponent staggered back in pain. The steel blades whistled through the air, but did not touch the agile hero. The hero gracefully jumped over the swords, leaving the hapless guards far behind him. The traveler mockingly noted the soldiers' slowness and easily slipped past their steel. Liu Feng suddenly felt a chilling threat coming from right behind him. The hero instantly concentrated to dodge the enemy's invisible and dangerous attack in time. The mercenary's deadly blade cut through the cold air just a centimeter from the lord's head. The traveler realized that in the heat of battle, his senses had become heightened to the extreme. A sharp mind issued a clear warning, allowing the boy to gracefully duck under the enemy steel. The young man quickly realized that his strengthened body had unlocked truly incredible mental potential. A sly smile appeared on the lord's lips from the realization of having acquired a new magical ability. Excellent reaction allowed the hero to instantly turn around and easily avoid the next attack. With one powerful and precise punch, he sent the impudent opponent flying. The formidable enemies scattered in different directions, finally losing their weapons under the onslaught. The traveler looked at his fallen enemies while Mina watched in amazement at his incredible triumph. Cat? The girl was shocked, wondering when her master had managed to acquire such overwhelming power. The Lord looked sternly at the survivors, asking in an icy tone about their desire to continue the hopeless fight. Lightning crackled around the young man's body, clearly demonstrating to his enemies his newly awakened magical power. The frightened mercenaries and their leader retreated in horror, realizing the true scale of the mortal threat. The arrogant nobleman angrily pushed his soldier in the back, demanding that he attack the Lord immediately. The mercenary, driven mad by fear, rushed into his last and desperate attack with a wild cry. Liu Feng remained unperturbed, calmly looking at the enemy approaching him with a sword. A confident smile played on the hero's lips, foreshadowing the imminent and inevitable end of this battle. The deadly arrow whistled through the night air, heading straight for the shooter's intended target. Suddenly, a flying arrow pierced the mercenary's chest, interrupting his furious and mad attack. Liu Feng turned with a slight grin towards the long-awaited help that had suddenly appeared. A joyful beast woman appeared on the horizon, bringing with her a squad of loyal warriors. The enemy soldiers froze in panic, looking at the arriving reinforcements and their fallen. A stern rider on a thoroughbred horse loudly ordered the immediate arrest of all surviving mercenaries. The archers readied their bows, causing the impudent nobleman to finally tremble with intense fear. A deadly rain of hundreds of sharp arrows instantly filled the entire gloomy night sky. The enemy's frightened eyes reflected the inevitable death, swiftly flying from the dark heights. Numerous arrows struck their targets simultaneously, causing the last of the opponents to fall to the ground in horror. The bloody sword fell to the ground with a clang, signifying the final and shameful defeat of the enemy. The frightened young man in the scarlet cloak trembled as he found himself in the crosshairs of the enemy's sharp swords. The pale aristocrat, in panic, begged for salvation, realizing the nearness of his inevitable end. The cowardly enemy rushed to run away, while the old baron desperately called for help. Under the cold light of the moon, a stern order was given to prevent the treacherous fugitives from escaping. The hero's strong hand tightly gripped Mina's slender wrist, expressing deep concern for her. Liu Feng looked closely at Koshiko, the girl, quietly asking her about the dangerous wounds she had received. The traveler insisted on an inspection, wanting to personally verify the safety of his companion. The warrior blushed slightly, reminding her of the great natural strength of her entire cat tribe. The beast woman in a light dress joyfully greeted her friends, quite interested in their current well-being. The heroes, in their funny guise, were cheerfully discussing the timely arrival of reinforcements at that moment. The fox laughed heartily when she learned of the baron's shameful death at the hands of his guards. The little heroes stood frozen in utter amazement, discussing the incredible news about Carter's fate. Liu Feng and his companions suddenly noticed that the enemy's presence had completely disappeared. The beast woman's pupils widened in rage, realizing the treacherous escape of their greatest enemy. Mina gripped her sharp daggers resolutely, vowing to punish all surviving opponents harshly. The frightened old man rushed quickly through the night forest, trying to quickly escape pursuit. The fugitive constantly looked back, feeling the approach of an unknown and very terrible threat in the back of his head. The aristocrat's face was distorted with wild fear as he tried unsuccessfully to spot his pursuer. The baron shuddered at the cries of his son, who begged the invisible killer to spare his life. Fresco closed his eyes in horror, expecting a fatal blow from the darkness of the dense night forest. Baron Carter laughed maniacally when he suddenly recognized his own son in the attacker. Fresco dealt a crushing and vile blow, staining his father's expensive clothes with scarlet blood. The enraged youth rudely pushed the old man away, calling him insignificant and useless for escape. A distraught Carter laughed ominously, choking on blood from the realization of his own heir's betrayal. The wounded aristocrat shouted loudly and furiously after his son, calling him a complete idiot. Fresco froze in horror, hearing the terrible words about the impossibility of successfully escaping without his father. The heavy steps of the invisible pursuer echoed loudly and terribly in the night silence of the forest. The young man in the scarlet cloak turned around in fear, feeling the enemy's deadly breath behind him. Two dark figures quickly disappeared into the forest thicket, trying to escape justice as quickly as possible. The old baron grabbed his son tightly, treacherously promising him a quick release from mortal danger. Cat! The girl cast a withering glance, full of burning hatred towards her old enemies. Mina stood majestically on the rock, passing harsh judgment on the aristocrats trembling with fear. The beast woman glared down angrily at the baron and his frightened, pathetic air. The nobles, driven mad by horror, barely recognized their former captive in the formidable warrior. The heroine's lilac eyes flashed furiously as she coldly confirmed their new meeting. Fresca screamed in panic, trying to figure out the true intentions of the warrior who had come for them. The girl chuckled mockingly, remembering how often she had heard such cowardly pleas before. An image of the dark dungeon where she languished in chains appeared before the captive's eyes. The terrible memory of months of hunger echoed in her heart like a sharp, painful flash. Mina shuddered at the ghost of her former despair reflected in her pupils, dilated with fear. The old baron with a whip and Fresca cruelly mocked their defenseless captive. Little Mina clung to the dirty straw in terror, begging in vain for mercy. The torturers only laughed mockingly, enjoying the helplessness and bitter suffering of the unfortunate Koshko girl. Suddenly the warrior prepared to jump, tightly gripping the handles of her sharp daggers. The nobles recoiled in panic, seeing before them a grown-up and mortally enraged captive. The beast woman coldly noted that people become surprisingly accommodating only before death. A terrified Carter frantically offered mountains of gold in exchange for his worthless life. The warrior's predatory eyes flared with an icy flame, leaving her enemies no chance. Mina made a lightning-fast lunge, cutting through the air with two bright and very bloody arcs. The girl stood motionless as the crimson blood of her enemies slowly dripped from her blades. The bloody bodies of the enemies froze, marking the long-awaited and final end of this brutal battle. The beast woman shuddered as she recalled that gloomy prison where eternal darkness swallowed up hope. Mina froze in the silence of the night, immersed in heavy thoughts about her past. The image of her smiling owner, who became her only salvation, suddenly appeared before her eyes. The girl gripped the dagger's hilt, recognizing the master as her guiding moonlight in the night. The former captive resolutely headed through the dense forest towards the castle that had become her home. The vast estate was ablaze with lights when the warrior finally reached her destination and returned. The faithful assistant quietly approached the locked doors, not wanting to disturb the master's peace. The beast woman thought sadly that it was late and Liu Feng was probably already asleep. Thin fingers hesitantly touched the wooden surface, while the heroine's heart was beating wildly then. The warrior's lilac eyes widened at the unexpected and very warm reception from her master. Liu Feng put down the book and joyfully greeted the returning warrior in the illuminated hall. The caring lord quickly rose from the sofa and affectionately inquired about his companion's intense hunger. The hero proudly pointed to the table and announced the delicious porridge he had prepared. The girl folded her hands in embarrassment, touched by such sincere and completely unusual concern. On the table stood a simple bowl of hot and incredibly aromatic home-cooked food. The faithful assistant began to carefully try the treat under the attentive and kind gaze of her owner. The taste of the food amazed the warrior, causing her to be greatly amazed and experience true delight. Laughing, the guy suggested that the dish was actually secretly prepared by the skilled Nicole. Pleased with Koshko, the girl ate quickly while the lord praised his outstanding and hidden talents. The cat girl greedily devoured the hot food, while the greatly astonished lord silently watched the spectacle. Liu Feng gently stroked the warrior, asking her to eat much more slowly and calmly. Mina blushed deeply from her master's tenderness, while continuing to hold the cup tightly. The young man only smiled warmly, looking at the amusing reaction of his faithful companion. Cat? The girl froze in confusion, not understanding the reasons for her master's sudden attention. The lord suddenly reached out to the heroine's face, noticing the remains of food near her lips. The guy's thin fingers almost touched the delicate skin, creating a moment of very strong tension. The captive shuddered violently in fear when the master's fingers were so frighteningly close. The embarrassed warrior held her breath, feeling the intense gaze of her lord's golden eyes. The heroine quickly pulled away and awkwardly declared that she would definitely clean up all the crumbs herself. The embarrassed heroes sat silently on the sofa, not daring to look straight into the eyes. Liu Feng blushed and quietly called the warrior's name, feeling very excited. Mina looked tenderly at her master, answering him briefly in her quiet voice. The girl closed her eyes, expecting something important in this cozy and warm atmosphere. The lord slowly approached his companion's face, carefully examining her beautiful features. The young man's gaze involuntarily fell on the warrior's pink lips, which trembled slightly. The hero's golden eyes burned with determination as he continued to slowly close the distance between them. Liu Feng's heart began to beat wildly in his chest as the moment of intimacy became inevitable. The guy almost touched the warrior's lips, completely succumbing to the sudden rush of his sincere feelings. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang and a guard burst in, calling loudly for his master. The guard burst in suddenly, catching the embarrassed couple off guard at the most inopportune moment of the evening. The old warrior blinked his eyes stupidly, completely unable to understand the reason for such strange behavior. Liu Feng could barely contain his anger at the sudden appearance of an uninvited guest in the hall. The lord shouted angrily while the warrior Mina silently burned with extreme shame. The hero realized in despair that the long-awaited romantic moment had been completely and irrevocably ruined. The boy and his faithful protector quickly moved away from each other under the gaze. The guard coughed awkwardly, realizing that he had interrupted his master in a very personal and important matter. The warrior tried to leave quickly, but the angry lord immediately ordered him to stay there. Liu Feng tried to regain his composure and politely inquired about the purpose of such a late visit. The vigilante reported important news about the arrival of the greedy Baron Carter in their city. The experienced warrior gloomily warned his master of Omar's imminent and inevitable attack. Liu Feng thought seriously about the news he had received, realizing the hidden danger of the current situation. The young lord admitted the complete unpreparedness of his loyal people for the upcoming great battle. The worried warrior Mina suddenly began to blame only herself for all the troubles. The hero smiled confidently and firmly stated that he already knew the right decision. A long leather whip whistled as it soared into the clear sky above the heads of the unfortunate. The merciless overseer furiously struck the exhausted and weak slave on the back with his whip. The menacing guard shouted furiously about depriving every lazy and slow worker of food. The tired beastmen dragged the heavy sacks with difficulty, barely managing to cope with their load. A stranger with long blonde hair looked thoughtfully at the majestic gates of the city of Litma. Blonde-haired Omar noted with satisfaction that the current harvest this year was good. The proud rider looked forward to his imminent return to the majestic and very distant capital. A faithful messenger brought the master an important letter, delivered directly from the rebellious city of Xi'an. The man laughed maliciously when he learned the long-awaited news of his enemy's crushing defeat. The treacherous Omar considered the city of Xi'an a boring place after the news of the enemy's defeat. Omar confidently stated that now no one in the world will be able to surpass him. The leader ordered his warriors to immediately prepare to capture the rich city of Bakfan. The greedy aristocrat promised to bring much more gold to the capital this time. The man stared at the mountains, wanting to quickly find out who would be the best. Omar frowned deeply when he heard the sudden appeal of his faithful and devoted servant. The frightened guard hastily reported to his master about the sudden and daring rebellion of the beastmen. Omar listened to the unpleasant news in silence, maintaining an icy and frightening calm. The enraged aristocrat, through clenched teeth, ordered the immediate capture and execution of all disobedient slaves. The frightened fugitives rushed quickly through the forest, hoping to quickly escape the brutal pursuit. A group of exhausted beastmen fled with the last of their strength from their merciless pursuers. A pink rabbit named Vaya looked back in horror at the approaching soldiers. The little bear cub screamed with tears in his eyes that the enemies were already very close. Guards armed with swords with furious cries overtook the exhausted, unfortunate prisoners. The chase inexorably reduced the distance between the predatory pursuers and the desperate fugitives in the forest. A huge sword swung over the bear cub's head as one slave ordered the others to run. The cruel guard inflicted a deep wound in the back of the unfortunate beastman who was fleeing into the forest. The merciless warrior coldly reminded all the slaves of the mortal and very terrible order. The pursuer's sharp blade caught up with another victim, causing the forest wilderness to shudder with pain. The terrified rabbit Via watched in stupefaction as her friends were massacred. A group of exhausted captives ran quickly away, trying to save their lives in the thicket. One of the soldiers suddenly froze, noticing the unexpected and extremely daring attempt at resistance. The brave forest dweller bravely grabbed the enemy by the arms, blocking the path of his pursuers. The beastman shouted loudly at his friend to leave immediately and never look back. The girl froze with tears in her eyes, realizing the imminent death of her only protector. The defender ordered a flight to the south, wanting to give Via one last chance for salvation. Bitter tears of despair rolled down the face of the unfortunate Via at that terrible moment. The fugitive's bare feet flashed rapidly as she desperately fled from her pursuers. The rabbit ran south with all her strength, remembering that last order from her protector. The girl saw through a veil of tears how her only old friend fought bravely. The gloomy white walls of the city slowly disappeared into the complete silence of the night behind us. The wounded beast woman quickly made her way through the tall, thick grass, trying to get as far away as possible. A sharp arrow suddenly whistled through the air, catching up with its completely defenseless victim. Via froze in horror as a heavy enemy shell hit her body directly. The cruel hunters discussed their prey with satisfaction as drops of scarlet blood fell down. The captive fell to the ground, and her evil enemies decided to sell her profitably later. The greedy hunters laughed maliciously, calling their accidental catch this true gift from heaven. The captive woke up and sadly watched the proud hawk in this clear sky. Via, in her cage, realized with horror the proximity of that prosperous and free city. One kidnapper greedily ate a watermelon, suggesting to his partner that they take a completely different long route. The beast woman shuddered when she saw the harsh wooden bars of her new, cramped cage. The girl fell into complete despair, once again finding herself in the hands of those cruel slave traders. Images of her dead friends appeared before the heroine's eyes, asking her not to cry at all. Ghostly visions of loved ones smiled kindly and waved their hands tenderly at her from afar. Via firmly decided to run away immediately, fearing a quick sale to yet another powerful nobleman. The rabbit's slender fingers clutched the bars convulsively as those bitter tears fell. The mercenaries decided to take a shortcut through the field, fearing the onset of darkness and a long delay. Suddenly, the cartwheel at full speed crashed into a huge boulder with a roar. A powerful blow threw the frightened drivers upwards, forcing them to let go of the reins. The heavy cart fell onto its side, and those accompanying it tumbled head over heels into the road dust. The captive with long ears immediately took advantage of the broken cage and escaped to freedom. The broken wooden bars fell silent, marking the long-awaited deliverance for the young slave. The angry driver angrily accused his partner of blindness, pointing to that very stone. The blue-haired warrior suddenly froze in horror, discovering the sudden disappearance of the valuable goods. The man looked around frantically, not understanding where his prey could have hidden. The fugitive rushed swiftly across the field, heading towards the saving border of the city of Xi'an. The wounded slave with long ears quickened her pace in terror, trying to quickly escape from pursuit. The enraged mercenaries, weapons in hand, rushed in pursuit, wanting to immediately capture the fugitive. The dragonfly stood serenely on the spikelet while a tense and dangerous hunt unfolded below. The archer confidently told his partner that the wounded prey would not be able to get very far. The girl, trembling with fear, hid in the dense thickets, convulsively and quietly pressing herself to the ground. The pursuers began to methodically comb through the tall rye, gradually approaching the captive's hiding place. Fresh blood glistened on one of the golden stems, treacherously revealing the direction of the girl's movement. Noticing the trail of blood, the captive panicked and realized that the mercenaries would now easily find her. The slave girl, in despair, realized that she had to run on immediately, despite the severe pain. Her weakened legs struggled to push aside the tall grass as the heroine tried to make one last dash. An archer with a predatory grin suddenly discovered a weak girl hiding in the thick ears of corn. The mercenaries surrounded the fugitive, mockingly asking how far she had even hoped to escape today. The unfortunate captive begged for mercy with tears in her eyes, realizing her powerlessness. A loud and commanding order to stop immediately made the armed men freeze in surprise. The stunned warriors turned around, trying to see who dared to interfere with them so rudely. The angry archer hissed out a question as to who dared to brazenly interfere in their affairs. Liu Feng, surrounded by warriors, stepped forward, demanding an immediate explanation for the reason for his appearance. The hero and his companions blocked the mercenaries' path, demonstrating their complete and undeniable power. The Lord's assistant loudly accused the visiting warriors of disturbing the peace in the territory of Xi'an. The bandits recognized Liu Feng in horror, immediately realizing that they had encountered a dangerous enemy. Liu Feng looked at the bandits with calmness as silence hung in the air. The frightened fugitive saw another aristocrat in front of her and finally lost all hope. The Lord asked his companion if she understood what to do with the merchants. The mercenary froze in fear, suddenly realizing the greatness and power of the man standing before him. Mina and the fox's eyes flashed with fury as they heard the vile ridicule directed at the people. The captive smiled hypocritically and declared that they had caught nothing but a pathetic creature. Liu Feng maintained a calm expression while the beastmen behind him were seething with rage. The little warriors angrily demanded to know who exactly the bandits were calling pathetic creatures. The slave traders screamed in horror, realizing that they were about to be brutally executed. The wounded girl decided to take advantage of the confusion to quietly crawl deeper into the dense field. The trembling slave, through her tears, swore to herself never to return to captivity again. A strange hand suddenly parted the ears of corn, causing the girl to hold her breath in horror. The weakened fugitive almost lost consciousness when she saw the beast woman bowing before her. Mina joyfully informed the gentleman about the find and offered to immediately take the unfortunate girl home. The wounded girl's gaze became clouded with pain as she finally sank into oblivion. The majestic silhouette of Xi'an Castle stood proudly against the sunset-colored evening sky. The captive suddenly woke up in silence and felt the incredible softness of the bed beneath her. Liu Feng and his faithful companions carefully watched the actions of the experienced doctor. The unfortunate woman moaned quietly in her sleep, feeling the unbearable burning in the wound subside. The old man carefully applied medicinal herbs to the deep wound to stop the dangerous bleeding. The doctor, in a cold sweat, realized that his meager knowledge would not be enough today. The man said sadly that the wound was too deep and the bleeding wouldn't stop. The beast people, in utter despair, begged Mina to immediately save their poor dying friend. Liu Feng intervened decisively, declaring the existence of another very effective method. The hero confidently commanded that everything necessary be prepared to immediately stitch up this fatal wound. The old man, taken aback and completely perplexed, asked again what exactly the Lord meant by sewing. The young man began to calmly pull on thin rubber gloves, preparing for the upcoming operation. Liu Feng was completely transformed, wearing a strange mask and a clean blue medical gown. Those around him watched with great amazement as their lord made unusual preparations for treatment. The surgeon sternly demanded that his assistants immediately and very strongly heat the thin needle. Liu Feng carefully removed his bloody gloves, completing the complex life-saving operation. On the shoulder of the rescued girl, there was now a smooth and very clean modern white plaster. The hero wearily pulled off his protective mask when the long-awaited calm finally reigned in the room. The elderly doctor cried out in complete delight that the bleeding from the wound had completely stopped. The Lord strictly ordered that the patient be given 2 tablets to reliably prevent the dangerous inflammation. The beast women discussed their young master's incredibly high medical knowledge with undisguised admiration. In her delirium, the unfortunate woman quietly called for her mother, immersed in the heavy memories of the chains. The captive opened her eyes with difficulty, feeling someone's intent and kind gaze on her. The frightening image of being trapped in a damp, cold dungeon appeared before her mind's eye again. The fugitive shuddered with fear when she saw the dark silhouette of the mysterious savior in front of her. Liu Feng maintained a cold silence, carefully watching his ward's difficult awakening. The girl had a nightmarish vision of a lord who was holding her captive by chains. The delirious captive pitifully begged her tormentor to stop the torture and let her go. The victim opened her eyes in horror, finally breaking free from the clutches of the night vision. The beast woman sat up timidly in bed, looking around the unusually clean room with distrust. The girl froze in a daze, trying to comprehend the reality of her presence here. The heroine quietly suggested that all this luxury was just another dream. She looked at the flowers with delight, still not believing her miraculous salvation. The fugitive glanced out the window with trepidation, quietly wondering about her current location. The stranger's sudden question made the girl shudder sharply and instantly shrink in fear. The frightened girl pressed herself into the pillows, demanding that the stern maid not come closer. The captive screamed furiously, calling the beast woman nothing more than a pathetic slave in the hands of a cruel aristocrat. In her chibi form, the warrior indignantly complained about the meanness of the nobles, while the maid remained unperturbed. The girl's strong, cat-like fingers suddenly closed on her wrist, instantly stopping any attempt at resistance. Mina checked the condition of the bandage, completely ignoring the frightened eyes full of stinging tears. The white medical plaster adhered tightly to the skin, reliably protecting the deep wound from infection. The maid confirmed the successful healing, continuing to carefully examine the injured shoulder of her new charge. The beast woman coldly warned that uncontrolled movements could significantly complicate the ongoing rehabilitation process. Having completed her examination, Mina dryly confirmed that there was no threat to the life of this weakened slave. The beast woman commanded the fugitive to never dare insult her noble and merciful master again. The stunned captive's eyes widened, suddenly realizing her miraculous and unexpected rescue. The unfortunate guest burst into bitter tears and pitifully asked to be released as soon as possible. The girl, in despair, admitted that she no longer wanted to remain a submissive slave. The beast woman's keen gaze carefully studied every movement of the frightened and very weak fugitive. The poor slave covered her face with her hands, remembering the horror she had experienced and the endless abuse of the traders. Mina remained unshakably calm, trying not to show sympathy for the sobbing, unfortunate captive. The Lord's assistant gently asked the guest to calm down and finally stop shedding bitter tears. The fox solemnly announced to the captive her complete freedom and brought her clean clothes. The little slave froze in amazement, completely not believing the words about her long-awaited freedom. Mina pointed to the new outfit that the master had personally prepared for his wounded charge. The fox explained that the city of Xi'an had strictly forbidden any trade in all unfortunate beastmen. The Lord's assistant added with a smile that the captive was now safe. Snow-white birds circled peacefully in the clear sky above the beautiful and endless expanses. The majestic city of Xi'an truly seemed like a true paradise for all the oppressed beastmen. The rescued girl timidly entered the hall where Liu Feng was having breakfast with his companion. The young lord watched his guest calmly, maintaining his usual and very imperturbable dignity. The fugitive blushed deeply from embarrassment, feeling the attentive gaze of her savior on her. The fox introduced Via from the rabbit tribe, dressed in comfortable modern clothes of the master. Liu Feng smiled kindly and invited the guest to immediately share a meal with them. The master kindly told the rabbit not to be afraid at all and to just sit down at the table. The rabbit woman was deeply shocked to realize that beastmen could share meals with humans. Mina calmly sipped her drink while Liu Feng watched her calmness, mesmerized. Lord Xiana smiled warmly and tenderly noted the surprising change in his companion's behavior. The frightened rabbit woman suddenly jumped up, knocking over her cup under the imperturbable gaze of the little fox. The porcelain dish fell on its side with a crash, instantly spilling dark liquid across the table. The trembling captive began to wipe away the stain in panic, tearfully begging for forgiveness for her mistake. An angry Mina in chibi form furiously poked her fingers into the eyes of the stunned lord. A friendly maid rolled in a cart and cheerfully announced that hot beef steaks were being served. The dining room was in a state of commotion as the maid prepared to serve a hearty, festive dinner. Thin fingers desperately clutched the white fabric, trying frantically to hide the traces of awkward confusion. An enraged Henri furiously ordered the rabbit woman to immediately get dressed and stop shocking the gentlemen present. From behind closed doors came only tearful pleas for forgiveness for the absurd accident. Liu Feng sympathetically inquired about the condition of the wound while Via justified her actions. The girl looked down sadly, remembering Henri's story about her miraculous and sudden rescue. The rabbit woman timidly thanked the lord for his kindness, blushing deeply from intense embarrassment. On a porcelain plate, juicy beefsteaks, generously doused with a thick, dark sauce, were steaming appetizingly. The maid jealously blocked the competitor's path, hypocritically wishing her master a pleasant and peaceful appetite. The young lord offered to personally teach his guest the fine art of using a dinner fork. Little Via burst into tears of happiness when she tried this incredibly delicious and exquisite treat for the first time. Liu Feng warmly stroked Mina, gently urging her to eat a hearty meal after her hard work. The rabbit woman's pink eyes widened in sudden realization of the young lord's true nobility. Liu Feng smiled radiantly, confirming his status as the most unusual and kind modern aristocrat. Snow-white seagulls circled above the majestic harbor, surrounded by these high snow-capped mountain peaks. On the busy shore, mountains of new boxes towered, ready to be shipped to the lands. Workers bustled about, carrying heavy loads across wooden platforms in the hot sun. A huge sailing ship majestically entered the new modern port of this prosperous city of Xi'an. From the deck, Nobleman Ryan gazed with admiration at the scale of this newly built sea pier. The ambassador arrived in the city to personally deliver an important message to this Baron Carter. The companion reminded the knight of his new position and Lisa's upcoming lavish wedding. Ryan gazed silently into the sea, lost in deep, disturbing thoughts. The huge sailing ship majestically left the harbor under the bright rays of this hot, scorching sun. Noble Ryan stood on that wooden deck, watching the bustle of the port thoughtfully. Several horse-drawn carriages were rapidly approaching the bewildered guests of this prosperous port city. The broadly smiling cab driver warmly greeted the arriving nobles, hoping to receive a generous payment. The clever guy persistently offered important guests to use his services for a comfortable trip. The indignant servant immediately pushed away the impudent cab driver, defending the dignity of his important noble master. The cunning businessman enthusiastically praised his long cart, promising these passengers maximum comfort. The merchant helpfully offered Ryan a special discount, reducing the total price to 3 coins. The angry companion furiously accused the impudent man of trying to basely deceive these honest visitors. The frightened driver waved his hands frantically, trying to justify this unfortunate misunderstanding that had arisen. The cunning cab driver proudly showed his guests the new iron coin of his wise lord. The visual diagram showed the ratio of 1 copper coin to 10 new iron coins. The cheerful merchant assured that all the townspeople fully approved of the introduction of this new currency. An astonished Ryan admitted that the low fare seemed quite reasonable. The nobleman handed over a copper coin, demanding change from the driver in the form of 4 iron coins. As the cart rolled forward, the knight carefully examined the coin he had received as change. The noble guest was amazed by the amazingly fine and detailed minting technique of this local currency. The servant's loud cry made the master take another close look at the small item. As he passed through the high gates, the nobleman acknowledged the superiority of Xi'an over his hometown. The traveler's gaze was filled with hidden excitement at the sight of this lively and modern city. Ryan admired the magnificent infrastructure as he looked at these new, modern, and majestic buildings. The nobleman noted the happy faces of the residents, amazed at the unprecedented prosperity of this distant city. The knight suspected Carter of exploiting people, comparing Xi'an to the capital itself. The carriage finally stopped in front of the massive snow-white castle of this mysterious lord, Liu Feng. The noble ambassador formally introduced himself as he entered this huge and richly decorated hall. The gray-haired warrior immediately blocked the guest's path, calling on his master to exercise extreme caution. Ryan was genuinely surprised by such suspicion, since their rulers were considered long-standing allies. The ambassador bowed respectfully, handing Liu Feng the sealed scroll containing this secret message. Liu Feng's golden eyes flashed as he closely studied the face of the arriving guest. In complete silence, the lord began to carefully study the contents of this important secret document. Liu Feng smiled slyly, realizing the success of his disinformation plan. A mysterious scroll fell from the sky, interrupting the journey of 2 astonished travelers. The young man asked his comrades whether they understood the true meaning of the letter. The blonde picked up the message while his partner watched the process in fear. The man studied the document intently, realizing the seriousness of the secret he had revealed. The warrior froze in shock after reading about the impending attack on the city. A heavy hand fell furiously on the box, expressing the utmost degree of indignation. Liu Feng angrily denounced the baron, accusing him of organizing brutal robberies. The shocked hero dropped to one knee, unable to comprehend what he had read. The assistant emotionally confirmed that Baron Omar is the embodiment of true evil. The servant, in tears, begged his master to run, promising to detain the enemy. Liu Feng was genuinely puzzled as to why he was mistaken for a villain. The blonde sighed heavily, finally resigned to his inevitable fate. The lord formally introduced himself, revealing the truth about his true identity. The prisoner meekly asked for his last dying wish to be fulfilled. The man begged for word to be sent to save the people of Bakfan. Liu Feng remained silent, carefully considering every word he heard. The advisor noted that the 2 did not look like criminals at all. The comrades discussed the advisability of sending an important message to the city. Liu Feng laughed, anticipating the imminent addition of new ships to his fleet. The fleet bobbed peacefully at the pier of the prosperous city of Bakfan. The guards reported to the lord about the unsuccessful search for mysterious clues. Lord Tofakofi doubted the reality of the threat of attack on the city. The ruler was confused as to the veracity of the news he had received. Tofakofi clutched the model of his beloved ship to himself in despair. The vain lord burst into tears, fearing the loss of his priceless treasures. The ruler ordered the investigation to continue until the end of the harvest. The servant hastily tried to calm his suddenly panicked master. Liu Feng walked resolutely into the hall, accompanied by his faithful Mina. The hero offered the lord news that could solve all the problems at once. The comrades began negotiations in the spacious office of the ruler Bak Fan. Tofakofi enthusiastically asked for details about the capture of the horse thieves. Liu Feng gestured to his interlocutor not to show undue haste. The hero cunningly emphasized the high difficulty of obtaining this valuable scroll. The lord presumptuously offered only 2 gold coins for information. Liu Feng decisively rejected the proposed amount with a slight nod of his head. The shocked ruler tried in vain to buy the information for 20 coins. Tofakofi was dumbfounded when he heard the incredible demand for 2 large ships. Those present jumped up in horror, astonished by the audacity of the price demanded. Liu Feng calmly reminded them of the maritime trading greatness of his port. Tofakofi, in horror, rejected the impudent demand to hand over the city's ships. Liu Feng hinted at priceless details of the impending attack and the scroll. Ruler Bak Fan froze, amazed by the importance of the information offered to him. The scroll promised complete victory over thieves and flourishing trade. The lord and his assistant became nervous, realizing the benefits of this risky deal. Tofakofi angrily surrendered, officially handing over the rights to the 2 ships. Liu Feng confirmed the conclusion of an extremely successful deal with a frightening grin. The deceived ruler wept while the hero celebrated another triumph of cunning. Tofakofi unrolled the scroll with trembling, preparing to learn the terrible truth. The ruler was horrified when he read about Baron Omar's 5,000 knights. The lords wept inconsolably, fearing imminent death at the hands of their enemies. Liu Feng cunningly suggested turning the baron's disguise against him. The hero ominously promised to completely exterminate the knights under the guise of thieves. The terrified aristocrats froze at the incredible audacity of this plan. The rulers waved their hands furiously, flatly rejecting the dangerous idea. Tofakofi screamed in panic about the crushing power of Omar's knights. Liu Feng mockingly offered the lords military assistance from Xiang City. The interlocutors suddenly froze, feeling a timid surge of hope in their hearts. The young man confidently invited the guests to personally see the secret combat presentation. Hidden archers prepared to fire a coordinated, deadly volley at the enemy. Archers in camouflage fired a volley at distant training targets. Arrows whistled through the air, hurtling towards the wooden targets. One shell pierced the log, demonstrating incredible penetrating power. Tofakofi was amazed by the extreme range and destructive power of the new bows. Liu Feng invited the guests to evaluate the combat potential of his troops. The fortifications were reduced to splinters after a direct hit from a powerful arrow. The armored knight shuddered from the precise blow of the mysterious weapon. Liu Feng raised his hand decisively, preparing to give a new command. The archer took aim at a distant group of heavy infantrymen. The young man loudly ordered the soldiers to fire a decisive salvo. The ruler admired the incredible power of the bows, which were capable of piercing any armor. Tofakofi, in extreme excitement, asked the hero about the number of his knights. Liu Feng confidently promised to completely defeat Baron Omar's army. The stunned rulers froze, realizing the incredible military power of their new ally. The lord enthusiastically thanked Liu Feng for the future salvation of his ships. The hero emphasized that protecting Bak Fan was vital for Xi'an. The touched aristocrats wept with happiness, having found such a powerful patron. The happy lords praised the baron's kindness, rushing to him with gratitude. The merchant fleet majestically left the sunny harbor to the cries of seagulls. Loyal subjects joyfully welcomed Liu Feng upon his return home. Liu Feng apologized at the pier for his absence, which had caused everyone concern. The advisor was delighted with the opportunity to establish maritime trade with 4 ships. Liu Feng ordered Niu Ben to gather the council and the Niu brothers. The hero decisively announced the actual start of a large-scale war. In the bright council hall, preparations for the decisive battle began. The lord confirmed the alliance of the 2 cities against the treacherous Baron Omar. The assistants were ordered to prepare medical supplies and military equipment. The commander ordered the soldiers in camouflage to immediately continue training. Niu Wu was tasked with training troops in the vicinity of the city of Bak Fang. Liu Feng inspired the allies by calling victory a common cause for all. Liu Feng reminded the advisor of the importance of knowing one's enemy. Vaya secretly overheard a discussion of Baron Omar's military might. Hearing the familiar name, the girl, the rabbit, froze in sudden fear. Niu Ben noted with regret that the war had actually begun. Liu Feng forbade using Via as a guide. The hero clenched his fist furiously, overcome with emotion. The beast woman mistook the Lord's concern for a sign of distrust. Liu Feng didn't want to make the girl remember the horrors of captivity. Via was amazed by the kindness the master showed to an ordinary beastman. The captive confidently knocked on the door, deciding to intervene in the conversation. The frightened chibi rabbit flinched at the sharp question from behind the door. The long-haired beast woman entered the room timidly under the gaze of everyone. The girl resolutely volunteered to help, suddenly casting aside all doubts. Liu Feng silently considered the proposal, remaining completely unperturbed. The heroine stared ahead with concentration, demonstrating her readiness to act. The Lord smiled slyly and demanded to know everything about Omar. The bloodied blade was a reminder of the legendary ruthlessness of the powerful tyrant. Omar, riding on horseback, mercilessly dealt with defenseless people. The possessed enemy laughed madly, ordering the warriors to drown everyone in blood. Blinded by rage, the soldiers raised their swords, anticipating the beginning of a bloody massacre. The team discussed the unpredictability of the hot-tempered enemy in a quiet environment. The frightened guest mentioned a powerful knight who defended the treacherous tyrant. Liu Feng was genuinely surprised by the unexpected news of the royal protection. The girl closed her eyes sadly, remembering the victims of the cruel ruler. The angry residents hid behind the trees, preparing a daring attack. In the middle of the burning village, desperate people decided to kill the Lord. A brave peasant with a pitchfork rushed to attack the enemy. Omar watched with bewilderment as the enraged lone warrior approached. A mysterious cloaked defender suddenly blocked the attacker's path. The masked knight looked coldly at his frightened opponent. The mysterious swordsman mercilessly dealt with a group of rebels with one swing. The bloody blade left behind only mountains of lifeless bodies. The elusive killer inspired terror with his frightening and supernatural cruelty. The anxious croaking of crows announced the return of Omar's faithful warriors. The messenger delivered an important report to the Lord about Liu Feng's recent actions. Omar studied the secret letter intently, realizing the treachery of his enemy. The cruel ruler grinned evilly when he read about the theft of his gold. The Lord crumpled the paper in anger, feeling cheated and humiliated. Blinded by anger, Omar publicly vowed to kill Liu Feng immediately. A flock of crows took to the skies, escorting the tyrant's army into the city. The frightened girl burst into tears on Mina's chest. The guest despaired as she recalled the demons that had destroyed her familiar life. Liu Feng puzzledly justified himself by saying that he had not touched the rabbit yet. The Lord listened attentively to the story, maintaining complete outward calm. Mina tenderly hugged her sobbing companion, perplexed by her words. A sharp cry of pain caused everyone in the room to immediately flinch. Liu Feng promised to take revenge on his enemies and gently reassured his guest. The hero seriously asked Mina about her experience fighting knights. The beast woman shook her head, admitting her lack of combat experience. The girl gripped the blade resolutely, preparing to meet any enemy. Mina furiously drew her blades, promising to finish off anyone who offended the master. Liu Feng and the warrior exchanged brief but trusting glances. The heroes suddenly froze in the glow of a tender and romantic aura. The frightened rabbit instantly realized their shared heartfelt secret. Meanwhile, Niu Ben had an unexpected and very brilliant idea. The cruel warden sternly ordered the lazy prisoners to move faster. Qi, who had a cold, sneezed loudly, struggling to hold the log. The girl sadly dreamed of a quick meeting with her older sister. The soldiers whipped the slaves mercilessly, forcing them to work harder. The little captive dragged a heavy bundle of firewood wearily under supervision. The guard tripped the exhausted slave and knocked her straight to the ground. The cruel warrior roughly stepped on the head of the fallen girl. The prisoners watched in horror as their companion was being abused. The warden mockingly threatened to kill the beaten girl. A heavy log suddenly crashed into the face of the stunned guard. Qi carefully inquired about the condition of the injured baby. The bloodied enemy roared in fury from pain and humiliation. The blue-haired slave mockingly apologized to the enraged man. The girl slyly stated that she simply didn't notice the warden. The enraged guard swung his whip, promising to finish off the impudent captive. The warden announced the departure of Omar's army in 2 days. Qi boldly replied that she was not afraid of the enemy at all. The kind heroine extended a helping hand to the fallen little captive. The little girl looked at her protector with tears of gratitude. The older beast woman advised her friend to be much more careful in the future. The girl sadly reflected on the arrogance of people towards them. The slave girl asked hopefully if their torment would ever end. The companion urged him not to give up and to wait for the right moment. The white flag proudly rose into the sky 2 days later. Omar, at the head of the cavalry, solemnly approached the city walls. The masked knight was busily preparing for the start of a large-scale military campaign. Omar frantically called on the army to launch a bloody invasion. Life in Bakfan has become a nightmare due to robbery. Liu Feng and his comrades proudly watched the army from the wall. The protagonist passionately called on the warriors to take up their swords. The determined soldiers swore together to protect their families to the end. Lord Liu Feng triumphantly led the expedition and left Xiang. The majestic Bakfang castle shone brightly in the sun's rays. The joyful nobleman hurried to meet the arriving Liu Feng and Mina. The hero confidently promised to completely block all of Omar's escape routes. Liu Feng celebrated his success happily, surrounded by chibi chickens. An anxious messenger brought the Lord extremely bad news. Reconnaissance discovered a huge army of enemies 5 kilometers away. The masked warrior identified the attackers as Omar's cruel men. Liu Feng reported the betrayal and the premature arrival of the tyrant. The frightened baron fell into despair due to the failure of the ambush. The hero uncovered Omar's cunning plan to secretly capture the city. The aristocrats admired Liu Feng's ability to quickly calm people down. The mighty walls of Bakfan prepared for a long siege. The powerful horses raced madly, rapidly bringing the beginning of the battle closer. Omar's army furiously rushed to storm the locked city gates. The defenders unleashed a deadly and merciless rain of arrows on their enemies. The second team of archers concentrated on making another accurate shot. Liu Feng resolutely ordered his soldiers to immediately open aimed fire. A cloud of black arrows quickly soared into the clear, pure sky. Omar, wearing a golden mask, watched the battle unconcernedly. The tyrant was quite pleased with Liu Feng's excellent combat skills. Omar coldly ordered his subordinate to immediately begin an organized retreat of the troops. The faithful masked servant obediently confirmed his readiness to fulfill the master's will. The beastmen were ordered to destroy the gates in order to receive the promised generous reward. The crowd of beastmen huddled in fear before the armed guards. Qi Shi listened to the guards' hypocritical promises with suspicion. The large warrior mockingly suggested that the slaves perform a feat. The merciless blade instantly struck down the hesitant captive. The people around froze in horror, seeing the bloody massacre. The warden ordered all the animals to follow him immediately. Liu Feng silently watched the enemy's movements from the wall. The hero suddenly noticed something strange down below the gate. The lord shouted furiously, giving a new order to his soldiers. A deadly rain of arrows once again fell upon the unfortunate beastman. The hooded mercenary drove the beastman forward with glee, waving his sword. The villain looked forward to his power over Bakfan, grinning wickedly at his plans. A deadly rain of arrows instantly covered the fleeing beastman. The girl grinned cheekily, believing in her invulnerability to the enemy. The sudden capture interrupted her triumph, causing genuine bewilderment. The mighty warrior grabbed the struggling girl and rushed away. The man, with tears in his eyes, begged for forgiveness, fearing death. The little beast woman screamed in terror as she narrowly avoided an enemy arrow. The fugitive's swift foot touched the surface, making a swift dash. The strong man carried the children away from the shelling by making a powerful leap to the side. The group of refugees fell heavily to the ground under the protection of the wall. Mina furiously demanded an explanation, defending the frightened child. The sobbing man admitted that he was driven only by the desire to survive. An enemy arrow suddenly pierced the fugitive's chest, ending his life. The little beast woman screamed in horror when she saw her protector die. Mina was stunned with shock as she looked at her comrade's bloody body. The warrior told the child never to trust even his own kind. Liu Feng studied the military map with his advisor. Mina suddenly felt something was wrong and froze with a sharp premonition. The maddened beastmen perished under a hail of arrows flying at them. The hero, in shock, recognized the fleeing targets as peaceful beastmen. An enraged Liu Feng demanded to know the reason for this monstrous horror. The young man clenched his teeth in anger, realizing the vileness of the human shield's tactics. The cavalry, at the Lord's command, swiftly flew out of the city gates. The villain laughed triumphantly, hoping for the empty quivers of the archers. The enemy leader ordered the captured beastmen to be driven forward mercilessly. The cavalry rushed at full gallop towards the crowd of frightened refugees. The stunned soldier cried out, realizing that the enemy had suddenly split their line. The defender froze in horror before the swift attack of the enemy hidden in the shadow. The hooded attacker delivered a powerful blow, breaking through the infantryman's weak defense. The spear broke with a loud crack, leaving the warrior almost unarmed before the enemy. An enemy horseman flew past, almost knocking the stunned warrior off his feet. The leader of the bandits bloodthirstily ordered the immediate slaughter of all those remaining alive. Dark-masked mercenaries surrounded the target, preparing for the final deadly attack. A chaotic and bloody battle between two cavalry forces ensued on the dusty field. Steel blades clashed with a clang, sending up showers of sparks in the heat of battle. The killer mercilessly raised his sword over the head of the defender, who was trembling with fear. The warrior desperately parried the enemy's attack with the remains of his spear. The shaft finally shattered, leaving the defender completely stunned. The stunned soldier loudly ordered his unit to retreat immediately. The villain laughed triumphantly, dreaming of quickly getting his hands on Liu Feng's head. Horsemen appeared quickly on the horizon, raising a cloud of thick dust. A lone rider raced along the fortress wall at full speed. A powerful hoof sank into the ground with force, raising dust. The bandit leader suddenly froze in horror at the sight of reinforcements. The guards of Xi'an resolutely covered the frightened refugees with their bodies. The archers pulled their bowstrings in unison, preparing to release a cloud of arrows. The archers of Xi'an concentrated on pulling the strings of their powerful bows. Liu Feng stood fearlessly before the advancing bandit cavalry. The hero sternly ordered to immediately lock the gates and shoot. The heavy city gates slammed shut with a loud roar. The enemy raiders were instantly killed by a dense rain of arrows. The beastmen mourned in despair for their brutally murdered comrades. The aroma of food spread throughout the area from the huge cauldron. The hungry refugees smelled the hot and tasty brew. Liu Feng kindly invited the guests to have lunch and rest. The captives were sincerely amazed by the Lord's kindness and generous gesture. The beast woman ran happily, hugging the girl tightly to herself. The hungry captives ate greedily, quickly stacking their empty plates. A crowd of beastmen loudly demanded to be fed hot porridge. Liu Feng and Mina watched the well-fed refugees with satisfaction. The mortally wounded warrior uttered his master's name for the last time. A lone rider was racing at full speed straight towards the hero. The Lord was horrified to realize the scale of the destruction and the treachery of the enemy. The enemy cavalry furiously burst into the city through the broken gates. The masked villain gleefully celebrated the success of his cunning trap. The leader ordered an immediate attack on the castle in order to seize power. Liu Feng sternly admitted that he had greatly underestimated Baron Omar's cunning. The hero clenched his fist furiously, barely containing the anger boiling inside him. The young man loudly ordered the warriors to immediately march to defend the castle. The frightened nobleman watched the ensuing chaos in panic from the balcony. Clouds of dust from the enemy cavalry suddenly appeared on the city street. The raiders entered the city at full gallop, sowing mass terror. The stunned aristocrat screamed hysterically, demanding that the castle gates be locked immediately. The guards tried with all their might to close the heavy gate doors. The enemy blade mercilessly pierced the defender, painting the ground with scarlet blood. A deadly arrow struck the warrior, interrupting his desperate attempt to save himself. The hooded archer furiously ordered the mercenaries to immediately cut off the hated lord's head. A deadly hail of arrows instantly engulfed the enemy horsemen amid the bloody chaos of the battle. The stunned residents watched in horror from the castle walls as the cavalry advanced swiftly. The fat nobleman suddenly burst into tears of happiness upon seeing his long-awaited and powerful savior. Liu Feng charged fearlessly into battle at full gallop, accompanied by the jubilant cries of the people. Mina attacked the rider furiously, protecting her master with her trusty dagger in the heat of battle. The hero in red resolutely drove his warhorse straight into the thick of the enemy line. A blinding flash from a powerful sword strike illuminated the entire field of this brutal battle. Liu Feng knocked two raiders from their saddles at full speed with a crushing swing of his blade. The mysterious adversary, with a blazing gaze, ominously watched the progress of the bloody and merciless massacre. Liu Feng fiercely crossed blades with the enemy rider. The leader ordered his team to rush forward immediately. The secret squad of assassins quickly launched a decisive attack. Giant steel figures suddenly appeared in the path of the attackers. A powerful golem in heavy armor frightened the enemy cavalry. A blinding magical explosion scattered the mercenaries in different directions. The aristocrats enthusiastically admired the incredible power of their master. A huge cloud of dust rose rapidly over the battlefield. The masked man mockingly acknowledged the identity of his opponent. The hero loudly sentenced all the daring invaders to death. The golden masked enemy mockingly inquired about Liu Feng's current plans. The villain coldly feigned regret, hiding his sinister grin. The team of the best warriors waited intently for the start of this decisive clash. The leader of the raiders furiously commanded his men to rush into the attack immediately. The enemy cavalry rushed forward, raising clouds of dust across the field. The well-fed beastmen rested, discussing the hero's battle against Omar's troops that had begun. The prisoner spoke anxiously about the young lord's small chances against his enemies. The elderly beastman sadly suggested to his fellow beastmen that they leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. A group of refugees stood frozen in shock as they heard the terrifying news of the great battle. The beastmen, in horror, predicted slavery for themselves in the event of their master's defeat. The beastmen walked through the massive city gates with caution. The hungry refugees emptied one bowl after another in lightning speed. The hooded enemy desperately clung to the guard's heavy armor. The soldier, wounded in the shoulder, furiously cursed the approaching enemies. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, dust, and steel. Mina screamed in panic to the Lord about the impending death of everyone. A sudden, powerful roar interrupted the ringing of steel blades. Baron Carter burst into the thick of the battle with a war cry. Liu Feng turned around in complete shock at the sudden noise. The masked leader of the raiders froze in complete confusion. Liu Feng angrily called the retreating horsemen pathetic weaklings. An unknown force suddenly scattered the enemy soldiers and horses. The hero froze in bewilderment when he saw the defeated squad of mercenaries. The horned beastman easily hoisted the giant log over his shoulder. The little beast woman joyfully called on her brother to crush all enemies. The frightened mercenaries frantically tried to understand the identity of the new enemy. The lilac-haired warrior grinned slyly, anticipating the start of a bloody massacre. The fighters swung the heavy tree furiously, creating a deadly whirlwind. A crushing swing of the log sent the enemies flying at once. Liu Feng ordered Mina to advance and resolutely rushed forward. Liu Feng ordered Mina to capture the enemy captain first. The heroes entered into a fight with a mysterious warrior on horseback. The knight in the white cloak masterfully blocked the blades of his opponents. Mina recognized the fighter as the dangerous royal knight from the stories. "Cat?" The girl told the lord to catch up with Omar, deciding to fight herself. Liu Feng warned his ally of the danger and continued the chase. The masked warrior prepared to strike back swiftly. The beast woman parried the heavy sword with difficulty with her short blade. Mina boldly called herself the only opponent for the royal knight. The fleeing Omar mockingly suggested that Liu Feng try to catch him. The masked enemy smiled slyly, anticipating his easy victory. Liu Feng furiously rushed to attack the proud opponent. The riders crossed blades in a fierce and fast duel. The nobleman arrogantly declared the complete superiority of his skill. Liu Feng responded to his enemy's boast with only a cheeky grin. The hero's eyes flashed with anger after his opponent's defiant words. The enemy unleashed a barrage of swift sword strikes on Liu Feng. The lord was truly amazed at the astonishing speed of the enemy attacks. Liu Feng suddenly closed the distance and powerfully struck the enemy. The rider fell shamefully from his horse, losing his golden mask. Liu Feng loomed over the fallen Omar, revealing his identity. The hero furiously promised to finish off the villain right now. Liu Feng dodged the royal knight's sudden attack in time. The cut on Liu Feng's clothes revealed the enemy's deadly speed. Omar gleefully ordered the knight to immediately finish off the impudent lord. Liu Feng looked around worriedly, looking for Mina, who had suddenly disappeared. The hero made a desperate leap to avoid another lightning attack. Liu Feng gripped the hilt of his sword tightly before making the final thrust. The opponent's blades clashed with a deafening sound in a furious duel. Liu Feng could barely keep up with the warrior's frighteningly fast movements. Liu Feng and the knight's swords collided with a powerful ringing sound. The masked knight furiously wished for Liu Feng's quick death. The opponents crossed blades in a furious and protracted duel. The royal warrior unleashed a hail of crushing blows from above. The lord winced, noticing a fresh bloody wound on his face. The enemy's eyes behind the slits in his mask flashed dangerously with triumph. The horned heroine powerfully brought down a log on the heads of her pursuers. The beast woman loudly called for the immediate capture of the fleeing enemy. Chibi, the girl indignantly screamed about the injustice towards her gender. The warrior furiously tore off the bandages, unleashing her true power. The beast woman tore her bandages furiously in the heat of battle. The frightened mercenaries froze in horror before the power of the enemy. The warrior girl smiled slyly, clutching the heavy tree tighter. A huge log crashed to the ground with a devastating crash, accompanied by screams. Liu Feng and the knight crossed blades in the air again. The hero concentrated on finding a way to repel the enemy's lightning-fast strikes. Sparks flew in all directions from the furious clash of steel. The masked knight was amazed at the incredible speed of the simple lord. Liu Feng was genuinely surprised by the sudden stop of his dangerous opponent. The warrior looked up in fear at the log flying towards him. A log fell between the fighters, interrupting their protracted duel. Liu Feng was stunned to realize that the person standing in front of him was a girl. The horned warrior kicked the log furiously, sending it towards the enemy. The knight deftly jumped over the heavy tree trunk, spinning in the air. The girl quickly closed the distance, breaking out of the thick cloud of dust. Liu Feng skillfully blocked the royal warrior's lightning attack with his sword. The warrior smiled predatorily, clearly enjoying every moment of this battle. The tree's collision with the ground caused a powerful, destructive explosion. The masked knight's eyes widened in sudden realization of danger. Fearing defeat, the enemy hastily retreated to the roof of a neighboring house. Knight Gray was amazed by the alliance between man and beastman in battle. Liu Feng and Tiz proudly told their names to the enemy. The swordsman hid his face, smiling ominously and slyly at his thoughts. The warrior appreciated the foresight of his true master's order. The mysterious horseman promised the heroes a sure meeting in the future. Omar watched in horror as his ally suddenly retreated. The nobleman, in a rage, ordered Gray to immediately kill all enemies. The cloaked knight silently ignored his master's hysterical cries. Gray threatened Omar with death for his impudent and stupid orders. Omar, terrified to death, froze in fear from the warrior's chilling threat. The fleeing nobleman furiously threatened Liu Feng with Count Puli's inevitable revenge. Liu Feng seriously wondered about the true identity of the mysterious Knight Gray. The frightened young man frantically shouted out his high title to the victors. Omar, in his impotent rage, called ordinary citizens just pathetic commoners. Yu knocked the boastful nobleman to the ground with one short blow. The lord ordered the horned warrior to immediately bind and neutralize the captured enemy. Liu Feng sincerely hoped that Mina remained completely safe. The joyful residents of Xi'an noisily celebrated their long-awaited victory over the mercenary detachment. A satisfied Tiz devoured the meat with great appetite after a tough fight. Those around her watched the triumph of their strong ally with genuine delight. The rescued nobles wept, praying for their miraculous deliverance. The people jubilantly recognized Liu Feng as a great and cool lord. The action moved to the guest quarters of the old castle of Bakfon. Liu Feng thought about the situation seriously, without showing any unnecessary emotions. The companions anxiously awaited the slightest movement from the wounded girl, Koshko. Mina finally came to and slowly looked around at her friends gathered around her. The fox screamed joyfully when she saw that her friend had come to her senses. Henri, in tears, told of the long hours of agonizing waiting. Mina's friend carefully told her not to move because of her severe injuries. Mina guiltily lamented her weakness before the enemy knight. The girl called Mina the strongest warrior of their proud tribe. The lord's heavy boot confidently touched the floor in the guest room. The master resolutely reached out to the girl, causing Henri to freeze in fear. The lord kissed the warrior tenderly, praising her for her bravery. The fox screamed in shock at the master's unexpected and tender display of affection. The old doctor smiled tenderly, remembering the wonderful moments of his distant youth. The drunken nobles noisily celebrated their victory, demanding the immediate appearance of the protagonist. The friends cheerfully dragged the embarrassed Liu Feng to a grand celebratory feast. A happy Mina assured her friends that she felt much better than before. The lord became serious again, sensing the beginning of new political intrigues in the city. The drunken aristocrat promised to drink a sea of alcohol with the lord. Lonely Mina looked sadly out the window late at night. The girl clutched the sheets in despair, hating her own powerlessness. The warrior burst into tears again, realizing her sudden weakness. The cold moon silently illuminated the impregnable walls of the ancient castle. The tavern was in full swing with a noisy celebration of the recent victory. Tis sternly suggested that the young man abandon the dangerous undertaking. The brave guy resolutely showed his readiness for the severe test. Tis squeezed the boy's hand mercilessly, causing him to scream. The guardsman solemnly announced Tis's 17th victory over the newcomers. Tis laughed triumphantly, causing the soldiers to tremble in horror. The little sister screamed with glee, admiring the incredible coolness of the older warrior. The girl smiled proudly, accepting the sincere congratulations of the squads. Liu Feng appeared to the people in a dazzling display of glory. The Lord warmly thanked his loyal friends for protecting the borders. A strong hand confidently gripped the mug with the intoxicating drink. The hero proclaimed a loud toast to the health of all those present. Liu Feng waved his hand dismissively, not wanting to listen to empty flattery. The doctor proudly showed the crowd a can of rare canned fish. The nobles looked at the treat with disgust, smelling a suspicious, pungent odor. The guests looked doubtfully at the strange-smelling fish on the plate. The fat man was horrified to learn about the product's long shelf life. The man doubted the edibility of the dish because it had been there for so long. The nobleman suddenly froze, struck by the unexpected sight of the canned fish. Yu began to greedily devour the treat in front of the amazed crowd. The girl chewed contentedly, admiring the magnificent and unusual taste of the food. The amazed nobleman immediately demanded another juicy portion. The old man closely watched the guest's reaction to the strange dish. The cook ceremoniously brought out a new plate with sliced pieces of fish. The man tasted the delicacy with pleasure, acknowledging its complete superiority. The guest enthusiastically acknowledged the taste of the canned fish as truly delicious. The man enjoyed the incredible freshness of the fish in a thick sauce. The sweet tomato sauce literally stirred the soul of the shocked taster. The nobleman eagerly studied the ingredients of this unusual sweet and sour dish. Liu Feng mysteriously revealed the secret of using ordinary tomato ketchup. Lord explained that special treatment preserves the product for years. Those around frantically demanded more, attracted by the appetizing aroma of the fish. The wounded boy invited his sister to try the Lord's amazing treat. The girl froze in silent shock from the amazing taste of the food. The boy called out loudly to his sister, who was amazed by Liu Feng's culinary skills. The fox furiously dragged the boy to try the Lord's canned fish. Henry demonstratively turned away, causing complete bewilderment in her companion. Mina secretly ate fish, willingly offering it to the little girl. Liu Feng coughed delicately, interrupting his companion's secret meal. Mina turned around sharply, sternly asking the Lord about the purpose of his visit. The embarrassed hero timidly inquired about the taste of the recent treat. The girl appreciated the taste of the food, while maintaining a degree of distrust. The warrior stated that the past assistance was only payment to the Lord. Liu Feng was confused by the proud Koshko girl's words. The master promised to take the warrior to the city for the best dishes. Liu Feng listed the many exquisite desserts of his world to the guests. Mina stood stunned, amazed by the list of incredible delicacies she heard. The nobles, in panic, clung to the Lord's cloak, begging him to stay. Carter tearfully asked the gentleman to tell him more about the wonderful treat. The hero sternly explained to the guests the complexity of producing the legendary product. Liu Feng winked slyly, enjoying the complete triumph of his undertaking. The Lord mentioned a huge store in Xi'an with all kinds of goods. The Baron politely asked permission to become a guest of the prosperous city. Liu Feng noted the great potential of a boy named Tori. The master hoped for the people's continued loyalty to their new lord. Fresco happily invited the Baron to go to Xi'an and see everything for himself. Suelo admitted that the taste of the canned fish was really good. The merchant considered Liu Feng to be an extremely interesting and promising young lord. The bandits were angry at their failure as they pursued the mysterious fugitive through the city at night. The mercenary jubilantly discovered a white-haired elf on the roof of one of the buildings. Lisa watched the enemies coldly, standing on the very edge of the tiles. The killer attacked furiously, dreaming of taking the promised reward of 1,000 gold. The elf gracefully dodged the attack, maintaining a completely icy calm on her face. The warrior instantly released a fan of arrows at the enemies advancing on her. The robbers froze in horror, struck by the maiden's sudden and powerful rebuff. Precise shots killed the opponents, leaving bloody trails in the air. Lisa ran quickly past the fallen guards in the dark corridor. The blonde elf finally decided to leave this hateful city forever. The crew hastily prepared the sails for departure under the fluttering red flag. At the pier, the final farewells were heard before the long sea voyage. Liu Feng promised the Baron to visit him after Tori's accession to the throne. Little Tori suddenly rushed away, dragging a huge sack behind him. The boy jumped onto the ship, announcing his move to Xi'an. Liu Feng tried to calm the Baron, who was sobbing from grief and resentment. The young man with golden eyes thoughtfully watched the ship sailing away into the distance. The group of beastmen bowed humbly to their savior. The old man sighed with relief, realizing that all his troubles were over. Liu Feng reminded the soldiers of the recent desertion of the fugitives. The young man once again confirmed his firm and unwavering position. The Lord officially granted the exhausted captives complete freedom. He solemnly declared equal rights for all. The warriors received approval and confidently continued on their way. The owner of Xi'an promised the people an honest and decent income. The rescued ones cried with happiness and sincerely thanked the master. The girls admired the master's incredible nobility and wisdom. Liu Feng and the girls stood dumbfounded in the bright light. Embarrassed, Tis blushed, awkwardly justifying her actions. The young man smiled contentedly, anticipating a triumphant return home. The fleet under scarlet sails finally left the hostile harbor. The hard-working people of Xi'an were amazed to see the approaching ships. The Lord's red banner rose proudly above the sea surface. Liu Feng, at the head of a cavalry detachment, solemnly entered the city. The riders under the flags confidently passed through the massive gates of Xi'an. The townspeople enthusiastically discussed the heroic return of their master. The old woman, with tears of happiness, thanked the master for the revenge that had been accomplished. The crowd cheered wildly, loudly welcoming their great master. The townspeople joyfully took to the streets, praising the wise ruler Xi'an. Liu Feng accepted the sincere gratitude of his people with dignity. The hero finally returned to the safe and familiar walls of the castle. Vaya joyfully threw herself into the arms of her returning master. The girl timidly touched the Lord's chest, suddenly feeling his warmth. Blushing with embarrassment, the heroine realized the full audacity of her actions. She solemnly showed off her new elegant suit to the master. Liu Feng confirmed that all enemies were finally punished with labor. The happy assistant warmly thanked the master for the revenge he had accomplished. The rescued girl hugged the master tightly, who was blushing with embarrassment. The other companions watched this tender scene in fury. The embarrassed hero could barely hold back the blood that was gushing from his nose. Liu Feng hurried away, awkwardly scratching the back of his head as he walked. The young man cheerfully introduced the new warrior from the tribe to his friends. Tis posed boldly, showing off her impressive and powerful figure. The warrior's curvaceous figure instantly attracted all eyes. The girls, horrified, demanded that they immediately change this revealing outfit. A majestic and very tall white tower rose before the heroes. The former prisoners stood frozen in admiration before the majestic building of Xi'an. Lisa was amazed by the scale of the majestic buildings of prosperous Xi'an. The old manager showed the spacious rooms of the new city dormitory. The old man explained to the beastmen the rules for long-term rental of residential premises. The administrator accidentally opened the door to a frightened girl who was changing clothes in the room. The angry woman bared her teeth in rage at the intruder. In the mountain, the hail controller was hit by kitchen utensils and heavy tools flying. The knocked-down old man calmly continued his important lecture. Lisa resolutely presented a bag of coins for renting personal housing. The manager graciously accepted payment from the important and wealthy guest. The poor beastmen were saddened by the lack of money for rent. Ba Fu narrowed his eyes slyly, finally confirming the success of his insidious plan. The bags of gold on the table proved the financial triumph of the wise master. The beastmen began to work hard to quickly repay their debt to their lord. The old man advised the workers to share housing in order to save them significant money. Residents stood in amazement as they realized the scale of the incredible changes in Xi'an. The people recognized Liu Feng's greatness and vowed to work tirelessly. The guide introduced the guests to the bustling street and the future grand shopping center. Foreign merchants recognized Liu Feng as a genius for his unique development plan. The distinguished guest suddenly turned pale, feeling a sharp and severe pain in his stomach. The merchant fled in panic, barely holding back the sudden and shameful attack of illness. The conductor, in horror, tried to stop the impudent disturber of the order. The frightened merchant quickly ran away from the angry residents. The man hastily pulled down his pants right in the middle of the street. The merchant closed his eyes in bliss. finally freed from the excruciating pain. The poor fellow crouched down in fear in a dark and abandoned corner. A passerby sternly scolded a slob for ignoring a public toilet. The guest was extremely surprised by the strict sanitary standards of the prosperous city. The locals, in a rage, drove the ill-mannered stranger away. The law enforcement officer angrily pointed out the prohibiting sign to the offender. The disgraced rich man wept bitterly because of his monstrous disgrace. The guard angrily pointed out the prohibiting sign to the offender. A resident of Xi'an ordered the merchant to go to the toilet immediately. The disgraced guest stood frozen in amazement in front of the clean building. The merchant admired the incredible cleanliness and convenience of the capital's toilet. The city resident explained to the guests the importance of hygiene for disease prevention. Foreign merchants listened attentively to the story about sanitary standards. Visitors rushed to personally inspect the city's amazing wastewater treatment system. The enraged resident suddenly grabbed the slob, stopping his escape attempt. The formidable guard sternly demanded that the fine be paid immediately in coins. The frightened rich man meekly agreed to pay money for the offense. The old man rushed to the door of the women's restroom in a hurry. He was excitedly looking forward to getting to know the new urban wonder. The frightened women angrily drove the uninvited guest away. A powerful blow threw the unlucky tourist straight onto the stairs. The stern warden angrily scolded the poor fellow for his inattention. She clearly explained the difference between the signs for the genders. The disgraced merchants guiltily made excuses to the angry city residents. The owner of the establishment offered to buy toilet paper for a coin. Guests were amazed at the use of paper instead of the usual bamboo sticks. The stern woman calmly waited for an answer from the puzzled foreigners. The man held out the bag tremblingly, begging for payment. A woman was explaining the rules for using a public restroom to the crowd. Visitors admired the incredible purity and softness of the exotic paper. The boy rejoiced, forever forgetting about the rough bamboo. The young man suddenly froze, catching an enticing sweet aroma in the air. The child excitedly pointed out to his father a crowded town bakery. The bearded man confidently called this bakery the best in the city. The man hospitably offered his guests a snack of fresh, hot-baked goods. The resident turned around, urging visitors to appreciate the quality of the paved roads. A crowd of aristocrats eagerly rushed towards the enticing smell of hot buns. The townspeople at the bakery held their noses as they smelled the pungent stench. The man in the top hat spoke ironically about the importance of hygiene. The crowd almost lost consciousness from the stench of the newcomers. The heroes sheepishly admitted that they did indeed smell. The poor guy threw up right on the street because of the stench of the guests. The man, in a cold sweat, ordered that a doctor be called quickly. The father suggested that the child immediately go and wash himself thoroughly. The guide kindly showed us the way to the new city bathhouse. The huge pool with clean water amazed the hero's imagination. The travelers took great pleasure in washing off the dust in the pool. The clear water instantly turned black with old dirt. The son noticed that his father was incredibly dirty. The man made excuses, recalling falling into a deep puddle. A golden sign thanked visitors for visiting the bathhouse. The heroes enjoyed the newfound cleanliness and freshness after bathing. The travelers admitted that they hadn't washed so well in a long time. The boy admired the comfort of the city and wanted to stay forever. The father reminded his son of the purpose of their business visit. The young man was inspired by the idea of finding a husband for his older sister. The man confirmed his intention to find a partner and a fiancé for his daughter. The Xi'an shopping mall dazzled guests with its majestic modern appearance. The guide proudly introduced the city's main commercial building. A resident spoke about the colossal selection of goods available to visitors. The man looked at the golden vase, amazed by its quality and shine. The hooded stranger appreciated the favorable prices on the goods. Lisa tried the local food, dreaming of staying longer. The excited crowd of shoppers almost knocked down the guest. The girl in the cloak urged people to be careful. Father and son watched the buyers struggle with bewilderment. The traders eagerly snatched up all the bags of valuable goods. The merchant took the heavy bag of gold coins with confusion. The guy angrily pointed out the impudence of the rich buyers. The man in red pants was outraged by injustice and greed. The rich men in hats looked at each other with indifference and arrogance. The guests shrugged their shoulders cynically, completely disdaining the commoners' complaints. The old man proclaimed the right of money to do anything with malice. The athlete clenched his fists in anger, listening to the mocking laughter. A heavy, gloved hand landed firmly on the rich man's shoulder. The security detachment officially presented the order to restrict goods. The aristocrats were frozen in shock at the news of the limits. The guards ordered the excess to be returned, promising to reimburse the money in full. The commander advised the guests with a grin not to try to argue. The aristocrat clenched his teeth in anger, realizing his complete powerlessness. The guy was jubilant. Gold doesn't give him the right to act out of control now. The merchants discussed the Lord's strange policy of limiting their profits. The father was watching the order. The son was happily choosing a lollipop. The traveler realized that sanctions protect residents from any speculation. A bright castle towered over the night city in the moonlight. The assistant brought the gentleman a pizza, sincerely delighted by his praise. The girl ate with appetite, staining her face with the fragrant sauce. The chibi girls looked in fascination at the huge portions of hot pizza. Liu Feng praised his assistant's talent, calling her the best cook. Tiz and Mina started a fight, taking a piece from each other. The heroine screamed indignantly when her friend intercepted her piece. The warriors devoured the food with gusto, completely ignoring the comments of those around them. Nicole smiled tenderly at the gentleman, enjoying the cozy festive evening. The guest clenched her fists tightly, deciding to have a serious conversation. The pink assistant turned timidly, wanting to ask for his help. The girl bowed low, frightening and confusing the gentleman. The beast woman tearfully begged for forgiveness for her strange behavior. The girl, the hare, sadly told about her father, the leader of the tribe. The wrath of the ice goddess forced the tribe to leave their homeland. The beastmen wandered for a long time among the snows, looking for a new home. Due to carelessness, the entire tribe fell into cruel slavery. Vaya tearfully recalled her recent rescue from captivity. The friend tenderly consoled the crying girl, sharing her pain. The heroine timidly raised her gaze, hoping for the Lord's mercy. The tribe hid in the forest, waiting for the return of their leader. The beast woman suddenly bowed very low to Liu Feng. Vaya desperately begged the Lord to allow her people to live here. Liu Feng looked into the distance with determination, considering his next important step. Mina smiled warmly, looking at her incredibly wise master. The companions exchanged satisfied glances, sincerely rejoicing at the success of their common cause. Tiz was surprised to hear about the young lord's new ambitious plans. Liu Feng stood up and expressed concerns about Via's safety. The gentleman winked playfully, promising to provide a detachment for reliable escort. Via's eyes filled with tears of happiness from his sincere support. The grateful girl, the hare, hugged her stunned and embarrassed master tightly. Liu Feng commanded everyone present to immediately stop the general noise. The hero asked Mina if she wanted to go on a journey. Liu Feng discussed the plan. Mina respectfully asked for advice. The beast woman warned about the fear of her relatives and the risk of dangerous misunderstanding. The girl offered to help, but the gentleman reminded her of the serious wounds. The frightened bunny blamed herself and suggested that they go on a journey. Liu Feng and Mina immediately stopped their crying companion's crazy plan. The Lord silently studied the determined face of Mina's devoted protector. After carefully weighing the risks, Liu Feng briefly confirmed his final consent. He ordered the cat maiden to swear to return home in absolute safety. The proud warrior confirmed her skills, boldly ignoring the accusation of overconfidence. The fox mockingly ridiculed Liu Feng for his almost maternal care. Mina suddenly touched the gentleman's cheek tenderly with her gloved hand. The catwoman approached Liu Feng's face, causing his heart to beat faster. Giving in to impulse, the warrior kissed the blushing lord on the right cheek. Seeing the intimate scene, the bunny covered her face with her hands in shock. The observing fox became furious and loudly expressed her indignation. A stunned Liu Feng stood motionless. Mina calmly walked towards the horse. Koshkodeva jumped into the saddle and promised the gentleman to see her soon. The lord with the mark on his face barely muttered words of farewell. Mina and the bunny quickly galloped on horses out of the gate. The warrior was determined to become stronger by the time she returned. Liu Feng sat in the luxurious office and laughed dreamily. The chibi lord happily propped up his cheeks, indulging in his wildest, most vivid fantasies. A huge stack of reports rose before the shocked and frightened hero. The fox came in and sternly ordered everyone to start work immediately. Henri suddenly turned away, causing confusion with her strange, abrupt behavior. The hero inquired about his companion's plans, but the fox quickly and loudly denied everything. Liu Feng sighed heavily and dreamed of a truly intelligent secretary. The words about searching for an assistant made the fox turn around suddenly. Proud Henri agreed to help, demanding the obligatory generous personal gratitude. The delighted lord promised to cook his favorite omelet in exchange for help with the documents. Liu Feng handed Henri a document, asking about his skills in the field. The fox decisively hit her fist into her palm, vowing to do everything. Henry confidently promised to help the gentleman with his business, but he was hesitant. The girl looked at the lord in surprise when she heard the mention of trade sanctions. Liu Feng studied the reports thoughtfully, recalling the old orders before the trip. The fox stood in front of the table, reporting on the traders from the lands. The diagram showed happy people running to the city to buy goods. The picture showed residents' fear of a shortage of essential products. The image showed how the shopping restrictions crushed the crowd of people. Henry read the paper, realizing the futility of the current restrictions for the city. Liu Feng noted that Henri's talent surpassed that of ordinary merchants. The lord asked her with a sly smile what she would do. The fox thoughtfully discussed the need to maintain tough sanctions temporarily. Liu Feng turned around in surprise when he heard about the merchant's desire to cooperate. The messenger burst into the office, reporting a crowd of merchants asking for money. The golden-haired fox was indignantly amazed at the sensitive hearing of the businessmen who appeared immediately. In a comical fit, the heroines forgot about their business, succumbing to intense hunger. Liu Feng covered the papers with his palm, assuring them that he had the situation under control. The young lord ordered that the merchants be informed about the meeting tomorrow in the hall. Residents actively discussed the news of the imminent opening of a banquet hall. Rumors began to spread among the people about invitations from rich merchants to the master. The angry townsmen shouted furiously about the unthinkable cost of a ticket of 5 coins. In chibi form, the poor man presented a mountain of buns instead of an expensive invitation. The merchants were wondering who would be the lucky one who would receive the right to supply goods. The serious businessman thoughtfully discussed the importance of the upcoming event for the future. The Lord's messenger approached Swallow, asking for the identity of the important person. The city representative formally introduced herself and explained her role. The girl with a kind smile handed the man a red invitation envelope. The merchant accepted the security with an expression of deepest gratitude and shock. The people around watched in stupefaction as the ticket worth 5 silver coins was handed over. Nicole told the merchants to show up on time, and the crowd cheered her on. Merchant Sualo bowed humbly, sincerely thanking the girl for the honor. The majestic banquet hall of Xi'an greeted guests with a dazzling, luxurious facade. Inside the building, the nobles froze, amazed by the incredible scale of the celebration and the treats. The tables were laden with exquisite dishes, filling the room with the aromas of food. Tiz looked at the delicacies with delight, barely holding back her drool in anticipation. The friendly chef encouraged the warrior, allowing her to choose any dish without restrictions. The girl with horns excitedly screamed about wanting to eat all the meat. Yu joyfully carried a huge bowl of spoils. Lisa watched melancholically. The white-haired elf suddenly felt unwell, turning pale from the sharp feeling. Lisa looked enviously at someone else's plate, dreaming of a roomy stomach. The elderly traders were delighted by the aroma and appearance of the delicacies. The satisfied merchant authoritatively confirmed that there were real masterpieces on the table. Nicole politely asked ticket holders to proceed to a special room. The girl confidently pushed the door open, opening the way for the guests into the hall. The Lord's assistant invited them to take their seats, promising Feng's quick arrival. The guests studied the incredibly elegant tableware and sparkling glasses with bated breath. The delegate in the blue hat stared at the glass in amazement, not believing his eyes. The man stroked the shiny upholstery of the chair with admiration, amazed at the luxury of the furniture. The sudden click of the lock made everyone present instantly fall silent and turn around. A tense silence reigned in the hall as the guests sat at the table. The gray-haired merchant cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to break the drawn-out, oppressive silence. The man in the purple top hat narrowed his eyes suspiciously, thinking about a cunning strategy. The head of the delegation officially stated that all the businessmen had a goal. The merchant emotionally argued for the need to completely lift restrictions on the purchase of goods. The guests began to whisper actively, completely agreeing with the leader's arguments. With a satisfied grin, the delegate announced his plan of action against the Lord. The remaining participants enthusiastically demanded that all details be immediately disclosed. The man glanced slyly at his comrades, preparing to reveal his insidious plan. The leader of the conspirators ordered a refusal until the master lifted the sanctions. The young man in blue doubted his actions against the nobleman. The merchant confessed to a strong fear of dying because of his dealings with the Lord. The conspirators decided that an aristocrat striving for progress was of no use to them. A mechanical device in the wall instantly recorded every word of the secret conspiracy. Liu Feng and Nicole were intently eavesdropping on the insidious plans through a hidden device. The master confidently explained the principle of moving sound waves to track enemies. The beast woman frowned seriously, sensing with her sharp ears the words of the insidious conspirators. The Lord ordered Henri to select 5 reliable people with sharp memories. Nicole could barely contain her anger, shocked by the brazen betrayal of the extremely ungrateful guests. The girl loudly expressed her indignation at the ingratitude of the businessmen, who responded to their kindness with vile evil. Nicole clenched her fists indignantly, but the Lord ordered her to be silent. Liu Feng quietly whispered to his assistant that the enemies might overhear the conversation. The master smiled slyly, anticipating a quick retribution for his attempt at deception. The Lord generously allowed his enemies to have some fun before their final collapse. Nicole was struck by the gentleman's calm and confidence in victory. The heroes resolutely headed for the door, leaving the office with the hidden device. The golden-haired fox anticipated revenge, and her eyes sparkled with a cold fire of excitement. Liu Feng fiercely wished to crush the souls of those who betrayed kindness. The girl confidently promised the Lord to personally deal with the ungrateful, impudent merchants. The door creaked open and the master entered the hall majestically. Liu Feng majestically entered the ceremonial hall under the surprised gazes of the merchants. The young lord greeted the guests cheerfully, inviting everyone to take their seats. The master officially announced 2 important themes for the gala evening. The lord sat down at the head of the table and turned to his assistant. The golden-haired fox clapped her hands loudly, signaling for the meal. Nicole solemnly rolled the cart loaded with food into the center of the flooded hall. Ruddy piglets and exquisite dishes with enticing aromas appeared on the table. The businessmen froze in amazement, struck by the incredible abundance and luxury of the treats. Liu Feng warmly invited everyone to try the food and enjoy the opening of the hall. The young man was the first to appreciate the taste of the delicacy, thoughtfully chewing a piece with his chopsticks. Liu Feng quietly noted that the taste was inferior to his assistant's skill. The merchants devoured the food greedily, recognizing the superiority of the banquet over the capital's delicacies. The little lord in chibi form asked the fox to bring cutlery to the guests. The hero watched with disgust as the ill-mannered businessmen devoured the meat with their dirty hands. The plump merchant crunched the bone contentedly, not caring about the rules of etiquette. One of the guests shouted enthusiastically that this was the best feast in the country. The serious businessman reminded us of the second important topic for discussion today. Liu Feng folded his hands in concentration as he spoke about the sanctions that were worrying everyone. The excited merchants joyfully raised their hands when they learned of the transfer of powers to the secretary. The Lord officially introduced the fox Henri as the head of trade matters. The fair-haired guest was indignant that the beast woman was entrusted with resolving such serious business matters. A thin hand slammed the table hard, instantly silencing everyone present. The nobles gathered at the sumptuous dinner were frozen in shock by Henri's insolent behavior. The fox angrily asked if they dared to question her right to impose sanctions. The merchant in the top hat obsequiously begged the heroine to lift the trade restrictions for the sake of everyone's benefit. The greedy businessman joyfully dreamed of the fabulous profits that their joint work would bring them. Henri fiercely warned the impudent merchants against trying to make her master look like a naive fool. Liu Feng, with a calm smile, confirmed his desire to help ordinary people with cheap goods. Climbing onto a chair, the enraged girl accused the guests of deliberately destroying the honest market. The fox coldly retorted that the master would never associate with dishonest and stupid businessmen. The merchants boastfully reminded him of the 5 coins they had given for inviting the master. The beast woman closed her eyes tiredly, continuing to consider all the businessmen present to be completely beggars. The shocked merchant in the top hat nervously asked what exactly the guest meant. The fox's gaze turned icy as she refined her attack on everyone. Standing before the silent table, the warrior openly accused every nobleman of insignificance. With a contemptuous grin, Henri called the distinguished guests nothing more than petty and pathetic shopkeepers. The offended merchant stood frozen in mute stupor, astonished by the young assistant's audacity. The travelers finally reached the foot of the majestic Mount Yujin, bathed in bright sunlight. A group of horsemen moved slowly along a forest path, led by two girls. The pink-haired companion sadly lowered her head, realizing her own helplessness in the current situation. Sha the rabbit could barely stay in the saddle while her hungry stomach made loud sounds. Mina the cat suggested making a stop, but her stubborn companion quickly refused to rest now. The girl with pink ears vowed not to be a burden anymore, despite the purring. Noticing her friend's condition, the beast woman began to chew the dry rations she had brought with her for the journey with gusto. Sha blushed deeply and timidly asked permission to have a snack with everyone else. The entire detachment finally stopped at the rocks to catch their breath in the shade of the trees. Mina handed her hungry companion a piece of dried fish along with a special hearty cookie. Pink-haired Sha looked at the strange treat, which she had never seen before, with great surprise. The beast woman explained that even a tiny piece of this product can satisfy intense hunger. The girl happily acknowledged Liu Feng's skill in possessing so many incredibly useful things. The cat happily confirmed that their master always had the most amazingly valuable goods. Sha became quiet, immersed in her very deep and obviously extremely difficult thoughts. Holding the food in her hands, the rabbit hesitantly got ready to ask her friend one important question. Mina calmly drank water while her companion carefully watched her every move. Hearing the master's question about the wedding, the warrior spat out water in surprise. The choking cat coughed loudly while the guilty rabbit began tearfully asking her friend for forgiveness. Mina hoarsely clarified what exactly her now extremely embarrassed companion meant. Sha sadly recalled yesterday's farewell and her strange thoughts that arose when she saw the master. The warrior's face fell into a shadow as she realized the depth of her young companion's suspicions. The rabbit's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had only just realized the awkwardness of this situation. Cat Mina smiled dreamily, resting her chin on her hand and remembering the gentleman's warm words. The warrior closed her eyes contentedly as she continued her interesting story about Liu Feng's incredible confession. The beast woman confidently confirmed the master's firm intention to one day marry the beautiful girl, the cat. Shia's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the amazing news. The rabbit sadly reminded him of the master's noble status and the possible evil ridicule of the nobility. Mina recalled the moment when Liu Feng firmly grabbed her shoulders back then. The hero loudly declared his desire to see this particular beast woman as his future wife. At first, the warrior took these bold words as just a very kind joke. Xie looked at the food carefully, realizing the seriousness of every action of their amazing benefactor. The girl admitted that the master had done things that were previously considered completely impossible for people. The beast woman laughed joyfully, sincerely believing in her upcoming marriage with her beloved noble master. Xia fell into a stupor, amazed by her friend's incredibly bold and firm confidence. The girl with pink ears watched her friend while the guards in the distance looked visibly embarrassed. The cat suddenly realized the audacity of what had been said and instantly blushed with burning, intense shame. The heroine screamed in panic, begging her companions to keep their secret conversation a strict secret. The forgotten guards sadly chewed lemon, deciding not to interfere in the strange women's disputes. In the dining room, Henry sternly asked if the merchants really wanted to hear the truth. The girl with the foxtail confirmed her rightness, looking into the eyes of the frightened nobles. The little helper approached the rich man and told him the exact amount of gold in his wallet. The greedy old man continued to eat the fish in silence, trying not to notice the icy, contemptuous gaze. Henry asked the silent guests about the exorbitant price of just one plate of ordinary cabbage. The gray-bearded merchant only smiled dismissively, expecting to hear some completely insignificant sum of money. The fox explained that the best parts of 10 heads of cabbage were selected for the exquisite dish. Hearing the shocking price of 65 coins, the old man was literally speechless. All the merchants present stood frozen in deep stupor, astonished by the incredible cost of a simple side dish. Henri continued to finish off the guests, listing huge sums of gold for each dish served. The nobles realized the true cause of taste when they were horrified by the cost of each individual serving of expensive food. The assistant reminded them that their pay was mere crumbs for the powerful master. The fox coldly announced that the master ate 10 silver coins worth of food every day. The enraged girl called their business insignificant, openly mocking the supposed greatness of the businessman. Henri looked triumphantly at the silent guest, realizing her complete victory over him. Liu Feng calmly noted to himself the speedy and successful completion of these protracted negotiations. The fox realized with glee that her daring plan had finally brought the desired result. Wealthy merchants began to talk about the undoubted benefits of cooperation for the prosperity of the entire city. The nobles flatteringly acknowledged the master's deep concern for the lives of ordinary and poor townspeople. The assistant confidently announced that the gentleman had a special plan for the development of future trade. The merchants were frozen in deep shock at the idea of creating their own team of goods carriers. The frightened businessmen tearfully begged the master not to deprive them of their last chance to earn money. The hero majestically invited his beloved secretary to outline her own ideal plan of action. Henry listened coldly to the merchant's vows to support any decision of the master for the sake of common profit. Henry smiled slyly and solemnly announced the introduction of new strict customs duties. The shocked merchants, completely perplexed, began to discuss the meaning of a term that was completely unfamiliar to them. The fox clearly explained the rules for taxing goods exported outside of this prosperous city. Traders expressed concern that such duties could significantly reduce their expected income. Henri assured the guests that the benefits of Siana's inexpensive goods would definitely cover the costs. The bearded businessman acknowledged the genius of the plan, which could raise state taxes without causing any harm. The merchant in the suit thoughtfully pondered the lord's brilliant and extremely profitable strategy. Henry harshly suggested that those who disagreed create their own team, forcing the merchants to immediately accept the terms. The sun shone brightly over the majestic building, signifying the successful conclusion of an important deal. Liu Feng watched with slight surprise as the back trembled from intense excitement. Henri raised her fist in the air in triumph, wildly delighted with her incredibly daring and successful success. Liu Feng gently stroked his faithful assistant's head, sincerely thanking her for her invaluable help. The little fox blushed deeply from the unexpected affection, opening her bright blue eyes wide. Henry boastfully declared her power, while the master only smiled awkwardly and submissively. The Trinity majestically exited the building, heading towards new, important, and extremely complex matters. An unknown merchant named Sualo politely blocked the Lord's path for an urgent conversation. A serious businessman from distant Wangao respectfully asked to spare him some of his precious time. Liu Feng greeted the guest joyfully, suddenly remembering his own secret business. The young gentleman confidently invited his new acquaintance to follow him for further discussion. The venerable merchant sincerely thanked the powerful master for giving him the rare opportunity to talk. The luxurious carriage sped through the golden forests towards the outskirts of Xi'an. The amazed young man pressed himself to the window, watching with delight the incredibly smooth movement of the carriage. Inside the carriage, the passengers were excitedly discussing the astonishing speed of their unique vehicle. The young companion jumped excitedly on the soft seat, amazed at the complete absence of any shaking. Mina proudly explained that this carriage, equipped with a special mechanism, belonged to the master. The boy, with genuine curiosity, asked again about the mysterious device that provided such high levels of comfort. The respectable merchant laughed contentedly, acknowledging that Liu Feng had many incredible things. The lord looked closely at the guest, calling him an influential businessman of the northern and southern lands. Squinting slyly, Liu Feng guessed that the merchant was brought here by more than just the shopping center. The venerable guest bowed humbly, confirming the insightful guess of his high-ranking and wise interlocutor. Liu Feng suggested that the guest discuss an important business proposal directly during the trip. The hero only smiled mysteriously and promised to reveal his cards in a few short minutes. The crew finally stopped in front of the huge and majestic building of the new modern Xi'an factory. The amazed guests gazed with admiration at the unusually high walls of their new lord's industrial giant. Liu Feng politely invited the influential businessman to come inside to inspect the production facilities. The merchant froze in amazement, unable to believe the scale of the enormous object he saw. Inside the huge building, there was a view of endless rows of shelves filled with valuable goods. Seeing these incredible reserves, the guest turned pale with shock and could barely contain his excitement. The boy cried out with joy when he discovered an incredible number of rolls of high-quality and very expensive fabric. Liu Feng calmly asked Mina the total number of rolls prepared for sale. White-haired Henri read from the magazine the exact data on the availability of hundreds of different rolls. The heroes entered a huge warehouse filled with endless rows of bright and high-quality fabric. Liu Feng looked at his companion confidently, expecting a detailed report on the results of the work. The girl seriously listed the production volumes of the lowest and average grades of products. The boy began to quickly calculate in his mind the colossal future profit from the sale of goods. The young guest enthusiastically told his father about the enormous earnings in pure gold coins. The Lord praised the child's intelligence, calling him a worthy and intelligent heir to the famous businessmen. Beast woman Henri pouted angrily, while Liu Feng smirked contentedly at the success of his factory. The shocked businessman looked at the Lord in confusion, not believing the scale of the enormous reserve he saw. The merchant asked in bewilderment how it was possible to produce so many different fabrics entirely by hand. Henri smiled slyly and called their factory's production methods a closely guarded trade secret. Liu Feng laughed good-naturedly and allowed the distinguished guest to personally inspect the secret equipment. The beast woman Henri stood nearby with an extremely dissatisfied face, while the master smiled warmly. The group resolutely headed deeper into the workshop, following the young lord, who was confidently striding forward. The little rascal suddenly snuck up behind him and tugged hard at the hem of Henri's white robe. Feeling a sharp jerk, the warrior shuddered in fear and turned around sharply in complete bewilderment. The brat made a funny face, openly teasing the angry assistant right behind her back. Barely containing her simmering rage, Henri glared angrily and prepared to teach the impudent boy a lesson. Suddenly, everyone present froze in shock as they saw a huge industrial object hidden behind the shelves. The shocked merchant saw the modern loom, realizing the reason for the factory's incredible and rapid productivity. Beastwoman Henri mockingly asked the businessman if he really didn't know this mechanism. The boy, his eyes shining, enthusiastically asked if this device was intended for sewing. Henri angrily scolded the disobedient boy who was interfering with the inspection of a secret industrial facility. Liu Feng calmly ordered Henri to immediately demonstrate to the guests how the loom worked. The Lord's assistant smiled contentedly and confidently agreed to show all the secrets of this production. Suddenly, Henri grabbed the mischievous child tightly by the collar of his smart green shirt. The stern warrior ordered the boy to stand still and carefully observe the important process. The girl deftly took her place at the massive and very complex mechanism. Henri looked intently at those present, imperiously demanding their deepest attention. The beast woman began working with incredible speed, astonishing the guests with her skill and strength. The shocked merchant and his little son watched in amazement at the incredible miracle. Henri proudly showed the guests the finished canvas, created in a matter of moments. The beast woman mockingly asked the stunned businessman his opinion regarding the demonstration he had just seen. The boy, his eyes shining, enthusiastically admitted that this amazing fox was simply magnificent. The girl looked away shyly, trying to hide the blush that had suddenly appeared on her cheeks. Henri laughed cheerfully and admitted that this naughty child was not so irritable. Liu Feng inquired in a businesslike manner about the time frame for the necessary expansion of production volumes of the cheapest fabric. The assistant confidently stated that the new trained workers would soon relieve the Lord of all troubles. Looking at the Lord, the businessman seriously wondered if the master was a true god. Liu Feng politely asked the experienced merchant to give his honest assessment of the quality of this material. The merchant touched the fabric with admiration, recognizing it as worthy only of great kings. The beast woman giggled contentedly, delighted at the incredibly strong impression she had made on the experienced guest. Henri explained that the products presented were only the lowest grade out of 6. The shocked businessman barely realized that the finest fabrics were intended for the gods themselves. Liu Feng decisively suggested that the astonished businessman take on new obligations. The Lord confidently declared that the partnership would bring them both enormous and quick profits. The businessman quickly calculated in his mind the possibility of earning more than 1,000 gold coins. As a sign of goodwill, the guest agreed to receive only 1% of the profits. Liu Feng watched the excited glint in his companion's eyes with mild interest. The businessman admitted that his new lord turned out to be incredibly decisive and insightful. The young guest decisively declared Liu Feng to be the future husband of his sister. Shocked, Liu Feng and Henri stood frozen in mute shock at the unexpected statement. The father quickly pulled his son back while the child stubbornly continued to insist on his own. The merchant praised his daughter's talents while Henri angrily listened to the noisy boy's new requests. Under the cover of thick night, two horsewomen slowly made their way through the mysterious forest. Because the path was too narrow, the warriors had to dismount and continue their journey on foot. The cautious beast woman carefully examined the surroundings, hiding behind the massive trunk of an old forest tree. A young warrior with a noticeable scar on the bridge of his nose watched the entire group's movements with concentration. The tired, pink-haired girl leaned heavily against a tree, trying to quickly catch her breath. The companion caringly inquired about her friend's well-being, suggesting that they take a short break for a good rest. The rabbit confidently declared that her native tribe was already waiting for them ahead. Mina ordered the warriors to stay, fearing to frighten their relatives with the appearance of complete strangers. The stern warrior with the scar instantly confirmed his complete readiness to carry out the order. Smiling sincerely, the girl thanked Mina for her loyalty and constant help. The lilac-haired Mina looked tenderly at her mistress, squinting her eyes affectionately and slyly. The beast woman excitedly called her friend to quickly follow her deeper into the forest. The happy heroine happily agreed to continue her journey towards new and mysterious adventures. The companions quickly walked along the path, hiding in the shadow of tall, ancient trees. Suddenly, a scarlet drop of fresh blood fell from above onto the green foliage. Mina froze warily and grabbed her friend's hand, sensing a hidden threat. Mina put her finger to her lips, urging her companion to maintain complete silence. The heroines listened warily to the suspicious rustling coming from the dense forest thickets. A tense Mina slowly reached for the hilt of her sharp sword, preparing to attack. The beast woman instantly drew her blade, resolutely standing up to defend her frightened mistress. A small, trembling girl appeared from the bushes, crying bitterly from fear. The pink-haired girl was amazed to recognize the child she had found as her younger sister. The happy warrior hugged the sobbing baby tightly, trying to calm her down. The lady carefully examined her sister's face, anxiously asking about the wounds she had received. Mina continued to keep a watchful eye on the forest while the relatives were reunited after their separation. The little girl, through tears, told about the attack of cruel slave traders on their settlement. Mina clenched her teeth in anger, barely containing the anger boiling inside her. Her black-gloved fist trembled with unbearable tension. The pink-haired girl looked at the crying baby with concern. The frightened little one asked plaintively about the fate of the guards and Miss Mary. Images of relatives who were being mercilessly taken away by the invaders appeared before my eyes. The elderly beast woman sadly hugged the children, trying to console them in their troubles. The little girl burst into tears, lamenting that they had been left all alone. The pink-haired heroine froze in silent horror at what she heard. She hugged the child tightly, sharing his unbearable pain. Someone's hand in a dark glove lay on her shoulder, expressing support. Mina placed her hand sternly on her friend's shoulder, ordering her to stop crying immediately. The purple-haired warrior lowered her head gloomily, preparing to mete out harsh justice to her insolent enemies. The pink-haired girl looked up, hugging the frightened baby tightly. Armed with daggers, Mina resolutely led the squad forward, calling for the immediate rescue of all prisoners. The villains laughed loudly in the camp, rejoicing at the accidental discovery of the secret refuge of the defenseless beastmen. A cruel slave trader cynically offered to sell small children at auction for huge profits. The enemy's blow suddenly fell on the young man's face, causing him to cry out in pain. The defeated boy looked in horror at the enemy, who rudely demanded that the girl be handed over immediately. The enraged bandit leader cursed his subordinates for failing to find the valuable slave. The villain angrily kicked the lying youth, shouting that he had really made him angry now. The bandit viciously beat the captive beastman in front of a very frightened elderly woman. The little girl tearfully begged her grandmother to quickly help the defender, who was left there all alone. The elderly woman closed her eyes in despair, realizing her complete powerlessness before the enemy. The leader of the mercenaries grabbed the boy by the hair, threatening him with imminent death from the goddess. The beaten youth looked at his tormentor with hatred, refusing to obey the orders of his greedy masters. The prisoner boldly spat in the bandit's face, demonstrating his contempt for the evil invaders. The enraged enemy wiped his face and reached for his blade, wanting to immediately kill the insolent one. The villain swung his knife, shouting curses at the bloody and exhausted young man. Mina's sudden strike from behind pierced the mercenary, stopping his deadly blade attack. The purple-haired warrior remained icy calm as she looked at the enemy she had defeated with her sharp knives. Mina suddenly appeared in the center of the camp, shocking the armed mercenaries with her unexpected presence. The little girl hopefully asked Grandma Mary if the defenders would save them now. The confused bandit screamed in panic, ordering the immediate death of the mysterious purple-haired warrior. Brave cat. The girl fearlessly froze, surrounded by enemies, ready for a decisive mortal battle. Mina assumed a fighting stance, clutching her sharp daggers tightly in the face of danger. The heroine's swift dash caused a powerful shockwave that scattered the brazen attackers. Sharp blades instantly cut the throats of enemies who did not even have time to realize the attack. The warrior moved like a ghostly shadow, leaving behind only bloody traces of the battle. Mina's deadly dance continued as the bandit's blood spilled heavily on the cold night ground. In the violet eyes of the girl Koshko, a rage flared up, foreshadowing the quick and inevitable death of the invaders. The wounded hooded mercenary screamed desperately, calling on his comrades to help him quickly. Mina instantly threw back the enemy with a powerful kick, stopping any attempt at resistance. The warrior asked the stranger with concern if he would now be able to stand on his own feet. The wily attacker suddenly threw a caustic blinding powder right into the face of the trusting Mina. Poisonous dust got into the heroine's beautiful purple eyes, causing sharp, unbearable pain. The traitor laughed loudly, boasting that he had finally managed to catch the dangerous warrior. Blinded by Koshko, the girl tearfully realized the full depth of the vileness of the attack committed against her. The bandit furiously ordered his men to immediately pounce on the temporarily defenseless victim. Bitter tears of burning pain rolled from the predatory eyes of the beast woman, who had lost the ability to fight. The mysterious blonde masked fighter prepared to enter this new battle with determination. Mina screamed in pain as the poisonous dust suddenly blinded her eyes. The blinded warrior realized that sight alone would not help her in battle. The heroine resolutely closed her eyes, relying entirely on her heightened other senses. The mercenary laughed maliciously as he struck the seemingly defenseless girl, Koshko. The enemy's blood instantly splashed on his face after Mina's lightning-fast counterattack. The brave girl delivered a series of precise blows, depriving her opponents of any opportunity to resist. The defeated bandits froze in horror before the face of the defender, who had regained the initiative. Mina spun in a deadly dance, no longer needing visual contact. The warrior concentrated on the sounds, catching the slightest vibrations in the air around her. The swift heroine crushed the remaining enemies in the night forest with one powerful dash. Mina rushed forward, leaving behind only a cloud of thick gray dust. The lilac-haired warrior turned her back grimly, remaining completely calm in the heat of the fierce battle. The enemy froze in horror when the legendary protector suddenly spoke to him coldly. A huge beast in a red cloak suddenly fell from above on a confused Mina. A blinding golden beam furiously pierced the forest thicket, quickly scattering all the impudent enemies. The majestic knight, the wolf, swung his massive ice blade, preparing to quickly crush all the rising enemies. The warrior's powerful blow sent his opponents high into the air, finally crushing any resistance. The pink-haired girl was amazed to recognize the mysterious warrior as the renowned knight of the brave beastmen. The heroines anxiously discussed the deep economic decline and the shortage of important natural resources. Mighty warriors, the wolves dealt mercilessly with the mercenaries, demonstrating their complete and undeniable superiority. The blonde warrior in a scarlet cloak furiously attacked the enemy, her blood-red eyes flashing. Mina was struck by the presence of a warrior, a wolf, since they usually guarded only persons of royal blood. Another enemy flew back with a scream under the shocked gaze of Mina and her companion. The beastmen froze in silent stupor, realizing the colossal difference in strength with their new ally. Warrior Derry stood frozen among the fallen bodies, clutching her sword in the cold silence of the night. Mina looked at the stranger with delight, amazed by her incredible skill and power. The warrior's white hair fluttered in the wind as she prepared for her next charge. Derry rushed towards the hut, vowing to immediately rescue the princess languishing there. The warrior kicked down the door, revealing herself to be faced with a frightened woman and children trembling with fear. The elderly woman hugged her baby rabbits as the warrior's menacing shadow fell across the floor. Warrior Dari looked around anxiously, trying unsuccessfully to find her princess with her eyes. The little rabbits excitedly asked their grandmother Mary if everything was all right. The elderly woman froze in amazement when the children joyfully recognized their little sister's voice. The little girl timidly asked her grandmother if Via had really come to the hut to save her. The old woman cried bitterly when she heard the question of whether her own granddaughter would take them from captivity. Pink Bunny Vaya walked decisively inside while Derry silently watched the scene. Vaya burst into tears from the overwhelming emotions when she saw her family in such a pitiful state. The little rabbits smiled widely, because their beloved sister had finally returned to the dark hut. The old man stood frozen in mute amazement, barely believing the reality of what was happening here. Via confirmed with a gentle smile that she had indeed returned for her family. Via hugged her grandmother tightly, trying to comfort the frightened old woman in the dark hut. The little rabbits burst into tears as they realized the long-awaited moment of their miraculous and peaceful rescue. Via, through her tears, tenderly promised the old woman that now she no longer had to worry. The girl gently touched her grandmother's shoulder, telling her about the lands she had found for a happy life. The relatives finally united in a warm embrace, forgetting the horrors of captivity they had experienced. The happy family was reunited in a shining light, finally finding hope for a bright future. Warrior Dari watched the touching scene in silence, hiding her harsh and true feelings. The powerful mercenary looked away thoughtfully, preparing to leave this house after completing the mission. Dari stepped out resolutely into the silence of the night, leaving the reunited beastmen in complete peace. The rescued Via threw the warrior a heavy bag as a sign of sincere gratitude for her help. Warrior Dari deftly caught the heavy bag thrown to her as a sign of sincere gratitude. Mina looked thoughtfully after the departing mercenary, wanting to ask her one important question. The cat girl quietly asked how one could gain such incredible and devastating power. Mina's violet eyes burned with determination as she waited for the proud warrior's answer. Dari replied that she had a good reason for never losing to her enemies. The mercenary's long white braids swayed as she disappeared into the thick night shadows. The beast woman froze in a daze, remembering her past failures and difficult moments of weakness. The image of Lord Liu Feng appeared in her mind, reminding her of her loyalty to the Lord. Lord Siana spoke the name of his faithful protector warmly in her mind. Mina finally realized her main reason to fight and always win for him. The peasants worked hard in the golden fields, reaping a rich harvest under the hot sun. Liu Feng stretched contentedly on the fortress wall, enjoying the fresh and clean air. The young lord smiled happily while little Nicole watched his every move suspiciously. Liu Feng's expression suddenly darkened when Nicole accidentally interrupted his very pleasant dreams. The protagonist froze in confusion, trying to comprehend the strange behavior of his little companion. The lord discussed strengthening the city's defenses, ordering the selection of 25 of the best warriors. Liu Feng's golden eyes sparkled brightly in anticipation of new and great achievements. Little fox Nicole peeked timidly around the corner, afraid to attract attention. Liu Feng asked about the cafe's business with concern as Nicole quickly devoured her food. The assistant happily reported that everything was almost ready for Mina and Via's return. Nicole narrowed her eyes suspiciously, continuing to silently consume all the delicious food from her plate. The girl with the long braid discussed plans while Nicole sat angrily and silently. Nicole angrily announced the end of the meal, slamming her hands menacingly on the dining table. Liu Feng sheepishly justified these very strange actions to his assistant. Nicole cautiously peered into the spacious office, hoping to quickly find Liu Feng there. The fox looked around in complete amazement, not understanding where her master had suddenly disappeared to. Liu Feng suddenly appeared behind the frightened Nicole with one short question. Liu Feng's loud cry suddenly pierced the silence of this large and luxurious hall. Little Nicole was furious when she realized yet another stupid joke of her young master. Liu Feng gently asked Nicole to be honest about all her current problems. Nicole waved the piece of paper decisively, rudely rejecting Mr. Liu Feng's offered help. The young lord studied intently the secret report sent by his faithful spy from the banquet. A secret scroll revealed the machinations of brazen merchants who engaged in dangerous smuggling and tax evasion. The fox screamed in anger, outraged by the brazen use of ordinary citizens for the illegal transportation of goods. Nicole continued to rage furiously while Liu Feng silently watched her reaction. The little assistant sighed heavily, admitting her complete powerlessness in the face of the criminal's cunning schemes. The lord suddenly burst into confident laughter, promising to personally deal with these impudent merchants. The faithful guard reported the gathering of the detachment and the arrival of the long-awaited guest, Mr. Ryan. Liu Feng, with a sly smile, invited Henri to immediately follow him to inspect the castle. The great lord strode resolutely towards the new law enforcement center, leading his assistant. The pouring rain mercilessly lashed the sign of the city's new Public Order Protection Center. The guests were puzzled as to why Lord Liu Feng had suddenly released them after Omar's arrest. Ryan's companion, in a panic, suggested that they flee immediately while Lady Lisa was still waiting. A polite guard opened the doors and invited Mr. Ryan to follow inside immediately. Ryan and Henry watched in amazement as the very strong and muscular fighters trained. The guest of honor felt small and weak against the backdrop of the formidable warriors of the center. Henri looked with fascination at the high-quality steel badge, which was worth a lot of silver coins. The man sincerely admired the magnificent equipment, which was superior in quality to the equipment of the Lemma Riders. The guard led the guest to the door, informing Ryan of his new office. Ryan stood there dumbfounded, realizing Liu Feng's sudden offer to work here as a boss. The Lord led his companions down the bright corridor of his new security center, Xi'an. Liu Feng offered Ryan the high-ranking position of deputy director at the center. The elite warrior #1 saluted his supreme master loyally. Ryan stood there dumbfounded, not believing such a sudden and generous offer. The city's ruler mentioned Ryan's unfair treatment during his previous service. Henri burst into tears, remembering the years of unfair oblivion of his friend's talent. The assistant, through tears, told about his beloved Lisa's involvement in dirty intrigues. Liu Feng solemnly gave Ryan the chance to lead the best warriors of his army. A stunned Ryan silently considered the ruler's words, feeling the weight of his new responsibility. The Lord firmly ordered the new chief to protect the peace and property of the residents of Xi'an. Liu Feng asked Ryan seriously if he was really ready for the new service. The knight froze, trying to comprehend the full importance and responsibility of this fateful moment. Ryan closed his eyes and confirmed that he fully understood his responsibilities. The warrior solemnly swore to dedicate his entire life to serving this wise lord. Liu Feng grinned contentedly, happy to have acquired such a loyal and strong supporter. Ryan smiled with relief, finally finding true meaning in his new life. Nicole quietly asked why the gentleman had brought her to inspect this security center. The lord and his assistant discussed the unresolved problem of dangerous urban smuggling in the rain. Liu Feng asked with a sly smile if they could triumph now. Nicole confidently replied that they would definitely put their Xi'an in order. Nicole was frozen in complete stupor by the lord's inexhaustible self-confidence and daring plans. Liu Feng boasted about his intelligence, while the fox only twisted her cute face skeptically. The townspeople sincerely admired the lord's beauty while he questioned his companion about her decisions. The heroes resolutely headed towards the castle, dreaming of a hot and delicious omelet with tomatoes. Via's grandmother asked anxiously if this mysterious nobleman would really accept them. Via confidently stated that in this city all beastmen are considered equal and free. The pink rabbit happily spoke of the many new jobs in prosperous Xi'an. Old Mary doubted her strength, complaining about her old age and a bunch of children. Via acknowledged the need for housing for all children, confirming the rightness of her wise grandmother. The girl tenderly promised Mary to take care of them, leading her family to safety. The man happily promised Grandma Mary to work hard in the new lands. The man smiled warmly, confirming the imminent onset of good changes. Pink Rabbit Via inspiredly added that their joint work would definitely be rewarded. Liu Feng and his companions eagerly awaited the return of the long-awaited detachment at the gate. The Lord cheerfully suggested that the large crowd of children might have delayed their arrival a little. Warrior Tiz joyfully announced that the tired travelers had finally appeared on the dusty road. Nicole screamed in amazement when she saw the incredible number of people and rabbits approaching the castle. Tiz playfully picked up Nicole so the little fox could get a better view of the new arrivals. Nicole looked at the settlers with curiosity, sitting in the strong arms of her tall friend. Liu Feng and Nicole exchanged satisfied glances, celebrating the successful reunion of the large Beastman family. Liu Feng looked with pride at the endless stream of residents entering Xi'an. Via warmly welcomed her relatives, promising them a decent life in her new home. The little rabbits looked around in fascination, amazed by the grandeur and power of their new homeland. Nicole watched the arrivals with curiosity, looking forward to having fun in the company of her new friends. The Lord officially announced the allocation of housing and food for each family of beastmen. The children joyfully clung to Grandma Mary, completely forgetting the horrors of their recent captivity. A procession of settlers solemnly entered the city gates, bringing new life to the city. Liu Feng noted with satisfaction that his bold plan to rescue the refugees had succeeded. Yu straightened her lush lilac mane, watching the festive bustle with delight. The entire city was filled with jubilant cries, welcoming the new citizens of prosperous Xi'an. Liu Feng calmly watched as the arriving beastmen dismounted, preparing to enter the city. The elderly woman hopefully called the young man Lord, humbly awaiting the decision of her fate. The hero smiled warmly and formally welcomed the exhausted travelers to the lands of Xi'an. The pink-haired companion listened attentively to the old woman, empathizing with the plight of her fellow tribesmen. The girl bowed deeply and recognized Liu Feng as her only master. The beast woman tearfully begged not to drive the children away, promising to personally take care of their needs. The Lord asked ironically when exactly he had promised to deprive them of his patronage. Struck by the gentleman's kindness, the heroine froze, not expecting to hear words about supporting children. The ruler confidently declared his duty to feed and protect every inhabitant of the city. The stunned beastmen looked with sincere gratitude at the man who had given them hope. The fox gently asked her companion not to worry, trying to remain calm in the new environment. Warrior Taz explained that the Lord had prepared a cozy home especially for the children in advance. A shocked Mina covered her mouth with her hand, hardly believing in the boundless kindness of her master. Liu Feng ordered the guests to be escorted out and gently asked the name of the frightened little girl. Nicole obediently led the beastmen into the city, urging them to follow right behind her. The exhausted travelers looked at the high walls of their shelter with apprehension and timid hope. The old woman whispered to Dior whether they could really trust this noble young man. The blue-haired beastman admitted doubtfully that he did not yet know the Lord's true intentions. The elderly woman ordered Dier to immediately take everyone away at the slightest sign of impending danger. The stern warrior briefly confirmed his readiness to protect his fellow tribesmen and carry out the secret order. Nicole cordially invited the beastmen in, calling the majestic city their new home. The exhausted travelers froze in amazement, struck by the incredible scale of the city that opened up to them. The girl politely invited the tired guests to settle in and rest after their long journey. The little beastmen cried out joyfully, unable to contain the delight that washed over them. The children admired the soft beds and clean blankets, not believing their sudden happiness. The blue-haired girl enthusiastically noted that sleeping on the bed was more comfortable than on the grass. The elderly woman cried with happiness, fearing that the beautiful reality would turn out to be just a dream. Liu Feng personally brought a huge cauldron of hearty food, inviting everyone to the meal. The assistant asked the hungry children not to rush, promising to feed each one until they were completely full. The boys devoured their food greedily, enjoying their first meal in a long time. Liu Feng smiled contentedly, blinding those around him with his sincere and bright joy. The Lord promised the children 3 meals a day and free education at a city school. The hungry orphans clutched their bowls of food tightly to themselves with timid hope. The hero explained that after 15 years, the students will begin independent adult lives. Old Mary could not hold back her tears, touched by the unexpected mercy of the new young ruler. The woman humbly bowed before the gentleman, expressing her boundless and sincere gratitude to him. Liu Feng hurried to lift the old woman up, politely asking her to do him an important favor. The young man officially appointed Mary responsible for the lives and future of the little orphans. The grandmother cried when she heard about the generous salary of 1 silver coin per month. Confused, Mary asked why humans were so kind to the beastmen. The young lord smiled mysteriously, anticipating great changes in his new hometown. Liu Feng confidently stated that to him, humans were as good as beastmen. The young man added that race has no bearing on the true prosperity of the inhabitants. The hero emphasized that from now on, in the city of Xi'an, absolutely all citizens are equal. The beastmen present froze, looking at their lord with genuine delight and hope. Liu Feng squinted slyly and jokingly noted the incredible cuteness of his new subjects. Disguised, Lisa gazed with admiration at the building of the magnificent and noisy restaurant in the city of Xi'an. The elf thought about the delicious stewed chicken that she really wanted to try tomorrow. The girl carefully touched the leather pouch, checking the safety of her few valuable things. Suddenly, Lisa's eyes widened in shock as she saw something completely astonishing. The girl was horrified to discover that there were very few coins left in her leather purse. Lisa was bitterly upset when she realized that she had spent her last savings on seafood alone. The elf's gaze suddenly fell on an announcement about the urgent recruitment of new employees at the cafe. She carefully studied the conditions and found the offered salary to be quite decent and very good. The heroine happily imagined how she would be able to visit this magnificent restaurant next month. Nicole approached the elf and politely asked the purpose of her sudden visit to the establishment. Seeing Liu Feng, Lisa shuddered greatly from the unexpected and exciting meeting with the Lord. Nicole warmly invited guests inside to see for themselves the completion of their project. The guests sincerely admired the beautiful setting, created specifically to suit all of the gentlemen's personal tastes. The Lord praised Nicole, which brought the extremely responsible girl to sincere and bright tears of joy. Yu cheerfully showed off her horns, attracting the attention of everyone gathered at the table. The little beast woman declared that her brightly colored candies looked much better than any horns. The girls began to argue fiercely, not wanting to give in to each other in this championship. Lisa stood there in complete confusion, wondering why her presence had been completely ignored. The elf waved her hands desperately, once again reminding everyone of her desire to get a job immediately. Nicole politely apologized and finally asked the persistent girl's name. The guest introduced herself as Lisa, while the manager noted the rather unusual accent in her speech. Nicole suggested that the new employee try her hand as a waitress first. Lisa timidly placed the first glass of water on the table in front of her first guests. The noisy group began vying with each other to order 5 huge, juicy meat pizzas at once. Lisa diligently wrote down in her notebook the order for a variety of delicious pizzas. The girl meekly left, while the Lord thoughtfully followed the new worker with his attentive gaze. Liu Feng noted the elf's unusual literacy and excellent manners, which made her stand out among the townspeople. Mina's eyes flashed suspiciously, and she volunteered to personally find out more of the new waitress's secrets. The young man asked his assistant to simply exercise caution and not cross the line in her secret investigation. Nicole took Lisa into the spacious kitchen and invited her to try her hand at quickly chopping fresh vegetables. The elf silently took the knife, frozen in concentration in front of the basket with bright carrots and juicy greens. With a sudden and sharp movement, the warrior threw the wicker basket high up to the very highest ceiling. Lisa expertly caught the flying vegetables, causing Nicole genuine shock with her incredible dexterity. The elf's gaze became frighteningly sharp and cold, revealing her true nature as an experienced fighter. The girl stood in complete stupor from the culinary madness she saw in the kitchen. Lisa coldly thrust the knives into the table, suggesting that they immediately begin kneading the dough. The manager timidly agreed, hoping for a calmer outcome to this complex matter. The elf concentratedly reached into her bag, preparing to show off her hidden culinary talents. Suddenly, the warrior threw up flour with a powerful blow, creating a real explosion in the kitchen. Nicole desperately begged for it to stop as the room instantly filled with thick white dust. Lisa calmly asked if she had made any unfortunate mistake at work. The girl stubbornly rushed toward the stove, ignoring the panicked cries of her new boss. A bright flash lit up the kitchen, causing Nicole to sob loudly from the intense shock. Liu Feng stood there dumbfounded, trying to figure out the cause of the sudden and deafening roar. Covered in soot, Lisa and Nicole tearfully begged the gentleman not to look at them. Liu Feng strictly forbade the elf to approach the kitchen due to the danger of a major fire. The Lord decided to appoint the educated Lisa to the important and responsible position of city cashier. The inspired elf squeezed her friend's hands tightly, promising to do her best. Suddenly, the young beast woman loudly declared her ardent desire to get a job too. The pink bunny sincerely admitted that she had always dreamed of helping little children in the orphanage. Liu Feng slyly leaned towards the embarrassed girl, frightening her with his sudden pressure. A mysterious smile played on the lips of the young ruler, foreshadowing new and bold plans. The hero solemnly announced that from now on this girl would become the first teacher at the school. Deep thoughts about goodness and habits resounded over the majestic building of the new school. The ruler explained that full-scale education at the new school in the city of Xi'an will begin in the spring. The hero promised to use the textbooks he brought from his distant home for his studies. The girl sincerely believed that thanks to the gentleman's books, the children would become very smart. The boy imagined himself as a great knight, waving an ordinary broom instead of a sharp blade. The children excitedly played at being heroes, using air magic against fictional, cunning thieves. The teacher was stunned as she watched the endless battles of her future little charges. Liu Feng formally attracted the boy's attention, delicately interrupting their noisy and cheerful games. A happy crowd of orphans rushed to meet their kind and wise master with joyful cries. The gentleman stroked the children affectionately, promising to tell them a new story about the valiant knights later. The hero's companions were very surprised to see the instant and unquestioning obedience of the usually noisy children. Liu Feng solemnly introduced the children in the class to their new and very kind teacher. The young man told his students to call the guest teacher Via and to always listen to her attentively. Via blushed deeply from embarrassment, while those around her admired her incredibly cute ears. The Lord suggested that Via simply observe his first trial lesson. The hero promised the boys to tell a story much more interesting than the legendary battle of the three great kingdoms. The children froze in anticipation, waiting for the beginning of a fascinating story about lands unknown to them. Liu Feng began his story about the famous journey to the west with an enigmatic smile. The young man began to tell a story about an ancient kingdom that flourished in very distant times. The children learned about the mountain of fruits and flowers, where a mysterious magic stone was hidden. The narrator described the moment when the stone split and a magical monkey jumped out of it. The companions looked at Liu Feng with sincere respect during his lesson. Via admired how many good deeds their wise young lord did. The bright sun illuminated the golden autumn and peaceful sky above the prosperous city of Xi'an. Little children hugged each other in terror as they heard the frightening story about the dark underworld. Mina sternly explained that all villains inevitably go to hell after death. The young man gloomily told how the insidious demons came for the monkey to capture her. Suddenly, Liu Feng began to cough violently, interrupting his exciting and very long story. Nicole immediately rushed to the gentleman's aid, bringing him a bottle of cool, clean water. The hero greedily drank the water, but suddenly choked and comically spat it out. The tired lord wiped his lips, trying to quickly come to his senses after this embarrassment. Liu Feng asked the students to analyze the story themselves and guess the ending. The lord ordered the children to listen carefully to teacher Via and complete all assignments on time. The narrator described Sun Wukong's great battle against the 10,000-strong army of gods on the mountain. Mina and Nicole's eyes sparkled, unable to hide their immense curiosity. The girls tearfully begged the gentleman to quickly finish writing and show them the continuation of this fairy tale. The happy assistants hugged the lord tightly, joyfully shouting words of gratitude for the new story. Via stood to the side with a sad face while the others were having a great time nearby. The young man turned around at the teacher's timid call, noticing her strong and strange excitement. Via asked shyly if she could really become a good and worthy teacher. The rabbit clenched her fingers nervously, seriously doubting her personal abilities in front of the master. Via looked seriously at the lord, trying to comprehend the scale of the responsibility placed upon her. Liu Feng firmly stated that her education and patience would make her an excellent teacher. The young man added that it was her lessons that would help the city's children find a bright future. The girl froze, realizing that the new generation would forever forget about the cruel discrimination against the beastmen. Mina smiled warmly, genuinely pleased with the noble intentions of her kind and wise master. Nicole blushed with delight, remembering the recent embrace and admiring the incredible greatness of her master. The whole company gathered together, discussing the grand changes in the life of the prosperous city of Xi'an. Via suddenly rushed to embrace the lord, warmly thanking him for the high trust he had shown her. Against the backdrop of the sunset, loud cries were heard calling on the mysterious travelers to stop immediately. Liu Feng looked thoughtfully at the school building, anticipating the beginning of a new era in history. The little beast woman worriedly asked Tis, who was lazily chewing bread, about the reasons for her sadness. Warrior Tis indifferently admitted to unbearable boredom, continuing to melancholically devour the baked goods. A friend suggested that the passionate Tis find a decent job, citing Via's hard work as an example. The horned maiden instantly imagined herself as a stern teacher, dispensing crushing blows instead of knowledge. Realizing her complete unsuitability for teaching, the heroine sadly rejected the idea, admitting her helplessness. The beast woman mentioned a vacancy for a cook, but Tis could only imagine dishes flying to pieces. The bushy-haired warrior grimly agreed that her culinary talents would only bring destruction to the restaurant. Tis thoughtfully rejected any offers of business or pharmacy, continuing to lie aimlessly. The little interlocutor was completely confused and directly inquired about the real talents of her lazy friend. Tis fiercely declared her passion for fighting, shocking her friend by saying she had no such profession. Tiz watched from above as the city guards chased the brazen thief with shouts. The blue uniformed guards angrily ordered the criminal to stop immediately and surrender to the authorities. A desperate bandit grabbed an innocent girl, threatening to kill the hostage at the slightest movement of the chase. The captain ordered the soldiers not to provoke the enemy, putting the safety of civilians above all else. The yew tree fell like lightning from above, crushing the stunned criminal's head into the ground with a crushing blow. The defeated villain choked on blood, instantly losing consciousness from the incredible power of the horned warrior. Those around her were stunned, shocked by how easily the stranger defeated the dangerous bandit. At the security department, the official warmly thanked Tiz for saving the girl and for her bravery. Tiz was officially offered the honorary post of captain of security to the joyful cheers of the guards. The horned warrior was extremely surprised by the unexpected offer to lead an entire squad of city defenders. The official explained that the city's safety now directly depends on the talents of each new employee. The horned warrior asked if her status as captain would allow her to fight criminals with reckless abandon all day long. The smiling man allowed even the harshest and most decisive measures to be used against dangerous criminals. The guards began tearfully begging the girl to accept the offer, desperately needing her incredible strength. The girl thoughtfully touched her face, seriously considering this tempting and extremely promising vacancy. In the end, the warrior agreed, which made her friend incredibly happy, as she had long dreamed of seeing Tiz working. Old Farmer Pete reached Xi'an, arousing great interest among all the local townspeople. The fat merchant suggested visiting the densely populated Lem, hoping to find news there about the mysterious elf. An experienced companion advised Howl not to rush, suggesting that they choose less visible cities for shelter. Howl preferred the bustling city, anticipating an abundance of delicious food and equal rights for the beastmen. The fat man told his companion to think, sensing the enticing aroma of exquisite city food. The stern guards at the entrance inquired about the purpose of the visit of the suspicious and poorly dressed travelers. The visitors identified themselves as simple travelers, after which they received a brief introductory tour of the city. The traveler came across an official guidebook of Xi'an, containing important information for visitors. Howl's companion noted the city's excellent defenses, capable of instantly repelling any enemy attack. The vigilant guard suspected something was wrong, because winter travel always seemed extremely strange to him. The fighter clutched tightly a secret message intended for delivery to local city spies. The guard ordered an immediate report to intelligence about the appearance of two suspicious individuals in Xi'an. The guidebook detailed local laws, currency, and strict rules of social conduct. Howl was genuinely amazed by the incredible number of strict rules the Lord had established in the prosperous city. Howl was genuinely surprised to find that his ever-hungry companion had suddenly disappeared. The fat man greedily stuffed juicy dumplings into his mouth, completely forgetting about the surrounding danger. The shop owner politely asked the satisfied customer to first pay for all the delicacies he had eaten. The bounty hunter confidently reached for his wallet, promising to quickly pay in cash. On the man's open palm, old money gleamed dully, arousing the seller's suspicion. The cook silently looked at the strange payment, completely confused by the coins he saw. Horned Yu ceremoniously announced the start of her first full day as captain. The warrior proudly showed off the Lord's bat, considering this strange instrument an extremely effective weapon. The loud noise of the city crowd made the security captain instantly become alert and turn around. Tiz threw herself into the thick of things with a vengeance, eager to get into her first fight in her new position. The fat man fiercely fought off the cook, refusing to pay for the juicy dumplings he had eaten earlier. The horned warrior, with a bat at the ready, loudly ordered all disturbers of the peace to freeze immediately. Tiz sternly read out the rights, promising to use every word against this impudent criminal. The cook desperately grabbed the insolent man's leg, begging the captain to quickly restore the city's justice. The warrior excitedly asked her companions how impressive and cool she looked now. Tiz sincerely considered herself the coolest, while the impudent intruder was drenched in cold sweat. The exhausted shop owner cried out with joy when he saw the long-awaited appearance of the determined city guard. The poor old man grabbed Tiz's leg tightly, complaining about the store's huge losses. The captain sternly warned the fat man about an inevitable prison term for his vile refusal to pay. The bounty hunter was completely stunned, realizing that he himself had now become prey to the law. Tiz smiled excitedly, promising the offender to show maximum seriousness in the upcoming exciting duel. The warrior swung the heavy bat, determined to immediately send the insolent fat man into a deep knockout. The fat man only laughed mockingly, not believing at all in the fighting skills of the young heroine. The intruder boasted that he had easily caught hundreds of beastmen much stronger than this girl. Tiz struck with lightning speed and delivered a crushing blow straight to the head of the bandit, stunned by his failure. The criminal's face instantly distorted, and a huge, painful lump grew on his head. The captain stood proudly over the fallen body, effectively demonstrating her incredible power to those around her. The horned maiden sighed in disappointment, as she hadn't even had time to warm up properly. Passers-by started talking about catching the defaulter, rushing to watch the new city guard at work. The hidden Howl suddenly sensed danger, realizing that his identity had been exposed. Tiz walked away proudly, dragging the defeated intruder behind her under the admiring glances. The old companion realized in horror that their strongman Howl had just been arrested. The defeated bounty hunter lay unconscious with a huge bump on his head. The man panicked, because now he would have to face the formidable city guard alone. The poor guy clutched his hair, loudly lamenting his sudden and extremely painful career crisis. The old man fell dramatically to his knees under the beam of light, lamenting his bitter fate. Suddenly, the cunning planner's gaze stopped on an extremely attractive elderly lady passing by. A sweet old woman led a little beast woman by the hand, heading towards the city market. The woman tenderly promised to buy her granddaughter the best birthday cake. The old man instantly fell in love with the beautiful stranger, completely forgetting about his recent problems. The happy old man enthusiastically thanked Cupid for bringing true happiness back into his life. The little girl, frightened, called the stranger strange, but her grandmother told her to just ignore him. The man in love desperately shouted after the departing lady, loudly begging the beautiful lady to wait. The lord's loud laughter echoed throughout the town's pizzeria, attracting the attention of surprised locals. The caring girl politely asked the laughing master about the details of what happened in the city. Liu Feng confidently reported receiving important news about two dangerous hunters. The lord cheerfully told how Tiz and Miss Mary easily caught two mercenaries. Silver-haired Lisa thought skeptically about the extremely low mental abilities of the people around her. The cold elf silently left the room, leaving the master and maid to discuss their next steps. Liu Feng smiled mysteriously, his golden eyes sparkling, anticipating the imminent implementation of the plan. The majestic walls of the city of Bakfan shone brightly in the rays of the warm winter sun. Baron Carter greedily devoured the dried fish, washing the delicacy down with a large mug of fresh milk. The aristocrat reasoned contentedly that his friendship with Liu Feng would bring him incredible benefits. Suddenly, a frightened servant ran into the room, loudly interrupting his master's quiet meal. A faithful assistant excitedly announced the arrival of Baron Adam for an important meeting. Taken by surprise, Carter fell shamefully out of his chair, spilling drinks all over the floor. A mysterious blond man in a luxurious white cloak silently awaited the start of the audience in the hall. The guards officially announced Baron Adam's arrival while he was looking out over the winter landscape. The host greeted the guest hypocritically, secretly fearing a sudden reminder of an old monetary debt. The noble Omar introduced himself to Carter, maintaining a polite but extremely cold smile on his face. Carter hypocritically noted that Baron Adam was much more polite than his rude brother Omar. The Baron rudely reprimanded the servant for inviting a guest, demanding all the tea for himself. The high-ranking guest happily tried the offered drink and praised its excellent taste. The owner proudly explained that this wonderful drink was created by the talented Lord Liu Feng. Baron Carter obsequiously offered Baron Adam any additional service in his castle. Adam put down his cup and stated seriously that he had come for one important thing. The guest told about a sick father who misses his youngest son very much. The fair-haired nobleman asked Carter directly about news regarding his missing younger brother. The cunning Carter suddenly realized the true and rather dangerous purpose of the noble guest's visit. The shocked lord loudly asked Adam if his brother Omar had really disappeared without a trace. Baron Carter thought nervously about the cruel thieves who had killed the former city lord. The frightened aristocrat slammed his palms on the table in a wave of fear. Carter, horrified, assumed that dangerous criminals had kidnapped the Baron's younger brother. A shocked Adam asked in a strangled voice about the possible fate of his missing close relative. The owner of the castle hypocritically suggested that Baron Omar was simply fatally unlucky. The The saddened guest thanked him for the information and decided to leave the castle immediately. The cunning Carter laughed maliciously after the departing nobleman, pleased with his impudent lie. Baron Adam and his guards silently headed towards the exit of the estate. The warrior's heavy boots suddenly stopped as the knight stopped abruptly in the middle of the road. Adam, along with his loyal soldiers, looked thoughtfully into the distance, pondering the news they had received. The golden-haired aristocrat, with cold contempt, demanded an immediate report on the results of the investigation. Two faithful servants quickly approached their master to convey important news. The subjects reported an attack by bandits and the mysterious disappearance of Baron Omar 6 months ago. The arrogant lord sarcastically doubted the stupid ruler of Xi'an's ability to defeat the warrior. The servant knelt down and reported that Liu Feng had indeed defeated the thieves instead of his ally. The aristocrat's gaze filled with rage at the unexpected news of his hated competitor's success. The villain burst into maniacal laughter, realizing the opportunity to exploit the situation for his own gain. Adam ordered that his father be immediately informed of Omar's supposed death at the hands of the enemy. The warrior, trembling with fear, reminded Baron Adam that his brother was considered missing. With a predatory grin, the gentleman sternly stated the inevitable death of his brother after his statement. Liu Feng sternly demanded his subordinates to immediately report the results of the search. The warriors proudly showed the lord a wooden box filled to the brim with valuable ginseng. The ruler of Xi'an exclaimed joyfully, not hiding his delight at seeing the rare treasure. The hero tasted the roots with rapture, while the servants were perplexed by his interest. The subordinate reported 17 large roots and suggested continuing large-scale excavations. Liu Feng ordered the loyal warrior to keep the secret place a closely guarded secret. The lord reflected on the medicinal benefits of ginseng and the enormous profits it could bring to Earth. The knight loyally confirmed his readiness to carry out the order and slung the bag over his shoulder. A clumsy creature suddenly rolled out of the open bag, leaving Liu Feng in shock. The astonished traveler could hardly believe his eyes when he recognized the uninvited guest as a panda. The warrior timidly justified himself by saying that he had saved a lonely panda after her parents had been killed by wolves. Liu Feng hugged the little animal tenderly, admiring its extraordinary cuteness. The stunned subordinates watched intently as their master's strange and overly emotional reaction took hold. The warriors Tisa, Mina, and Lisa secretly peeked around the corner, studying the master's behavior. The little panda looked charmingly at those around her, sparkling with her big and kind eyes. The beauties froze in delight, enchanted by the sight of a furry creature with a very sparkling starry gaze. The hero concluded contentedly that in this fantasy world, pandas were also considered cute. The girls, with a predatory gleam in their eyes, loudly admired the extremely appetizing appearance of the beast. Liu Feng recoiled in horror, nearly dropping his pet. The ruler of Xi'an was doomed to lament that his companions were interested in nothing but food. Liu Feng asked in horror if Nicole was also going to eat the little panda. The happy girl hugged the little animal tenderly, asking permission to personally care for the cute creature. The lord graciously gave up his pet and listened to an enthusiastic request to quickly choose a name for his ward. The other companions froze in mute shock, realizing the sudden loss of a potentially delicious dinner. The girls shouted in unison that they simply wanted to hug the furry animal tightly. A squad of loyal soldiers in camouflage lined up in front of the new tall pigeon tower. A snow-white carrier pigeon soared swiftly into the clear sky with an important secret message. The warriors happily discussed the incredible speed of letter delivery using these trained birds. The devoted servant sincerely admired the genius of his master, who was able to easily solve absolutely any problem. The hero's eyes suddenly widened in surprise after reading the news he had just received. The worried warrior ordered his comrades to stay and hurried to an urgent meeting with the lord. Arriving at the castle, the messenger realized with horror the sudden absence of his powerful master. Nicole confirmed Liu Feng's departure while continuing to tenderly care for the little panda Caesar. The soldier fell into despair because the city was in danger without the protection of its master. Noticing his subordinates' intense agitation, Nicole's stern father demanded an immediate explanation for the reason for the panic. With a trembling hand, the warrior handed over an important letter that came from the hostile lands of Bakfon. The old man's face darkened as he read the alarming news about the arrival of the treacherous Baron Adam in the city. The narrative suddenly shifts to a quiet rented apartment located in the hero's modern world. The hero's familiar red vest hung peacefully on a hanger, awaiting its next journey. Empty noodle packages on the table eloquently testified to the traveler's simple lifestyle. The hero, who had returned to Earth, adjusted the strap of the heavy backpack on his shoulder. Liu Feng was determined to quickly and profitably sell the ginseng he had obtained in another world. The sun brightly illuminated the modern skyscrapers of the huge metropolis where our traveler arrived. The hero quickly found the sign of a famous pharmacy specializing in traditional Chinese medicine. The traveler was unpleasantly surprised by the huge queue that stretched for several generations. Liu Feng politely asked a passerby about the possibility of a personal meeting with the head doctor. A stern doctor in a white coat coldly ordered the stranger to immediately take his place in line. The young man plucked up his courage and offered the famous healer rare wild ginseng. An experienced herbalist warned skeptically about the extremely high-quality requirements of the offered product. The hero confidently handed the master a simple wooden box with priceless contents inside. The traveler grinned smugly, anticipating the coming triumph of successfully selling his valuable goods. The doctor carefully studied the ideal lines and lateral branches of this unique short root. The experienced herbalist suddenly fell into a complete stupor, having determined the venerable age of this plant. The son quickly rushed into the next room, insistently urging his father to immediately look at the find. The man abruptly pulled back the curtain, begging the old master to remain completely calm and quiet. The gray-haired old man sternly reprimanded his adult heir for his extremely unworthy and noisy behavior. The sage lifted the root to the light with distrust, closely searching for the slightest flaws in the rare plant. The old man's eyes widened in shock as he realized the true immense value of ginseng. The master enthusiastically acknowledged the rare 200-year-old root, barely containing his strong and sincere excitement. Liu Feng calmly watched the shocked doctors, waiting for their final lucrative business proposal. Liu Feng admitted that he thought the root was younger and was very surprised by its true age. The scales impartially recorded the rare plant's impressive weight, which was exactly 352 grams. Dr. Zhang said that a similar specimen was valued at 3 million at the last auction. Hearing the fabulous sum, the young man joyfully raised his finger up, not hiding his wild delight. The shocked doctors could hardly believe that such a rare treasure could be found so easily. The traveler casually offered the stunned doctors to examine 3 more similar roots from his backpack. The old master staggered from the shocking news, and his son excitedly asked his father to breathe deeper. 3 boxes appeared before the astonished doctors, in which priceless gifts of nature rested majestically. The expert stared in silent awe at the revealed treasures, unable to utter a word. Liu Feng decided to sell only 1 root, wanting to discuss a secret matter with the doctor. The hero asked herbalists to help him create a special heart medicine from the valuable ginseng he had obtained. The doctors were genuinely confused by the bold proposal of their mysterious young guest. The old master agreed to help, curious about the future of the remaining rare roots of the plant. The young man generously offered to leave the treasure as a generous payment for future work. The traveler expressed a desire to study the secret methods of making medicines of this famous ancient pharmacy. The doctors indignantly reminded that this knowledge was a family secret, guarded at the cost of life. Liu Feng reassured the masters, asking only for basic recipes for flu and wounds. The hero explained his need for knowledge by his long and dangerous journeys in the wild places. Xi'an's many subjects awaited with hope the return of their lord for great deeds. The hero understood that his people would not survive the harsh winter without basic medicines. The wise physician sank into deep thought, carefully examining the offering of his mysterious guest. The master sternly ordered his son to teach the young man the basics of making medicine, causing him shock. The old man's eyes flashed angrily, and he demanded that his will be immediately fulfilled. The astonished heir tried to object to his father, barely containing his strong indignation and rage. The man was angry at having to reveal the pharmacy's secret research to a complete stranger. The experienced herbalist looked sadly after his departing son, sighing heavily with sorrow. The master lamented the heir's selfishness, predicting his inevitable and imminent dismissal. A satisfied Liu Feng quickly left the pharmacy building, happily anticipating his new opportunities. The hero sincerely admired the generosity of the old man, who paid 8 million for 1 rare root. The traveler smiled slyly and began to seriously think about buying his own modern luxury apartment. The majestic building of Xi'an Castle shone brightly under the rays of the scorching summer midday sun. A group of loyal subjects gathered in the main hall to discuss the city's pressing issues. The experienced mentor anxiously reported the imminent arrival of the treacherous Baron Adam in the city. The cat girl Mina confidently promised to personally deal with any impudent and uninvited guest. Tiz grinned bloodthirstily, anticipating a great opportunity to finally show her strength in battle. The warrior resolutely drew her sharp blade, vowing to protect her master's peace at any cost. Nicole reminded her comrades of Liu Feng's departure and his imminent and inevitable return. The girls were genuinely confused, suddenly realizing the absence of their leader in Xi'an. The hero's companions discussed their plan of action in confusion, not understanding what to do without their master. The old knight warned about the possibility of enemy spies being sent in disguised as ordinary citizens. The stunned heroes sweated with fear, suddenly realizing the scale of the threat looming over the city. Panic gripped the subordinates as they imagined the consequences of their master's absence to the spies. Mina furiously ordered that all exits be immediately blocked in order to catch the hiding spy. The massive city gates began to slowly close before the surprised residents with a heavy rumble. With a powerful blow, the doors finally closed, cutting off Xi'an from the rest of the outside world. The guards blocked the crowd's path, loudly announcing that all entry into the city was completely stopped. A warning about a hidden enemy disguised as an ordinary citizen echoed across the main square. The fox's assistant strictly ordered the guards to immediately report any strange behavior. Swiftly racing along the pavement, the pursuers developed enormous speed in search of the treacherous spy. The entire center of Xi'an instantly turned into an active search zone for the suspicious fugitive. Tiz furiously ordered the guards to thoroughly check everyone they met for any suspicious behavior. The townspeople discussed the sudden closing of the gates in bewilderment, sensing the beginning of very serious and frightening changes. The experienced patrolman grimly confirmed that absolutely all city forces had been mobilized today to search for the spy. The agile warrior quickly landed on the roof, continuing his large-scale patrol of residential areas in the city center. The soldier confidently raised his signal tube, loudly reporting the absence of the enemy in the first checked area. A bright green flash instantly lit up the sky, signaling to the allies that the inspection had been successfully completed. Mina noted the clearing of the 3 sectors, watching the signal lights from atop the massive city wall. The warrior's gaze remained extremely focused as she watched for the slightest sign of the presence of the wily, lurking scout. Suddenly, the girl's cat-like pupil narrowed predatorily when she noticed suspicious movement in the distant area. Seeing the red smoke, Mina screamed furiously, pointing out to the guards the exact location of the enemy they had discovered. The old wooden house stood alone under the scorching sun of Xi'an. Hidden in the dense thickets, the squad concentrated on tracking the mysterious target. The suspicious spy carefully studied the stalls in the city market. The stranger secretly watched the guard post, waiting for the right moment. The old woman confirmed the stranger's dangerous interest in the Lord's personal routes. The criminal grinned in anticipation, finally confirming his insidious plan. Mina's lilac eyes flashed, and she confidently recognized the man as an enemy. Tiz and his loyal warriors rushed to Mina for a decisive assault. A sharp noise from above made the frightened man in the old house startle. Mina attacked her opponent with a powerful kick, demanding that he surrender immediately. The frightened man threw up his hands in panic, not understanding what was happening. The bound prisoner frightenedly made excuses, denying any accusations of espionage. The angry girls menacingly interrogated the spy about his true goals. The prisoner obediently convinced the detachment of his desire to live peacefully. The man sheepishly admitted that he hoped to find a place in a local shelter. Chibi, the heroine, expressed clear distrust of the stranger's words. The guard suddenly recognized the prisoner as a hunter in love with Mary. The stranger described with tenderness the beauty of Xi'an and his hopes. The little assistant proudly praised the Lord's wise and successful reign. The hunter spoke philosophically about the contribution of each inhabitant to prosperity. The girls listened attentively to the hunter's wise reasoning about the city's development. Xi'an prospered thanks to the hard work of its citizens and the protection of its loyal police force. The bound captive smiled sincerely, fully agreeing with the general opinion. Surrounded by guards, the hunter awaited the final decision on his future fate. The commander acknowledged the excessive dependence of the inhabitants on the wisdom of their master. The man called on the warriors to improve themselves for the future prosperity of all of Xi'an. The allies promised to defend the city until Liu Feng's triumphant return. The heroes distributed important tasks for preparing the army and supplies. Left alone, the chibi captive tearfully begged to be untied quickly. Meanwhile, Liu Feng on Earth was enjoying his enormous wealth. Liu Feng remembered his faithful friends in the other world. A stranger named Jia suddenly spoke to the pensive hero. The girl politely introduced herself and explained the reason for her unexpected interest. The owner of golden eyes greeted his new random fellow traveler in a friendly manner. Jia was upset by the guy's apparent lack of interest. The friends were happily discussing bamboo and the upcoming holiday in honor of their grandmother. The energetic girls screamed in delight as the hero watched the view. Liu Feng arrived at the modern building of a large real estate agency. The employee politely showed the client important documents for concluding the deal. With a decisive movement of his hand, the hero signed the contract for the purchase of the property. The heroes sealed the successful deal with a firm business handshake. Liu Feng visited a luxury car dealership to buy a car. The girl waved enthusiastically after the hero as he drove away in a sports car. The red car sped along the winding forest road. The young man smiled contentedly, considering this place to be truly excellent. The hero reflected on the huge interest of brokers in this property. A luxurious red Maserati came to a smooth stop right at the entrance. Liu Feng estimated the huge house to be worth 800,000. The owner walked leisurely through the courtyard of his new mansion. The young man was relaxing in the luxurious living room, looking at his phone. Liu Feng carefully examined the modern kitchen of his new mansion. The young man sat down on the bed, assessing the comfort of the spacious bedroom. The hero discovered a huge wine cellar in the basement of the house. The previous owner sold the property to pay for his treatment. The guy decided to make this house his secret base. Liu Feng wanted to go outside and check the surroundings. The young man admired the beauty and tranquility of this picturesque place. Suddenly, the hero noticed a familiar silhouette in the shadows of the park. Liu Feng recognized the passerby as his recent traveling companion, Jia. Jia asked in surprise if he lived here too. Liu Feng confirmed his recent move to the area. Jia turned around in surprise when she heard her young neighbor's unexpected confession. The girl spoke about her childhood with her grandmother and her current holiday visit. The young man nodded understandingly, having listened attentively to the touching story of his fellow traveler. Embarrassed, Jia suggested to her new acquaintance that they exchange contacts on Messenger. The grandmother suddenly appeared and asked if the young man was her granddaughter's boyfriend. An excited Jia hastened to stop her enthusiastic grandmother's indiscreet questions. The curious old woman bombarded the hero with questions about his work and age. Embarrassed, Liu Feng pretended to be a simple writer, hiding his enormous wealth. Upon hearing the answer, the elderly woman expressed her sincere surprise with great emotion. The grandmother noticed that the young man also sat at home all the time. Jia doubted that writing brought the hero a decent income. The old woman took her granddaughter away, advising her to find a more promising husband. Liu Feng remained awkwardly silent, watching his new acquaintances. The young man chose to hide his true wealth and title. The hero was glad that his neighbors considered him an ordinary person. The guy decided to keep his secret for the sake of a quiet life. The plot once again moved to the sunny and majestic Xi'an. The Lord's heavy boot confidently stepped onto his native soil. Liu Feng warmly remembered the acquaintances he left behind on Earth. Liu Feng found the hall completely empty upon his return. The hero became alarmed by the lack of loyal subjects in the castle. Tiny Panda Caesar happily grabbed Lord by the leg. Liu Feng was surprised by the silence as he petted his little pet. The assistant enthusiastically greeted the master who had returned to the city. The comrade pressed herself tightly against the hero, showing great longing. The girl became embarrassed and quickly explained her strange behavior. The beauty suddenly remembered an extremely important military threat. Baron Adam prepared an attack on the prosperous city of Xi'an. The girl assured the master that the city was well prepared for battle. Loyal companions swore to protect the city of Xi'an in the Lord's absence. The girl happily hugged Liu Feng as he returned, sharing the latest news. The hero confidently promised to drive Adam away, tenderly stroking little Caesar. Liu Feng warmly invited his companion to go and have lunch with the others. The young man looked thoughtfully at the clouds, realizing that he belonged to this world. A snowstorm completely covered the forbidden mountain range and the village. The warrior's heavy boot broke a branch in the snow with a sharp crunch. The guard of the mountain outpost blocked the stranger's path. demanding that he stop immediately. The wounded warrior in a fur outfit clutched her sword with the last of her strength. White-haired Lisa demanded with an icy gaze that a report be prepared for the captain. The residents rejoiced at the return of the warrior Avery and asked to wait. The guide politely asked Avery to follow him through the snow. The men whispered about the legendary killer's power and the bloodstains. Avery entered the hut amidst talk of imminent victory. The mercenary suddenly attacked the warrior from above, clutching daggers in her hands. Avery's eyes flashed with fury, preparing for a deadly counterattack. The opponents stood frozen opposite each other among the ruins, waiting. The mercenary gave a powerful push, knocking sparks out of the ground before jumping. The agile assassin soared into the sky, searching for a gap in the defense. The blades clashed in a bright flash, beginning a furious duel between the warriors. Bella licked her lips predatorily, anticipating the continuation of a protracted and dangerous fight. Avery asked angrily if the enemy had relaxed too soon. The roar of the fierce battle echoed throughout the snowy village. The sharp sword struck the floorboards with a deafening crack. The warrior contemptuously called her opponent's attempt too weak a blow. Bella admitted that only Avery was capable of fighting on equal terms. Avery silently assessed the crushing and terrifying power of her opponent. Bella noted ironically that luck had changed for her opponent again. The warrior clarified with Bella the true goals of her future performance. Bella firmly invited Avery to join their squad permanently. Avery asked seriously about his readiness to follow the dangerous plan. Bella confidently predicted her victory in the ensuing chaos. The map showed 3 great states divided by a long war. Bloody chaos engulfed the lands of 3 warring duchies. Avery doubted the squad's ability to defeat the mighty knights. Bella explained the plan to take over the region to save all the beastmen. The mercenary ironically suggested returning to robberies if the plan failed. Bella looked closely at her interlocutor, waiting for her final decision. The interlocutor ingratiatingly asked if Avery was looking for that very girl. Bella suddenly pointed the tip of her sword straight at Avery's face. Avery sternly asked her interlocutor not to continue the sentence she had started. The warrior waited with apprehension for Bella to continue her bold words. Bella asked ironically about the length of Avery's service as a warrior. Avery swore to serve her princess as a sword forever. The green-haired hostess left the final choice to her partner. Bella wearily waved off questions about Tiss's whereabouts. The girl assured her friend of the safety of Tiss, who had chosen her path. Bella's predatory gaze revealed the awareness of new serious problems. The mounted detachment of knights moved slowly through the thick snowfall. The leader, with an imperious gesture, ordered the army to stop immediately. Avery's comrade clarified the remaining distance to the city of Sion. Warrior Avery silently contemplated the raging snowstorm around her. The leader ordered the detachment of knights to immediately set up a night camp. A lone wolf howled at the moon among the high snow-capped mountains. The tired warriors warmed themselves by the fire, thanking the Baron for the rest. Avery feared losses to wild animals in the forest thicket. The girl hoped with a smile for the soldiers' safe return home. Avari's eyes flashed ominously at the mention of his father's finest knights. The faithful knight swore to valiantly serve the kind and generous Baron. Avery ordered the soldiers to take revenge on Liu Feng for her brother's death. Fresco grinned maliciously, anticipating a quick and bloody massacre. The young man dreamed of taking away all of Liu Feng's wealth. The ambitious enemy was eager to surpass his father by seizing power. The lonely fortress stood frozen in the cold moonlight. Liu Feng learned of the imminent arrival of enemies from the east. The leader sternly asked his warriors about their full combat readiness. The motley band of heroes resolutely confirmed their loyalty. The hero was quite pleased with the fighting spirit of his loyal comrades. Liu Feng ordered a night attack on the enemy camp. The fire burned brightly in the center of the guarded enemy camp. The sleeping warriors suddenly felt the presence of an invisible and deadly threat. The knight noted in horror the ominous silence due to the absence of animals. A bloody blade suddenly pierced the tent, instantly killing the sentry. A bloody hand raised a torch, calling the knights to immediately prepare for battle. Fresca jumped out of bed, realizing the beginning of a sudden night attack. The young man panicked and tried to understand what exactly was happening around him. Fresca's face was distorted with wild horror at the sight of the attackers. Bella calmly wished the fools good night before the bloody harvest. The mercenary's eyes flashed with a furious and deadly command to kill everyone. Liu Feng's comrade noted the unusualness of the location chosen for the attack. Liu Feng appreciated the advantage of narrow roads for a future ambush. The leader planned a surprise attack from the flanks using gravity. The companions discussed their leader's strange plan in bewilderment. Liu Feng resolutely ordered the warriors to catch all the enemies. The warrior's sensitive ear caught a suspicious noise in the silence. The heroes were wary of the early arrival of Adam's knights. The dark shadows of horsemen moved slowly through the mountain gorge. The archers froze, ready to release a cloud of deadly arrows. The enemy soldiers screamed in horror at the sudden shelling. The prisoner desperately begged for mercy, wanting to give up information. Tiz asked Ma Ji in surprise about the reasons for his appearance. The girl asked if he had brought important information for the master. The envoy handed Liu Feng a personal letter from Bella herself. Bella called herself Tiz's sister and the leader of all the beastmen. Liu Feng carefully read Bella's request to take care of Tiz. The hero was greatly embarrassed by the sudden mention of a possible marriage. An angry Tiz furiously scolded her overly talkative older sister. Bella promised the heroes to help them finally get rid of the pursuing knights. Liu Feng wondered anxiously if Bella meant Adam. The riders rushed forward resolutely towards new dangerous adventures. Loud screams of horror filled the night forest, which was quickly engulfed in the bright flames of the fire. Bella rushed through the enemy line with lightning speed, crushing the knights with her precise blows. Avery leaped high and delivered a powerful blow, literally sweeping away all the enemies around her. The enraged knight, in the heat of a bloody battle, rushed into the attack with a wild cry. The commander desperately ordered his knights not to retreat under the furious and sudden onslaught. The soldiers called for an immediate attack on the beastmen, mistakenly hoping for their numerical superiority. The mighty beastmen furiously smashed the enemy infantry formation, inflicting devastating and irreparable damage on the enemy. The bandits covered each other in time during the fight, laughing boldly and cheerfully at their enemies. Fresco, in a cold sweat, realized the frightening equality of fighting abilities between simple bandits and knights. Avery calmly confirmed her complete readiness to achieve the inevitable and long-awaited victory. The young man was angry, having uncovered the enemy's insidious plan to frame the forest beastmen. Fresco angrily ordered them to stop, calling the opponents Liu Feng's henchmen. The surrounded warriors stood frozen in confusion in the middle of the cold, snowy forest. The green-haired warrior chuckled, denying any connection with Lord Xian. The blonde accused the mercenaries of pretending, noting their professional skills. The girl laughed mockingly, rejecting Fresco's generous offer of bribery. The Baron's son was stunned with shock upon hearing his opponent's bold response. The proud warrior explained that they were not ordinary bandits at all. With a flash of golden eyes, she declared their status as knights of the kingdom. The stunned youth did not believe that the elite of the beastmen stood before him. Realizing the enemy's strength, Fresca panicked and ordered an immediate retreat. The young man's eyes widened in horror at the sight of imminent death. A sudden blow from the blade pierced the leader's chest, causing him to cough up blood. The wounded Master Adam collapsed into the snow to the cries of his men. The forest warrior calmly observed the death of her enemy among the dense trees. The beastmen charged furiously, forcing the remnants of the army to flee. Avery stood over the bodies of the fallen enemies, her swords tucked behind her back. The sisters discussed Liu Feng's strength and their concern for Tice. The white-haired companion peered intently into the face of her fighting friend. Avery laughed cheerfully, hugging her partner after successfully completing the fight. Avery reminded her partner of her previous doubts about the lands of chaos. The warrior suggested capturing the horses and equipment of the fallen enemies. The white-haired companion froze, shocked by her friend's sudden proposal. The girl cheerfully compared her partner's decisive character to Duke's. The mighty horned warrior watched the conversation gloomily from the side. Avery furiously demanded that that name never be mentioned again. The heroine sadly called Duke the true hero of the fallen kingdom. The companion coldly doubted the greatness of the warrior who failed to survive. The white-haired girl felt that there was still a glimmer of hope in her friend's heart. The riders raced furiously through the snowy forest to meet their sister. Yu froze in amazement when she found an empty camp in the middle of the forest. The girl rushed in despair to the bodies of the fallen soldiers. The heroine realized with horror that her older sister had left. Liu Feng silently approached Yu, who was crying in the snow. The beast woman recalled the years of faithfully following her protector. She sobbed, remembering every miraculous rescue from slavery. Tiz was tormented by the thought that her sister had finally abandoned her. The Lord suddenly laughed, causing a flash of anger in the girl. The young man affectionately called the upset heroine a real silly girl. Liu Feng explained that his sister was only showing off her power. The Lord remembered his old words about kindness and death. Liu Feng assured Tiz that her sister truly loved her. The young man reminded them of the sister's duty to take care of each other. Tiz asked hopefully about the possibility of helping her sister. The girl looked at the sunset with admiration, believing her Lord's promises. The riders moved away, leaving behind only deep traces. Avery confidently led her loyal squad towards new adventures. The warrior's gaze shone with iron determination before the coming battles. Liu Feng gathered everyone in Xi'an for an important discussion. Residents were shocked by the order to withdraw troops from the city. Liu Feng conveyed to his comrades a plan for reforming the army outside of Xi'an. The Lord foresaw the Baron's rage after the news of his son's death. The warriors praised the young master for his exceptional caution. The commander specified the future location of the camp to the east of the city. The young man justified the plan by the need to protect the shortest route home. The ruler announced the construction of a fort and the creation of a navy. The comrades enthusiastically supported the bold idea of their wise leader. Tiz and the other warriors were astonished at the mention of naval forces. The hero smiled mysteriously, anticipating the great future of his city.